So Ron Paul once said, truth is treason in an empire of lies. And I would add to that, well, lies are loyalty in an empire of lies. Those of us who went to trial, we were punished for being loyal. The ones who participated in the big lie and went along with it and repeated it, they were rewarded with no prison time.
Welcome, everybody, to the Warrior Podcast. Today, we have a special guest, Stewart Rhodes. He is the founder of Oath Keepers. He's got an amazing story. And with that said, Mr. Stewart Rhodes, welcome to the Warrior Podcast.
Good to be here, brother.
Nice. So what I like to do on all the podcasts is kind of hear your life story from the beginning. Tell me about, childhood, parents, where you grew up, and all that stuff.
All the way that far back?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Yeah. Well, in a nutshell, my dad was from Flint, Michigan. His family, they were horsemen, but also auto workers. Worked in the auto plants. He served in the Marine Corps. That's where he met my mother on a blind date in Fresno, California, where she was going to high school. My mom was from half Mexican, half white. Her father was a B-17 crewman in World War II.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Yeah, didn't survive the war, unfortunately. So she never knew her own father. So she was, even though she's half white, she was raised in the Mexican side of her family, and they were just migrant farm workers through California, picking grapes, picking asparagus, just, following the crops. That's how she grew up.
When she was born, her dad had already passed?
Yes.
He never got to see her?
She never got to see him. She never knew him, yeah. So
and he got shot down now.
No, actually, he died in a training accident in Arizona.
Oh, wow.
A mid-air collision, B-17 flight collided with another flight, and he died there.
Wow.
Yeah, really unfortunate, tragic accident. But so she grew up in the Mexican culture, and then when she was 10, my grandmother, Socorro Alito, she married a Filipino immigrant, Bart Alito. That was his name. So that became her father from 10 years old on, was a Filipino. So it's kind of crazy that the left in this country tries to paint me as some kind of white supremacist. And it's like the culture I grew up in, because we lived with my grandparents oftentimes. My mom was a single mother after my parents divorced. And oftentimes we'd go live with my grandma and grandpa when times were rough. I went to school there in Brentwood, California, when it was a farm community back then. So my culture back then that I grew up in was half Mexican, half Filipino. That's the food we ate.
Yeah,
great food.
Yeah, so, you're a true mutt, aren't you?
That's it. Yeah. So my dad's side of the family, and my mother's part, her father had been Norwegian was his background, but we also have Scotch, Irish, and English. We're just, like I said, we're a mutt. Most Americans are mutts, right?
Yeah, that's true. Did you ever do a DNA thing?
No, actually, I have not done that. I might do that. I didn't like, but I want the bad guys to have my DNA. But they got my DNA when I got arrested, so now I might as well get it done. Right? I might as well go.
Yeah, we'll get
it done.
That.
Yeah, exactly. So it's interesting. I come from a blue collar, working class background. Obviously, both sides of my family, the ethic was hard work, and no one believed in college. So I served just like my father. I went right in the military out of high school, and I consider that a civic duty.
Which branch did you go?
Army. So my dad was Marine, but my grandpa on his side of the family had served in the Army in the Battle of the Bulge.
Wow.
And so, my family on both sides was Marine Corps or Army. Mm-hmm. On my mother's side, Mexican side, a lot of her uncles fought in World War II in the Pacific.
Wow.
So I could have gone either way. But the Army was going to give me a shot at, the Marine Corps wasn't promising anything. You had to go in the Marine Corps. I wanted to be Force Recon. So if I could have had a shot at that, with the Marine Corps, like a contract shot, I would have taken Force Recon shot. But they said, you just got to go, be infantry in the Marine Corps, and then maybe you'll get a chance later to apply for Force Recon. And the Army said, well, this is 1983. Under Reagan, we're rebuilding special forces, and so we'll give you a contract for a shot. You get to go to airborne school, and then you get to go, try out for special forces, go through the Q course. As a contract guarantee. I said, I'll take that.
Let me pause you right there. You said 1983?
1983, right. That's when
Weren't you born in 1966?
No, I was born in 65.
65, so you were 18 then.
Yeah, so I did the late entry program. You sign up when you're senior year of high school at 17 with your parents' permission, and then you go in as soon as you turn 18. So like right after graduation, I was in boot camp, right, in Fort Benning, Georgia.
Okay, let's pause on the boot camp and go backwards a little bit. So growing up, yes. Any siblings?
Sure.
What did your parents do?
I got two sisters. My mom, she was the first person in her family to graduate from high school.
Wow.
My grandmother believed in getting past the fifth grade. So that was kind of the tradition, is they went to school for a little bit, and then they went right out to work and worked in the fields.
How many kids in your mom's family?
Just her and her brother.
Okay.
So, but that was the family culture, was just hard work. And she was the first one to go to high school. I was the first one in our immediate family to go to college. I have a cousin that went to college a little bit ahead of me, a distant cousin, but that's it. So the culture was hard work. And on my dad's side was same thing. Everyone saw college as for the rich kids with silver spoons in their mouths, or for lazy people. That's who goes to college. If you're not one of those, you just work. So that's the culture I came from. It's hard work.
Where are you in the birth order?
Number 2.
So
Yeah.
sister,
I have
sister.
an older sister and a younger sister.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Yeah. So we were raised with a work ethic, and up at like 5 o'clock in the morning. I see my grandpa. We were living there. I see my grandpa get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go, or 4 o'clock in the morning sometimes, and go out there and work the fields and do. At that point, he was a foreman and doing irrigation and doing the pruning for all the trees. He was trusted by the landowners to take care of that. So he would go out and do that in his older years. But all my family worked in the fields. And I did that in the summer times too. I'd go pick grapes just to experience what it was like. I didn't have to.
This is just a sidebar. I wrote a book, and in my book, I have a chapter on leadership, and I talk about parenting. And what makes a good parent is that the millions and millions of decisions we make. And I argued that I've seen very good parents who make very good decisions, and the kids don't make it through childhood. And then shitty parents, I being one of them, or they do make it. So what is the key to good parenting? And I just came up with 2 things. One is show them unconditional love that they feel deep in their heart, even when you're sticking your boot up their ass. And the other is you have to lead by example, because you have to live your life in such a way that you want them to live their life, and because that's teaching them. So you were observing, all these people working, that work ethic that got wired into you, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So, we do our best to do better than what was done with us as a kid. So, we do our best.
Awesome.
So, but yes, so I went in the military. I considered it my civic duty to serve. And then while I was in the military, I had my shot at SF, went through the first phase, which is the,
what is that? What is SF?
First phase is the hardest phase at Camp McCall.
What is SF?
Special Forces.
Okay, gotcha.
So I got a shot at doing that. I didn't make it through. So went through first phase, which is you learn patrolling, you learn land navigation, you learn wilderness survival, hand-to-hand combat, obstacle courses, pulling out of helicopters, all that. This is after airborne school. You go to that first, and you go through first phase. And that's to weed out people that, like, there were some guys that went through airborne school just fine with jumping out of planes. They could rappel off of a tower, but when they got to the helicopter to rappel, they just froze up and couldn't do it, because it's just, just triggers a different fear in your head. Some guys freaked out on that and didn't make it. Other guys couldn't be alone for 5 days. They put you out in the woods to do, wilderness survival, and give you by yourself and do a bunch of tasks that they schedule for you to do, that they can come back into your camp afterwards, and they give you a live chicken you got to kill, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. To me, it was no big deal. It's like going camping. It's no big deal. But some guys that are from the city, maybe they've never been alone in their entire life. They don't know it feels weird for them to be alone. So it's kind of like a weird, like almost like being claustrophobic, but just being alone by yourself. They would, they had a panel on the tree that you can flip to orange, and the instructors would drive by every day to see if anyone was going to quit. They'd flip their panel over, and some guys just freaked out and couldn't be alone. So they would wash out. So they do that to see, they want to wash out guys that can't handle different things that can be part of your mission. So I went through that fine. I was in really good shape. I was able to go through all that. Really tough land navigation course, washed a lot of guys out. You're out at night with the compass, in the dark, trying to move from one glow stick to another in the woods. And some guys, can't do that, can't do the math in their heads and figure out the compass. So it weeds people out. So I made it through that fine. But then I was going to be a weapons expert. I've been a lifelong shooter since I was 10 years old, been shooting rifles. Love guns.
Hunter?
Yeah. Well, no, but as a kid, living in California, it's just a lot of shooting.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I hunted later in life and I lived in Montana. But long story short, I should have been a weapons guy. But because I had high test scores, they said, we're going to move you over to communications. That wasn't in my contract. My contract was weapons, but they just moved me over anyway. The Army does what it wants to when they got you. So at that age, I didn't have the maturity to sit and learn Morse code, because you sit in a cubicle all day and you have to you learn Morse code, which I did, and you got to send and then receive your own messages. You send out a message, receive it to hear your own message coming back to you. Dee 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 dee, all that stuff. You're tapping it on your leg on a little paddle on your leg. And I had too many errors in my send and receive because I was just too immature at 19 years of age, just sitting in the cubicle all day. I was just dying. I was dying of boredom. So I regret that, but I washed out because of that. It didn't make it through Morse code school. So then I went to a long-range reconnaissance unit at Fort Lewis, Washington. That's where I wound up. And I did that until I had a parachuting accident. And I was always planning on going back and trying another shot at SF, Special Forces. So my squad leader, a lot of my guys from that unit, Echo Company, 9th Infantry Division, Airborne Scouts. We were a scout company for a military intelligence battalion in the 9th Division, Fort Lewis, Washington. And a lot of the guys wound up going through SF later. So it was like a feeder unit for SF. So if I hadn't gotten injured, I probably would have got another shot later at going Special Forces.
And how did the injury occur? Like,
we were doing rough terrain parachuting. Because we were a reconnaissance unit, they wanted to be able to drop us in anywhere, not just in open areas. And, most of the times paratroopers are taught to avoid trees like the plague because you want to land in an open area. But the problem is if you're going in behind enemy lines in a reconnaissance mission, the enemy is going to be watching potential drop zones. So you're looking out for paratroopers. So you want to be able to drop in anywhere. So they sent a couple sergeants from our unit up to Missoula to the smoke jumper school. Smoke jumpers are elite firefighters that parachute in where there's no roads. They might have to parachute in to create a fire break with shovels in the forest to stop a forest fire. So they learn how to parachute. And they parachute in with big Kevlar suits to protect them from the branches when they land on trees on purpose. So with a big helmet, like a big football helmet, and a big Kevlar suit, and then a big pouch on your leg with a rappel rope. So they sent 2 sergeants up there to learn how to do this. They came back with all the equipment, and they taught us how to do it. And what you wind up doing is that you land on top of the tree just like that, called apexing the tree, you land right on top of it with the chute, and then you take the rappel rope, clip it to the risers on the parachute, and then you unhook your harness and rappel down. So we did that. In daylight, it worked great. We could see what you're doing. We did that. But then the CO of the company got the bright idea, let's do a night jump. So we try to do that at night, and at night you can't see what the fuck you're doing. So a bunch of us instead of landing on top of the treetops, our chutes hit the sides of the trees, and we're hanging there, and then our chutes would tear loose, and we'd fall. That's what happened to me.
Oh, wow.
So on the same night, multiple guys had that issue. I was the one that was worst injured. So about 75 feet up, I'm hanging in a tree, a little tall pine tree in Fort Lewis, Washington, and then my chute starts tearing loose, and as I'm getting ready to rappel down, the chute tears loose, and I fall and land on my ass and compression fracture in my spine. So my spine gets crushed like that. Yep. And I end up with a fused spine and 2 steel rods in my back.
Wow.
But years later, when I was living in Montana, I took my family to go do a tour of the Missoula smoke jumper school, right? And then one of the instructors was our tour guide. So I asked him, I said, hey, you guys ever try this at night? He's like, fuck no, you can't see what you're doing at night. I was like, I feel vindicated because this was my first exposure to the corruption in the military. My CO, when he wrote up the incident report, said that service member failed to properly navigate his parachute. So he blamed me, not the fact that they were doing a night jump for, I get it. I understand it's a dangerous mission, but hard training is dangerous. So it'd be one thing to say, okay, we were doing rough terrain parachuting. We were doing it at night, trying to be as realistic as possible. That's how he got hurt. Be a man, just man up. But no, it was his fault. He failed to properly navigate his parachute. I'm a trained paratrooper. That was jump number 36. So I knew how to parachute. But when you can't see what you're doing, what do you want guys to do?
Yeah, let's take a little side journey here.
So then to finish that up, so the military tried to put me out of the military with no disability. I had to call my senator's office. So my mom had to call. Yes, they wanted to discharge me with a fused spine. Spent like 6 months in a body cast. Fused spine, steel rods in my back, just discharged me with no disability. I had to go, at the time in Nevada, we were from Las Vegas at the time. That's where I went to high school. And my mom had to call Harry Reid's office, Senator Harry Reid. I'm not a fan of Harry Reid, but back then, his VA guy did the right thing for us. His veterans representative called the Army and said, hey, you got to give this guy, a hearing for a disability board. You can't just put him out with nothing. He's injured. So only because a senator stepped in did the Army do the right thing and give me a disability board. So that's the problem. That's my first lesson about how the brass, how the officers, from my captain all the way up to the Pentagon, how they treat the rank and file. That's how they treat you.
Yeah. So when I said
they treat you like shit.
Let's take a side trip here on the corruption in the military. I contend that any system, the more people that are involved, the more corrupt it will get. That's just human nature. So in your situation, was it that somebody would have to be accountable for your injuries, therefore they were trying to be dismissive with you? And it's like,
yeah, good question. Yeah, it could be a little bit of that, but I think it's also, I'm going to just be blunt, that by the time the higher someone gets among officers, like by the time they become a general, they're politicians. And I think David Hackworth, who wrote the really good book about FACE, he was a really well-decorated combat veteran from Korea and Vietnam. He wrote a really good book about that. He called them the perfume princes of the Pentagon. By the time
the generals.
They're just perfume princes. They're politicians, and they don't really care about the rank and file. They just don't. I think Hedseth right now does, because he comes from us. He was rank and file himself at one time.
Do you think it's beneficial that he's a younger guy?
No, I think it's beneficial that he's a soldier.
Yeah.
He's not just a career, bootlicking, ladder climbing, ticket puncher.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. I think he really genuinely cares about the men. And I'm not trying to whine and bitch like I'm not an exception to the rule. A lot of guys have been, shafted by their commanders and by the military when they've been injured. So it's just, I'm not the only one. I just bring that up to point out that was my first exposure. I was never really political. Always been, our family is very patriotic, but not political. I didn't consider myself Republican, Democrat, even know what that meant when I joined the Army. I just wanted to serve my country.
Yeah.
But that was my first taste of politics.
My son's a Marine, and, he'd share these stories with me about the higher ups. And I've had a couple Vietnam veterans on the podcast, and, they both kind of told the same story. They bring in these officers that have never been in combat, and they're driven to do, we need body counts.
Mm-hmm. They're worried about their career, so they want to show results.
Right. So the one guy, William Taylor Jr., he wrote this book behind you called On Full Automatic, Surviving 13 Months in Vietnam. And he talked about, he became the old salt. He was the guy he had the faded uniform. So when the new guys would come, the new officers, they'd go to him and they'd say, we're going to go on this night mission. And he's like, no, we're not. And he's like, are you disobeying orders? He's like, we're not doing that. We're not going to send our guys out to get killed. You know what I mean?
You go ahead, sir.
So,
lead the way.
So that's a small example of, as you rise up in the ranking systems, you're not even really concerned, some of them, about your guys, right?
Well, that's the problem. So I think the whole concept of officers versus enlisted is outdated and should be scrapped. It's ridiculous to get some guy, just because he went to college, now he's a lieutenant, doesn't know his ass from a hole in the wall, and he's over the gunnery sergeant or over the first sergeant who's been there for 20, 30 years, who knows what he's doing. That's ridiculous. It's stupid. It comes from the British system of aristocracy, that they're, blue blood aristocracy. They consider themselves above the common people. And so that's the officers. And most of them got their commissions because their family name or because they bought them. That's the problem in the British system too. You wind up with the absolutely incompetent buffoons leading men to their deaths. So, and the same problem is in this country. Just because a guy's a high school or college graduate, especially now, imagine what kind of woke nonsense these officers have all in their heads when they come to lead men in combat. It's just ridiculous. It should be scrapped. It should just be, you start off as a private and you work your way up. Should all be Mustangs. No officer should be an officer without being first enlisted, and then worked his way up to sergeant and actually like a platoon sergeant. And then he can go to some officer candidate school and turn him into an officer that can work his way up to being a general. But he better have been a grunt first. That's what I think.
Yeah.
That way you don't have buffoons leading men in combat. It's ridiculous.
And the same thing is in the corporate structure in America. You have people that are working hard and they're moving up and they're smart and they know how the systems work. Then they hire somebody out of college to be their boss. And then it becomes all that person cares about is being the decision maker instead of making the right decision. You know, the corporate structure is just it's quicksand, in my opinion.
It's probably as corrupt as the officer structure in the military. Yeah, very, very similar. Yeah. So you wind up with, like I said, incompetent buffoons who really don't care about the men. Because the ethos we learned is mission comes first, then the men come next. And then after that, only then does the leader worry about what happens to him. Mission, men, then the leader.
Yeah.
But usually it turns into, if they're officers, usually it's them first, their career first. You know, they'll throw you right under the bus for their career. Or like you were talking about, guys in Vietnam, and I'm sure it happened. I wasn't in Iraq or Afghanistan because I was injured before that happened. So, but I'm sure it's the same thing. You get officers, what they really care about is what's going to look good on their record, that they had a successful mission. So they want to throw the guys into a meat grinder, and they don't really care what happens to the rank and file. They're not going. They're sitting back in the in the AO, or back behind the operations line, back in the fob.
So before we move forward with your story, is there anything from childhood to military that we left out?
I went to 5 high schools. My mom was nomadic. She'd grown up like that, moving from place to place. And so that just carried over in her life, you know, and she went through 5 marriages and moved all over the place. Lived in Oklahoma for a while when I was a kid, then Vegas. So I went through 5 high schools, 3 in Vegas, 1 in Arizona where my father lived in Mesa, and then the 1 in California in Brentwood. So 5. So it bounced around a lot.
When you're in high school, are you the type of person that you have the ability to make friends, or were you more solitary?
I was always a new kid. I was an avid reader. You know, I read at college level when I was like 10. Mm-hmm. So I just read a lot. And because we're always moving, I'm always a new kid, you know. I started wrestling a little bit when I was in Vegas, but I was working at nights to help put food on the table for a family. And
what were some of your jobs then?
So I worked at Carl's Jr., Popeye's Chicken, Schlotsky's sandwich place in Las Vegas. You know, so I just did that in California and in Vegas. Just worked.
Did you find, like me, because I worked at McDonald's, that the chains are very systematized, the way they do everything? Did that help you with?
Not really. I mean, I just, you know, my work ethic was strong from my family background, so you know that's no big deal. That's a lot easier than picking grapes. I'll tell you that. Yeah. So working in the back in the kitchen. I didn't want to be at the counter. I want to deal with people. I just want to make the food and they clean up at night. You know, so I started work swing shift. You can get off work at whatever it was, 11 o'clock at night. You got to clean the fryers out and all that stuff. You know. Yeah. So I just worked through high school. That's why I regret not being able to finish wrestling. I joined the team. It was really a lot of fun, but I had to drop out because I was working. Yeah. You know, couldn't do it. So, you know, regretfully. But years later, I did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I trained with Hoist Gracie.
Nice. The master himself.
Yeah. Well, actually, it was before the first UFC. I went down to the Torrance Academy because I read that Playboy article about the Gracies. You know, Horion Gracie, his older brother, did an article in Playboy that kind of went all over the place. And I was like, I want to learn that. Because when I got out of the Army, I trained a little bit in boxing, and Jeet Kune Do was a big thing back then, you know.
It's Bruce Lee style. Yeah,
so I did that a little bit. But I was like, I want to learn this ground grappling, ground fighting. So I went down to the Torrance Academy and did a 1-day seminar they were putting on, and Hoist was the guy teaching the class. You know, back then no one knew who he was. So I did this class, and I was like, this is pretty cool. You know, he taps the crap out of you. Everything you're doing is wrong. You know, like he'd mount you, and then he'd go to choke you, and your first instinct is to try to choke him back, which is dumb. Then he takes your arm and puts you in an arm bar. So I was like, this is really cool. So I would drive down with a friend of mine, a couple of friends of mine. We'd drive down from Vegas and go down to the Torrance Academy, like you know, on the weekends to go train there. And I got my blue belt from Hoist, which is just simply, he'd ask all the other guys, all the white belts, did you tap? Did he tap you? Did he tap you? If I'm tapping all the other white belts, he just pulled a blue belt out and threw it to me and said, there you go.
Nice.
Yeah, that's how they did it back then. If you tapped all the other guys, you got a blue belt.
Yeah, they changed MMA like that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So right after that, while I was there, he did the first UFC. And us students helped him prepare for it. They put boxing gloves on us and had us try to, you know, hit him while he's trying to shoot on us, and we couldn't lay a lick on him. Yeah, you know, he's on you. You know, stick to you like glue, and the next thing you know, you're on the ground. So we helped him prepare for his first UFC. Just, you know, all the students did.
That's cool.
It was cool. It was really kind of a cool little piece of history. So I remember he was getting ready to fight Frank Shamrock, and he's like, that's the second time. First time he tapped him out easy. And the second time, you know, Shamrock, I'm sure, went to school about what Gracie does.
And the guy was monstrous. He was big. And Gracie was not, right?
Yeah, and Shamrock is on steroids and whatever else, you know. So he's just preparing for that. And I said, good luck. He says, He's like in that Brazilian accent. He's like, Stewart, is not about luck. It's about skill. So that's
nice.
In that accent. I can't do the accent.
Yeah, I love it.
But it was cool. Then I went to college and I had to stop training jiu-jitsu. So I always focused on academics. I went to college in Las Vegas.
Did the military help you with the college?
The VA paid my way, voc rehab. At first, I was like, hey, I went to the VA rep. So I want to go to college, because I'm my family, even though my family was not a college kind of family, I was restless. I wanted to do something more than just work. I was parking cars at night. And then during the day, I was working in a gun shop, and I was a concealed carry instructor in a gun shop in Vegas.
Where were you parking cars?
Binion's Horseshoe at the time.
Were you making good dough doing that?
Oh, yeah. Hey, for Vegas.
They say that's the best job out there.
It's one of the best jobs. That and bellhop are one of the best jobs, But you see guys that are like, old men, 50 years old, still parking cars or still at the bellhop. I'm like, I don't want to be that guy. It's a good living for now, but I need something. I need an escape plan to get out of this and go do something with my brain. So I went to the VA and said, I want to go to college. And they said, well, we can send you to voc rehab. We can send you to a vocational school, like air conditioning, HVAC. What about one of those? Like, no, I want to go to college. And they said, all right, well, we'll use some aptitude test and see how you do. And I aced them. I got really good at taking tests. And they said, oh, okay, you are college material, but you got to start community college first. We'll see how you do there, because community college is a lot cheaper. So they paid my way. I did a year in community college, got straight A's. Then I transferred to UNLV there in Las Vegas, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and then they paid my way through college. And I got straight A's there too. And I graduated summa cum laude.
Awesome.
So it was an honors program. So the best I could academically coming from a small state school like that. And that's what gave me the shot at going to Yale Law School later. Yeah, I did got straight A's. It helped.
And this is off the subject. I'm a big Vegas guy. I've been here a bunch of times, and I like to play blackjack.
Right.
When you live in Vegas, I mean, is there...
I don't gamble.
That's what I was going to ask. Is there a lure for you to gamble?
No.
Did you ever try it?
No.
Oh, that's cool.
Of course, I'll sit and do a hand of blackjack with friends that are visiting. That's it. Because I would sit there. I worked graveyard on as a valet parker. And I'd watch these cocktail waitresses get off the swing shift. They get off with all their tips. They go sit at the slot machines, and all their tips go into the slot machines.
Wow.
Because they're hooked on gambling. They're just addicted to it. So I just never wanted to do that. I know better. Those casinos don't spring out of the desert on their own.
Oh, yeah.
They come from all the suckers that go there and think that they can beat the house. You can't beat the house.
And then let me ask you this. What was the relative approximate time span that you lived in Vegas?
So I went to Vegas. We moved in Vegas in 79. So right at the tail end of the old school Vegas, basically. So 79, Vegas was small. We moved there from Oklahoma. I was 15 years old. That's where I went. Like I said, within that 3 years, I went to 5 high schools. Just bounced all over the place. But we were in Vegas. That was our home. And I graduated from Clark High School in Las Vegas. Went to Vegas, Valley, and Clark in Vegas. I graduated from Clark High School. It's on the west end of the city. And then right out of that, straight into the Army. When I got out of the Army, came right back to Vegas. And then, like I said, parking cars. And
so in that time frame, my point I'm trying to get at is,
70s
did
and
you
80s.
see a huge construction boom in that short time frame that you were there?
Yeah, because when I was in high school, me and my friends I'd have a .22 rifle. I'd just sling it. We'd go walk from my house up on West Desert Inn and walk up into the mountains and go for the weekend. Just, you can't do that. If a kid in Vegas now shoulders a rifle and is walking through the neighborhood, they're going to the SWAT team's going to get called on them. But back then it was kind of a small town, and it was pretty rural outside of the city, So you were a lot of open desert. Now it's all houses. All the way to Red Rock is now houses. It's pretty sad, actually.
Yeah, I first went out there. My first trip, I was in my early 20s, so that would be in probably middle 80s, and it was, with no comparison to what it is now. I remember when they built the Mirage and the Luxor, and it was like,
I was there for that.
I
was actually a sculptor for a while. When I got out of the Army, while I was parking cars, my mom was a commercial real estate agent in Vegas, and she had a customer that moved from LA looking for a warehouse, and she helped them find a warehouse. But this guy was a commercial sculptor company. That's what he did. And you're looking for an artist, he told her. I'm looking for a sculptor. She's like, I got one for you. And I had never done sculpture, but she knew I was always drawing as I was a kid, and I would screw around like our mashed potatoes. One time at the Thanksgiving, I made a bunny out of it, So she knew I was artistic. She said, I got one for you. So she came to me and said, hey, he wants 2 mock-ups. One was a Minuteman from the American Revolution, And the other one was Liberty Leading the People, the painting by Delacroix. He wanted a sculpture like that. So I sculpted both of those in miniature.
Out of what?
Out of clay.
Clay, okay.
Yeah. And he liked it and hired me. So I left my valet job to go become a sculptor, like a professional sculptor full time for this guy.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a
From
trip.
mashed potatoes, right?
Yeah, from mashed potatoes to that. I'll show you the picture. I'll show it
That's
to you.
awesome, yeah.
But I worked for him for about a year, but he turned out to be a crack addict. And he just ruined his own business on crack. So just, too bad.
That's
but that was a weird experience. So like a Luxor hotel, some of the sculptures in there that are taken from ancient, hieroglyphics and all that. Yeah. Some of those are mine. Some of those are ones I made.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And I'll show you the one I made it ended up in the MGM theme park. This one sculpture, I'll bring it up while we're talking. But yeah.
And then send it to me and we'll put it, we'll put it on the podcast.
Yeah. I'll get that for you
Did
later.
you know Mendrick was a sculptor too?
Oh, no, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He talked
the
about
sheriff
that.
candidate?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. I'm going to see him tomorrow when I go watch their talk with Tyrone.
He started out as a very left liberal into arts and sculptor and living in Oak Park, which is a very liberal suburb. And I'm like, how the heck did you get here?
Right.
So
it's interesting because I wound up being an artist again. So if you don't mind me fast forwarding for a second. So I worked for Ron Paul after college. Then when I came back from working for Ron Paul in D.C. for a year, we can talk about that. But then I wound up I went to the Mirage looking for a job because my mom and my stepdad had run a jewelry store in Vegas. So I went to the jewelry counter and they're looking for a job, and I went and talked to the hotel manager. Called me. I put a resume in. Right, here's a sculpture I did for the MGM hotel. So
get out of here.
Yeah, I did that. That's that Delacroix painting, French painting. Liberty Leading the People.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I did that out of wet clay, and then did a. They weren't.
Is that you with all the hair there?
That's me when I had hair a long time ago. That's like 1995. Right. They wound up just doing a fiberglass paint. It's a fiberglass sculpture. They did a cast of it and cast it in fiberglass because bronze is too expensive.
Yeah.
So they just painted it fake bronze, but it was a really cool sculpture. But yeah, so I just every now and again I'd stumble into art. So because like when I was in going to UNLV, I took a sculpture class. I took an art class, a sculpture class. This is my only, she gave me an A-. It's my only A-. Everything else was straight A's, but she gave me an A-, I think, because she was jealous because she found out I had done that.
More politics even in college, right?
Yeah, she's the instructor, professor of sculpture or whatever. And she's like, how did you get that job? I said, I just kind of fell into it. She's like, well, do you have any training? I was like, nope. I think she got jealous. She gave me an A- for my class.
That's hilarious.
Even though my sculptures were awesome, But just this is politics. But yeah, so later when I got back from working for Ron Paul, looking for a job, went to the Mirage Hotel, and I'd put this in my application. And so the hotel manager saw that and she said, hey, come talk to me. She said, we need an artist in the Mirage. The dolphin habitat has a gift shop, and we want an artist in there. You ever seen where like you paint tourist names in letters in animal shapes? You seen that? Yeah. So that's what I did. She hired me to work in a gift shop. I would split the money with the hotel. I get to keep half, like $5 a letter. I get to keep half of it. Half goes to the gift shop. And I just sat there all day, and all I did is just paint tourist names, their kids' names or whatever, in different sea animals and like 2 palm trees.
Were you making decent dough doing that?
Oh yeah, because I worked all day, and sometimes I'd working into the night. So sitting over there when the gift shop closed, I'd go to another gift shop in the hotel that's still open. I'd sit there and do it. Yeah, so I wound up doing art twice in my life professionally, even though I never had any professional training.
So that's very cool. So I got to ask you this: you're hustling since you're a kid, right? You're grinded and you're making money
everywhere I can, right?
And so you're
sometimes
never
3 jobs.
You're never not without cash. So
no, we had some tough times. I've been through some tough times, but
I mean, so I'm talking more when you
always find a way. Yeah.
Oh, but you were also giving money to help the family. I was getting at, were you thinking in terms of like, I have some extra cash, I'm going to invest it, or I want to buy a house? None of that.
That was on my radar, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
gotcha.
it was on my radar screen or my worldview to be a homeowner or to invest in.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I just worked, and then after college, I wanted to go experience Washington D.C. I started getting involved in politics. So what switched me on with politically was right after I got out of the Army, a friend of my uncle's gave me a book by Ayn Rand called Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal, which is her nonfiction about capitalism, what real capitalism is versus, corporate fascism. government, and like Mussolini style fascism is a mix of big government and big business, and that's really what we have now. Sadly, it's not real capitalism. But that was a really good book. That's what turned me into a libertarian. Gave me my libertarian basis was that Ayn Rand book. So that kind of set I was already loyal to my country and very patriotic, but that gave me a philosophical base of libertarianism, and that's why when I went to go to DC, I'm thinking. A, I don't want to work for anybody that doesn't follow the Constitution. And B, I wanted to work for someone that understands liberty. And that was Ron Paul. He was the only one I could find.
Up until that point, you did go to college and you finished?
Yes.
And your degree was?
In political science.
Okay.
So I graduated summa cum laude, which is top of the top of the class. It's UNLV. A lot of people knock UNLV. Like I saw Mark Levin interview one time.
Yeah.
He's like knocking UNLV. It's like, look, it's a good state school, but I did well. I had good professors there. Really good professors, actually, for where we were. Awesome guys. And that prepared me for everything else that I did after that. Yale Law School after that was not hard because they had prepared me.
Okay,
they had a good honors program, so don't knock it. Even though it's known for basketball, they had a good honors program. Well, so in college, I become involved in politics, like I said, after I read that book when I first got out of the Army. So I became a conservative, libertarian conservative, and I was the president of the Political Science Honor Society at UNLV.
Okay.
So that's my first leadership position post-military was that. Yeah.
So what year did you graduate college?
98.
Okay. So 98 compared to now, was there a liberal bias in college back then?
Oh, sure. I had one professor who was a communist, sociology professor. He claimed to be an ex-communist. It's like, nah, because his class was all about capitalism is evil. Our natural order is collectivism. And what he's, of course, fooling the students with is that families can be collective, a tribe or a clan can be collective, like pooling their resources and sharing.
Sure.
But that's not what communism is. Communism is central power. The state owns everything, including you, and you're just a friggin' slave. That's what real communism is. And there was a girl there this was 1995, 96. There's a girl there who just was an immigrant from Poland who lived under communism. And her and I teamed up and just tore this guy a new one. Her from her own experience.
Right.
Me from my knowledge. I was a student of U.S. history. I understood work of the founding fathers. I understood what happened. And I'd read Solzhenitsyn's, the Gulag Archipelago. Mm-hmm. So I knew the story about communism. And I knew what he was doing. The sleight of hand he was pulling. He's trying to say, okay, this is the natural order of tribes, but this is what this is. Communism is like a tribe. No, it's not. It's the leader. It's the dictatorship of the proletariat. And I read Marx and Engels. That was part of my political science instruction. But baked into it is a dictatorship. That they say one of their goals is the dictatorship of the proletariat, right? It's a dictatorship. Supposedly it's supposed to only last long enough to purge out all the evil capitalists, and after that, they all live happily ever after in a stateless society. Well, you never get past the dictatorship of the proletariat. It never goes away. That's the problem with communism. First of all, you're already planning on having a dictatorship as part of your system. That's all our problems with Marxism. But that's the I just knew it was bullshit. I knew it was bullshit. But this guy was he was like, oh, I'm an ex-communist. No, you're still a communist. And then I would fire back at him, and her and I would go at it with him. But this is back in the days where he didn't dare give me an F in the class because that wasn't going to fly. There's no friggin' way you can justify that. So he didn't. I got an A in the class. I aced. It was all multiple choice tests anyway. I aced his stupid class. It was his way of trying to brainwash the students.
Right.
But we screwed up his plan. We threw a monkey wrench in it because every time he'd try to pull some crap out of his ass about socialism or whatever, we'd be like, nope, that's not how it really works. Here's how it really works. And she'd say, I lived under it. I can tell you how it really goes. You don't know what you're talking about. So, yeah, it was fun.
What winds up happening, and I wrote about this too, the one thing that never changes, that's never changed since the beginning of time, is human nature. Right. So when the brain gets a true taste of wealth and power, it's like heroin for the brain, and you cannot shut it off. So in any system, whether it's capitalism or communism or socialism, somewhere in the line that someone's going to be exposed to that wealth and power, and they're going to take over. So in communism, all the people are kind of suppressed and oppressed, but they're producing, right? they're producing and they're making stuff and money's coming in and the money's getting kicked up here.
Whatever is, what little is being created is being kicked to the dictator.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So it all gets kicked up. So we're all living equal, but these guys, just an interesting sidebar.
Well, that's why when Orwell wrote Animal Farm, that was the point. All animals are created equal, but then later it turns into, but some animals are more equal than others. And at the end of the story, the pigs are living in the house like the farmer, right? Yeah, because they took over. Sitting at the table, sipping coffee.
This is just a crazy side story, but Billy Joel was like one of the first artists to go to Russia. And he's telling the story, and he said, and he was real popular in Russia. We'd go to these big venues, and like the first 10 rows would be empty. There'd be nobody in there, and everybody would be sitting beyond the 10 rows. And that was because those 10 rows were for the Politburo, and then they would come in late, and they'd have their mink coats on and whatever. They were the ultra wealthy, but these were the people running the government. So, everybody else is sitting in the back, and they're basically normal citizens living an oppressed life, and then the people running the government are rich, right?
Yeah,
so that's communism. So.
Exactly. Well, it drives me crazy when I'll see people, even conservatives, like, well, socialism has good goals, and it has, ideally, if it worked, it'd be great. But it doesn't work. That's what they say. No, it's not. It has no good goals. It's like I said, baked into Marxist theory is a dictatorship of the proletariat. A dictatorship. He calls it the dictatorship of the proletariat, but it's always a dictatorship of the top henchmen, starting with Lenin or Stalin and Pol Pot or Mao. It's always a dictator. So baked into it is dictatorship. That's my point. Is it's an evil system from the start. Because they deny human nature. They want to tell you that that everything around you is a social construct. Now we know, I guess Marx missed this, but I guess gender is also a social construct. It's odd that back then, like Orwell, when he wrote 1984, there was still a man and a woman as the two main characters, right? But then he missed it. He didn't realize it was going to come to a day where the communists not only was 2 + 2 = 5, but there's no such thing as gender. Even Orwell, in his worst nightmares, couldn't imagine where we are now. How stupid this is. How ridiculous it is. That's where it leads, though. Like absolute destruction of connection to reality. Denial of reality. That's where we are.
I agree. So let's pause on this and talk about history, because you're a historian, and I am too, not as... I don't have an advanced degree like you do.
Oh, I don't have a degree in history.
No. I meant, I don't mean that. But you're much more well-read. And I'm going to do a podcast on this. Most people in our country don't know history.
Yeah,
and that's a problem, because history actually gives us some predictive powers and gives us the ability to look at the now and compare it to the then and see similarities, right? So we not only don't know our own history by and large, we also don't remember our own personal history, right? Because today's events are tomorrow's history. So, like, for instance, I've had many discussions about COVID and the vaccine and all the crazy nonsense. And it's like, when the shot came out, they go, take one shot, you will not get COVID and you will not transmit COVID. And they were stern about it, right? Well, there would be no reason for you not to get the shot. Well, there would be reasons that I came up with, but
I didn't get the shot. So I knew better.
So people got the shot, and then the shot didn't work, which we knew it wouldn't. Not only didn't work, it went in the reverse.
Right.
And then now the narrative changed. Well, you might need a booster. They had already forgotten that a few months ago they were firm on this. This is the science.
They didn't forget it. They slipped it under the rug.
Well, whatever it is.
They wanted you to forget it.
They denied the history. And it's like, if you and I are standing on the street corner, shoulder to shoulder, we witness a car accident, and then the police come to get our version of the story. Your story won't match mine. And then if they ask you to retell your story a week later or a month later, your own story won't match your own story. So then you go, what is history? What are the facts? And that's why...
Well, that's why you got to write it down at the time. Like when I was a lawyer, you tell your client, first thing you say is immediately sit down and write out what happened. That way you've got it fresh in your memory and write it down.
Correct.
Right.
And the sad part is, in our society today, we can have a video of the car accident, and be both watching the video over and over again and come up with a different description.
Well, we can watch Charlie Kirk's assassination video, for example, and because we don't trust the narrative put out by anybody nowadays,
Correct.
for good reason, you wind up with people not trusting what they're seeing and trying to figure out. And of course, some of the things we're seeing don't make sense.
Correct.
You know, like where's all the blood, for example? If you get shot in the neck with a 30-06, you're practically decapitated, probably. You know, so that's a pretty
right. And we don't have to pause on Charlie Kirk, but I thought the same thing. A 30-06 rifle is powerful enough to go through your chest plate, your spine, and out the back door.
Well, he wasn't. I don't think he was wearing body armor. I don't think he was.
But I'm just saying it. So for him to get hit in the neck and there be like no exit wound it's not even possible.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. I mean, I'm a hunter. I hunted in Montana with a 308. I've been a shooter all my life. It's not consistent with a 30-06 round. And I've watched interviews with snipers who are like, no, that's not consistent with a 30-06 round at all. And then the behavior, like, hey, how come there's not blood all over the hands on the clothing of the guys that are carrying them, you know, to the vehicle? How come you don't see blood everywhere from a carotid artery shot? There'd be blood everywhere.
I agree.
Yeah, so it doesn't make any sense. So yes, you can, and now with AI, that's the other thing we can't trust. You can make videos showing almost anything nowadays. So,
amen.
And I think that's part of the insidious plan of them, the elites, is to destroy any kind of moral compass, any kind of ability to discern reality from fiction, and just tear away your ability to know what's real.
Is it the classic divide and conquer?
Sure. That's part of that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, like in 1984, the party tells them what is reality. The party decides what's real and what's not. And we saw that here in the United States. The party, during the Biden administration, told people what was real and what's not real about the election, about COVID, about January the 6th, about anything you can think of, about gender. You know, the reality is, now the party's decreed, there's no such thing as gender. That's also a social construct. Ignore, you know, the chromosomes and all that. That's also, science is racist and science is sexist. They're going way beyond, like I said, anything that Orwell would have dreamed of. They're going all the way. But that's, to me, looking back on it, that's not a surprise. If the communists are telling you that reality is a social construct, only 2 + 2 = 5, the party will tell you what's real or not, then of course it would go to anything. Nothing's off the table. Anything can be now destroyed, deconstructed.
And then the mechanism for all of this is the psyop, right? It's the repetition of the
Propaganda.
words over and over again, and people's minds actually get rewired.
Yeah.
And they don't even know it's happening, correct?
That's right. And that's why a really good essay that Alexander Solzhenitsyn wrote, he was the author of the Gulag Archipelago, spent 10 years in the Gulag for nothing except frontline soldier in combat against the Germans in World War II, bellyaching to his brother about how they're not getting adequate supplies to fight the fight. And because he did that, some political commissar read his letter, and boof, off to the gulags he goes. When he gets out, though, the guy's got stones. He wrote an essay, said, "Live not by lies." You can look it up online. It's really only 2-page essay.
I have to read that
book. It's a fantastic, well, just the essay is just 2 pages.
Okay.
Live not by lies. You can find that online. But yeah, I would encourage the listeners to, you know, it's a 3-volume set, the Gulag Archipelago. He writes about, and why he called it the Gulag Archipelago is that there were little detention facilities all over Russia. Just like in the United States, there's jails, county jails all over the United States are used to house federal prisoners. That's what happened to me. It happened to all my J6 brothers and sisters.
Yeah,
we were putting it in county jails. So the Gulag Archipelago is all the little Gulag detention facilities in the Soviet Union all over the country. That's why he called it the archipelago, a chain of islands. But in the essay, Live Not by Lies, he said, the regime lives on lies. Everything around you is a lie. That's what supports the regime, is a stack of lies. He said the first line of resistance is not to participate in the lie. Even though lies permeate everything around us, don't let it be through us, not through me. That's be your first line of resistance. If you're in a meeting and lies are being told, get up and walk out. Don't repeat a lie. Don't participate in a lie. That was his first step. And they didn't have freedom of speech in the Soviet Union. So we're afraid to open our mouths. We're sent off to an insane asylum or off to the Gulag. But at least we can not participate. That's our first line of resistance. If you can't do that, basically he said you deserve to be a slave. That's what he pretty much said.
Right. So do not participate means
live not by lies. Do not participate. Don't repeat a lie.
Yes.
Like Joe Biden's president of the United States. I never refer to Joe Biden as president of the United States because that's a lie. I always call it the Biden regime, because he was not duly elected, not constitutionally or lawfully elected. And I refuse to back up on that because it's the truth.
You can think that there was cheating, but when you actually look at the numbers of voters, like
supposed voters,
the X amount of millions of voters that vote total, right? Each presidential election is X, and it usually stays within these parameters. But then we have 10 or 20 million extra voters for the Biden thing.
Right.
And the statisticians and mathematicians have determined it's such a statistic anomaly. It can't happen.
Well, it doesn't pass the smell test for common sense. So Barack Obama, the first black president of the United States, gets 60 million votes the first time. I believe it was 65 the second time. Hillary Clinton, the first woman president candidate, right? She gets, well, not really, but that's what they said. But she gets what, 60, same thing, about 60 million votes.
And that's with juice and the results too. So,
and then Biden gets this 82 million votes. Like you said, an extra almost 20 million votes. And then Kamala Harris gets back to 60 again. This is massive spike. That's an anomaly. Where did it come from?
Statistically impossible.
Yeah, it's impossible. So, well, here's where I'm at. Not saying because I went to Yale Law School, just common sense. I can read. I read Article 2 of the Constitution. It says the state legislature shall determine the manner for selecting electors, period. That wasn't done in 2020. The states had passed laws. Before, state legislatures used to pick the electors directly themselves. But then after, last 2 generations, they passed legislation in the state tying it to the popular vote, right? But the state legislature sets forth the election laws that determine the election, how elections run in the state, and then from that, your electors are picked. That's how we do it. We tie it to the popular vote in the state, but pursuant to the laws passed by the legislature. That wasn't done in 2020. They directly violated state election laws all across the country, and that made it illegal under state election law, but also unconstitutional under Article 2, because the state judges can't do it. Election officials in the executive branch can't do it. Only the legislature can modify or change the manner for selecting electors. That's why I don't have to prove that the fraud happened. I just have to say it was unconstitutionally illegal. And the Supreme Court of the United States should have taken the case when Texas, the Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton, sued Pennsylvania about this, saying, hey, you violated Article 2 of the Constitution because your judges have changed or violated the state election laws in Pennsylvania. And 20 other states jumped on board. And so it should have been just like in 2000 with Bush v. Gore. Supreme Court stepped in that case through Article 2 and said, you're not, in Florida, when you count the hanging chads, you have to comply with Florida election laws because Article 2 says the legislature determines the manner for selecting electors. You have to follow the election law established by the legislature of Florida. That's how they enforced the election laws of Florida through Article 2. And that's why Bush won, not Gore, because the Supreme Court stepped in and did their job. This time in 2020, the Supreme Court sat on their hands. Only Alito and Thomas were, hey, we have no discretion because when one state sues another, it's under the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is the trial court in those disputes. You don't have to go to a district court federal judge and then on to an appellate court and then the Supreme Court on certiorari, which is discretionary review. It goes straight to the Supreme Court as the trial court. So Alito and Thomas were like, wait, we have no discretion not to hear this case. But Roberts, Comey Barrett, and Kavanaugh sided with the leftists on the court and said, oh no, we're going to, they made up some excuse. I think it was some kind of standing bullshit, but they made up an excuse not to take the case and sat on their hands. That's what threw us into a constitutional crisis in 2020. They pulled a coup, well-organized coup. They later admitted it in that Time magazine article in February of 2021. They have a limited hangout admission that, yes, we all got together. They called it How We Saved Democracy, that liberals and Republicans worked together across the country to institute, they called it new rules to deal with COVID-19 to save democracy. What they really do, they're admitting that these are the people that conspired to pull a coup to stop Trump from being reelected.
And that wasn't the only one. They tried the coup before, right? The Russian dossier and all that nonsense. Yeah. And again,
This was a successful coup. They installed their puppet.
Right there, that's true.
Yeah.
So it's remembering history, right? So people are watching their CNN and MSNBC and all that stuff, and he's a Russian. He colluded with the Russians. We have the dossier, all the left politicians, everybody,
Right.
on and on and on for a year or two, and then it just goes away. You don't recognize that my news channel told me over and over again that this was the case, and it wound up not being the case. Wouldn't you want to just at least question, like, what's going on with my news station here?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But people, they're so psyoped. It's quite fascinating.
One of the blessings, or one of the silver linings, like when I was a political prisoner, I kept in mind the story of Joseph, and what he told his brothers when he finally reunited with them after they sold him into slavery, and then in Egypt he was put in prison. He went through hell. But when he was, he had climbed to the top, became Pharaoh's number one guy, and he had organized, 7 years of plenty, 7 years of lean, prepared for the famine. And so when his family showed up begging for food, that's when he revealed himself to his brothers. They thought he was going to be, behead them or something. But he said, hey, stand up, you're good. Because what you meant for evil, God used for good. So I think it's the same with what happened with us in this country. Because they did COVID-19. COVID was a huge wake-up call for so many Americans. I just had lunch with some awesome patriots here locally that was their wake-up call. I was talking to the wife, and she said, yeah, that was my wake-up call. What was your red pill moment? She said 2020 and the COVID-19. That's what did it. That's what woke her up. And I think that by them jumping the shark and just going full retard on all this stuff and going from broke with COVID, it was so ridiculous that people could see through it. And the same goes for the 2020 election. I think the same goes for January the 6th and persecution after that. With Biden, those people, the left, have been calling, like me and Oath Keepers, my organization, white supremacists and anti-government and all this nonsense and fascist for years. But now, when Biden came in, he's standing in front of Independence Hall, backlit with red. Remember that? With
Hell yeah, what's that whole thing?
2 Marines standing behind him.
That was right out of the Satan playbook. Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah,
it's crazy.
It's like watching Joseph Stalin. He's standing there and declaring that MAGA, the entire Trump supporter universe, half the country, is the greatest threat to democracy in U.S. history. That we're all fascist and totalitarian and anti-government. You're both anti-government and fascist at the same time somehow. So that just declared them all.
Right.
So in other words, the labels they had used against some of us were now being used against everyone on the political right. And so an average Joe looked at himself going, you're trying to say that I'm a Nazi, I'm a racist, and I hate my country because
You're
I'm
demonizing
anti-constitution?
half the country.
Yeah, I know I'm not a Nazi. I know I'm not a racist. So now they know that everything you see out of that mouth of that puppet, Biden's a puppet, is just bullshit. And everything you see on TV is bullshit. Because they started using the same label against everyone. They went too far. They jumped the shark.
You know what really disturbed me during that?
Which I thought was great. Fantastic.
Dorothy was in the kitchen and I was sitting in my chair watching it. And he said, I'm starting to lose my patience with the unvaccinated. I go, did he just say that?
Yeah.
Like,
you're super spreaders. If you're not vaccinated, somehow you're a super spreader of a disease they think is going to hurt the vaccinated. Well, why would it hurt the vaccinated if they're vaccinated?
There's no logic in that.
It's just stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. I got exiled from an annual gathering for my best friend who died of cancer. It turned out I was the only one of the 19 people who got together that wasn't vaccinated, and they forbid me to come to the thing.
Right.
And I'm like, does it make sense that you guys are protected and I'm not? Technically, I'm the one at risk.
Why are you worried about me if you're vaccinated?
There's no logic in that whatsoever.
Well, because they shifted, like you said, they shifted the goalpost. It became, instead of, it's going to prevent you from getting it, it will help you have a less severe
it'll
case.
Minimize it.
Yeah. So no, actually it doesn't even do that. It makes you worse. You would be better off with nothing.
I am well studied on that.
Yeah, it's awful. It's awful. I got it in 2020, and I knew I had something real because I lost my taste of
Same thing happened to me.
Smell.
Yeah,
because you had some people who are like, this doesn't even exist. I think there really was something because, like I said, I lost my taste of smell and taste. Sense of taste and smell,
which sucks, by the way.
Yeah, it does. But I found Stella Manuel online. She was doing the telemeds, and so I did a telemed with her on my computer. She prescribed me some hydroxychloroquine, vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc,
Yep.
and then
Winning formula right there.
and then a Z-Pack.
Z-Pack. Yep.
Yeah, that's
the three-prong approach.
He kicked it in like 3 days. I was done.
And then do you remember Trump did he got COVID when he was president, and they go, "Did you take anything?" And he said hydroxychloroquine on a press conference.
Right.
Don't you think that should have been world news? Like, this is how the president treated himself?
Brushed it under the rug.
Never heard about it again.
Instead, they say, "Oh, he tried to say to take bleach." This is a sick thing, is that our medical establishment, and I'm talking right down to the doctors and nurses in the hospitals, were complicit in mass murder.
I'm with you.
Because just like with Germany, that they were just following orders because they were afraid to lose their job. Same kind of pressure. You go to the Holocaust Museum in D.C. You can go online and find a write-up in the Holocaust Museum on a website about why Germans, even they're not doctrine, believing, Kool-Aid drinking Nazis. Why do they follow all this stuff? And they talk about the pressure to keep your job. And if people can recognize this, leftists, I'm sure, wrote that about the Holocaust in Germany. They can recognize the pressure people are under to go along to save their jobs. Same thing that Solzhenitsyn wrote about in an essay. Live not by
right
lies.
Out of the playbook, isn't it?
Back to human nature. Human nature means that people will tend to go along to get along to save their job. That's just the way it is. It doesn't make it right, but that's the reality of human nature. You got to watch out for, and that's what happened to our medical profession. I know good nurses and doctors who refused to go along with it and lost their jobs. Others quietly gave people placebos instead of the shot. Mm-hmm. That's what's that's also happened. So, but it's no different. And this is going back to the founding fathers. That was their wisdom. They didn't trust standing armies for that very reason. A man whose whole life is wrapped up in being a professional officer, back to the perfumed princes of the Pentagon, right? But they recognized that. That's why they didn't trust standing armies. They wanted us, the people, as the militia, to be the bedrock of our protection here, to repel invasions, suppress insurrections, and execute the laws of the Union. Those are the three purposes that you look at Article 1, Section 8. Congress has the power to provide for calling forth the militia for those three purposes. So what this really means, under the founders' original vision of this country, there shouldn't be an FBI or a DEA or any federal alphabet agencies. Whatever the proper constitutional laws of the Union, like immigration laws, I would say, are counterfeiting, it's according to Article 1, Section 8, it should be the militia enforcing. When the president needs help, he should be calling us up to go help. So that's why I think what he's doing, like with calling the National Guard out to go in the various states, is completely constitutional, because the National Guard is part of the militia. The National Guard is the organized militia according to federal statute. And the rest of us are defined in federal statute now as the unorganized militia. We're all in the militia. 17 to 45, we're all in the militia by federal statute to this day. And if you're a veteran, it's up to age 64, you'd be called into federal service. So when President Trump calls forth the militia, he could call all of us. I think he should, actually. But he's calling the organized militia the National Guard. He's using them, I think, well within his bounds, because he's executing the laws of the Union. He's enforcing federal law. He's calling on part of the militia to go do that. And he could also call us all up to be on the border to repel the invasion. He could call us all up to be going anywhere in the country to suppress the open insurrection by the left that's happening right now. And I called him in to do this in 2020 and open letters to him. So it kind of goes full circle, that the founders didn't trust standing armies for good reason, because of human nature. We saw that, unfortunately, with law enforcement officers during COVID around the country. Quite a few of them enforced ridiculous edicts, like arresting somebody for walking down the beach without a mask on, all by themselves. Or some guy paddleboarding by himself. Well, you can't be out on the beach because there's been an edict by the governor or the mayor. You got
the ridiculousness of all that.
Stupidity. And these are guys that, why are they doing that? Why are they just following orders? Because they're worried about their pension. They're worried about having a roof over their kids, wife and kids, bread on the table and a roof over their heads. That's just human nature.
That's the definition of coercion, right?
Right. So you're never going to get rid of human nature.
Nope.
You're never going to get rid of that weakness. But that's why, let's take a good look at what the founders designed. They didn't want us to have standing armies. And I think I would include, I'm going to piss off some police officers, but guess what, brother? You're part of a standing army too. If you're a professional police officer in your community and your whole livelihood is wrapped around being a cop and your identity is wrapped around being a cop, you're a standing army. But you took that same oath. So the right thing to do is if you're ordered to do something like confiscate the firearms of the American people, or to violate their right to free speech, or to stand down. We saw this across the country. It's why we stood up a lot of times and helped people, because we'd see police officers standing down under orders from politicians to not protect people, to not protect Americans who are just expressing their right to free speech or just out there, being, grassroots journalists. We see it right now.
Oh, yeah.
You see it across the country with cops in Democrat-controlled areas obeying what I think are unconstitutional orders to not protect people. So, but that's just human nature. So every one of those guys is going to make a decision when it comes right down to it. What are you going to do? You're going to do the right thing, or are you going to go along and get along and do the wrong thing in violation of your oath? And I've got no fucks to give when it comes to excuses about why.
And this is a struggle with me because, I'm a Christian and I want to afford people grace and forgiveness, but we're also called to stand against the, tyranny or Satan,
right,
or whatever you want to call it. And so it's an internal struggle with me.
Right.
Like, I want to have a little bit of empathy, like you need your job and all that, and I get it, but I'm like, no, because your compliance is ruining it for all of us. You're ruining our society for all of us.
Well, it goes back to the oath. Our oaths, whether it's my oath as a paratrooper or a cop's oath, at the end of the oath is always "so help me God." It's really a promise to God that you're going to do what you say you're going to do. So when you are a police officer, you're taking an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of your state. That's how your oath goes. Like when I was sworn in to clerk for the Arizona Supreme Court after law school, I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Arizona. So a cop does the same exact thing. He's swearing an oath to both constitutions, the federal and the state constitution. And it ends with "so help me God." And the people of this country are trusting you to honor that oath and keep your obligation, fulfill your duty to protect their rights. And that's why that oath is there. The founders, in their genius, put that requirement in Article 6 of the Constitution itself. It said that every officer, legislative, executive, and judicial, of every branch, including the federal government and the states, must take an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. It's in the Constitution. It's not some good idea or a tradition. It's a legal requirement in the supreme law of the land, the Constitution of the United States. And the genius of the founders was that chain of command, all the way down from the president down to the local dog catcher, at any point can be severed if there's an unlawful order given, an unconstitutional order. Only takes that one man to say, no, I'm not going to do that. And we've seen examples throughout history of that being done.
We jumped ahead a little bit. We got to the point where you went to work for Ron Paul. So yeah. I'm really interested in your part of the story when how all of your thoughts evolved, to come to a head with the formation of Oath Keepers. So take me through
Sure.
the things that happened to you.
Well, I worked for Ron Paul for a year. Of course.
Tell me about him, because I wasn't into politics. I heard a lot of good things about him.
So he ran first as a libertarian, I believe, as a libertarian for president. He was a doctor, delivered babies. That's all he ever did. So he was a what do they call that? I forget the name of it now. He was delivered babies his whole career. That's what he did, obstetrician. So that's what he did. And then he ran for president as a libertarian, and then he ran for Congress as a Republican, because the only way you're going to win in this country is just run as a Republican for the most part.
Right.
So he became a Republican, pro-life libertarian. That's the best way to describe him. Because he was an obstetrician, because he delivered babies for a living, he knows that's a living person, it's a human being. So as a libertarian, it's like, I believe in individual liberty, but that's also a person. So that person has rights too. That's why he's pro-life. And so free market economics, steeped in the von Mises tradition of Austrian economics, very well schooled on economic policy, how ridiculous the Federal Reserve is, all the problems of central decision making. Von Mises wrote about this in all of his books. So Ron Paul understands all that. He's got a really strong philosophical base in liberty and believing in free markets and believing in choice. You own your own body. You own the products of your own labor. You should be making your own decisions. And the more centralized the decision making, the more inaccurate and wrong it tends to be. That's why communism also fails, because they try to have central planning of what should be left to the market. to individual decisions. All the market is people making their own decisions. So a good friend of mine, Shane Krauser, is really also a really good philosophical base, but he teaches Constitution classes. He used to teach a bunch of classes with Glenn Beck. Him and I are going to be teaming up to teach classes together. But one thing he talks to people about, and this comes right out of Ron Paul's playbook, do you want to be left alone? And he talks to college students and high school students and everybody. And usually the answer is yes. Do you want to be left alone? Yes. Do you believe everyone should have to follow the rules, including the government? Have to follow the rules. And the rule book, of course, in our country is the Constitution of the United States. And the answer is always yes. Everyone should follow the rules. And the third thing is should you be able to keep what you earn? You go out and bust your ass to build something, you should be able to keep that for yourself. And some students are like, well, I don't know, because they've been brainwashed with socialism nonsense. But by the time he gets to the end of the class, they're like, yeah, I want to be able to keep what I earn. Those are 3 bedrock questions for most people. Most people say yes. You're working your ass off. You should be able to decide what you do with that. And do you want to be left alone? Do you want your children left alone? Or do you want teachers brainwashing your kids, trying to convince them that they're really a boy or really a girl or whatever, that they're really gay or whatever they're trying to put in their heads? Or do you want your kids to be left alone? Of course, the answer is usually yes. So comes back to fundamental principles of liberty. Do you believe that, like Jefferson said, men are endowed by in the Declaration of Independence, we're endowed by a creator with certain inalienable rights, life among them, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. What does pursuit of happiness mean? Well, it means whatever you think is going to bring you happiness. That's up to you. And the only time anyone should be able to tell you what you can and can't do with your own body or your own mind or your own, the product of your own labor is if you impact somebody else directly and infringe on their rights. Like Jefferson said, my rights end at your nose. I can swing my arms all I want, do whatever I want to do until I impact with your nose, setting aside his crime of slavery, of course. But philosophically, he was right, even though he was still living in the paradigm he was in, and he knew it was wrong. And he wrote in his notes on the Constitution of Virginia, he wrote about the horrible, caustic effects of slavery, that a child that is raised as a slave owner's son learns to be an oppressor from a very young age. So he wrote about all the evils in the notes on Virginia. So, but my point is that has to be our bedrock. And it is our bedrock. In our country, our bedrock is that Lockean Western philosophical basis of the Scottish Enlightenment, that you own your own body, you own your own mind, that you have inalienable rights given to you by your creator. That's our bedrock. And that's where we come from. And when we get off that track because we don't like drugs or we don't, whatever it is you don't like, that you don't like what someone's doing with their own body, with their own time, with their own life, but you think it's somehow wrong, that's when we get screwed up. We start trying to go around and police each other. And we have to get back to that bedrock of, hey, you might screw yourself up like alcohol. We tried prohibition and didn't work because you can't stop people from getting drunk when they want to get drunk. It's just going to happen. All you lead to is corruption. You got corrupt cops, corrupt politicians. I watched I'm in prison. I'm watching a documentary about prohibition. And I was a GED tutor in prison. I was teaching GED classes and ACE classes, those classes that guys can take to,
get a diploma or whatever.
Well, to get their GED, but also the ACE classes were also designed, when Trump signed the First Step Act, he gave guys in prison a pathway. That's why so many of the prisoners love Trump, actually. Like 95% of the guys in prison where I was at, Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Native American, all love Trump because Trump gave them the First Step Act. He signed that into law that gave them a pathway to go home years earlier, to go home back to their families years earlier. But part of that is you have to take classes. They call them ACE classes. I forgot what it stands for, but I was one of their instructors for ACE classes too. So I was planning, I got set free, of course, on inauguration night, thankfully, 2025, but I was going to do a class on prohibition. And because my insidious purpose for doing that is that when you look at the history of prohibition and watch this documentary, it lines up exactly with what's going on now with prohibition of drugs. Prohibition of alcohol, they outlawed alcohol, but there was all kinds of exceptions. A doctor could write a prescription. So you had across the country, doctors were turning out thousands of prescriptions for alcohol and making lots of money, very similar to turning out prescriptions for opioids. Same thing. You had one guy was a bootlegger in the video talking about he used to deliver, it was his son talking about when he was a kid, his dad used to take him to go to deliveries in Washington, D.C. They go right into the Senate with a big big satchel full of alcohol into the Senate chambers to go give the senators their alcohol, go deliver it. So, corrupt politicians, corrupt cops, nothing changes. The war on drugs is the same way. It leads to the same corruption. It leads to the same travesties. In prison, guys were getting high all around me. I didn't take any of that stuff. But there were guys, falling out from deuce overdoses. That's that synthetic marijuana that they just spray on paper and gets smuggled in.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, but
yeah. But its point is, in some prisons, you can get heroin, you can get cocaine, you can get anything you want. Where I was at, they were tighter on what can come in, but guys were still getting high on this stuff they sprayed on paper and then smuggled in the mail. You can't stop it. You can't stop people from using drugs. It's just dumb to even try. It really is. But a lot of conservatives, they just lose their minds with the war on drugs. They want to, like in Texas right now, is a split among conservatives, among Trump supporters, good people, but some of them want to ban any THC related anything, Delta 8, Delta 9, any of those, close almost there, drugs that are being sold. They want to ban them all. They want to put the genie back in the bottle. They want marijuana to be legal, and they're coming out with all kinds of studies. They're showing you about how bad it is for you. And my point is, look, man, alcohol is bad for you too. Alcohol still to this day, kills people all across the country. Alcohol poisoning or driving drunk, guys, they drink themselves into a grave. You can't stop it though. We tried, it didn't work. Why do you think you're going to be able to stop it when people are using street drugs?
Okay, so with drugs then, are you saying there shouldn't be any drug crimes then?
It should be just like alcohol. I believe it should be made legal. That way people they want to use it, they can go get it from a store where they can buy it, where it's not going to kill them. Like the fentanyl is killing, 100,000 Americans a year?
That's the number I hear.
That's right. Because we have people that refuse to let people do what they want with their own bodies because they think they know better. You wind up, I know several ladies in Texas, good people that are conservative political activists whose children have been lost to fentanyl. I know a fellow J6er, her adult son died of a fentanyl overdose.
Yeah, I know a bunch too.
This is horrific. And the communist Chinese, our enemies, are using fentanyl as a weapon of war against us. That's fifth generation warfare. They know that's a vulnerability in this country because we have this illegal market in drugs that, of course, the border's wide open. All the drugs keep coming. Even to this day, they're coming across because there's money to be made in this black market. And they know they can poison and kill our military age young people. Young men and women are being killed with fentanyl. I would rather those kids be able to go to a store and buy an actual opioid if they want one. Whatever their issue is, treat them for that issue, help them out, put them in rehab or whatever. But to let them be murdered by our communist enemies because you're afraid to let them have the freedom to go to a store. Instead, you want them to go to buy drugs on the street instead. Is that what you really want? Want to go buy drugs on the street?
From our mortal enemies.
Right. And then now they're being killed. They don't deserve to die. They have a drug issue. Help them with that drug. Just like there's an alcoholic. You want to go kill all the alcoholics? So that's where I got in a bad, heated argument. I went and spoke. I was doing a speaking tour for True Texas Project all over Texas. And they loved me because I talked about J6 and we were persecuted and hey, bedrock's on the Constitution. But out in the parking lot afterwards, they're in favor of rolling back the clock and stopping anything, Delta 8, Delta 9, medical marijuana. They want nothing in Texas. They're like, oh, this is bad for you. And it might be. I don't smoke pot because I know that it makes you stupid long term. But my point to them is, well, this leads to the opioid problem we have on the streets right now and the fentanyl overdoses. But the bottom, one of them actually said, well, if they can't get off drugs, then frankly, once they're arrested 3 times, should be 3 strikes, you're out. They should be executed. Like, okay, now we're getting to the truth. You believe that a person that has a drug problem at the end should just be executed and killed. So you don't really care these kids are overdosing on fentanyl. That's kind of where it went. So this is the problem with people that are like, but yet they're chain smokers. I know one lady, lovely lady, wonderful person. She's a chain smoker. I said, do you want us to ban cigarettes? They're bad for you. She's talking about how bad marijuana is for you. Well, okay, what about you? You smoke. Should we ban cigarettes? Crickets.
Right.
Well, why should we have more things out there that are bad for people? Well, you do. That's like my point is you can't stop it. You do have things that are bad for people. It's called fentanyl on the street. It's killing people. Don't you want that to stop? Don't you want to have a way for that not to happen? The only way for it not to happen is to legalize those drugs so they can get them in the store instead of buying it on the street. But a lot of the conservatives don't want to hear it. And I'm sure you're going to get hate mail from me on this one too.
Yeah.
They're drug warriors, So back in the time of alcohol prohibition, they'd have been prohibitionists, I'm sure. But it didn't work. All it led to was more corruption, led to the speakeasies, led to Al Capone. Money to be made is going to be made. If people want to get high, want to alter their consciousness, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. You can't stop them. You couldn't stop them in prison. They can't keep the drugs out of prisons. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
You know what does work? The men in prison realizing, like going to church, finding Christ, getting saved, realizing that they have a higher purpose in this world, that this is the temple of God. I should take care of this. And I should be a man and not try to escape my reality. That's why I did nothing. Even guys made homemade hooch. I actually love moonshine. I think moonshine is awesome. I've had awesome homemade moonshine down south. It's just fantastic. But even when guys were cooking up moonshine or cooking up homemade wine in the prison, you can't think one thing. Once again, they get an apple, they can make whatever they want, right? They can ferment anything, make alcohol. They're not going to stop it. But I didn't partake in any of that because I wanted my head clear. I wanted to go through this whole thing stone cold sober. I did. That's a personal choice. That's what really changes people, not you with a hammer threatening more prison time. You're not going to make somebody change through that. You can't coerce somebody into cleaning themselves up.
I read this somewhere, and I think it was David Schmachtenberger. Have you ever studied him? He's an intellect. When we try to solve a problem, all right, and we look at the problem itself, and we take measures to solve that problem, well, that problem is caused by something upstream, right? So we get rid of the problem now, we still have this thing upstream that is the cause of the problem.
We're not going to get rid of the problem. That's the kind of the point.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I use this argument with people, gun controllers. Gun control, by definition, it's got a wide range. What do you mean by gun control? I'm okay with it being difficult for anybody to get by a gun. So
you are? I'm not.
Well,
it goes back to freedom again.
That's true. We could have a whole argument about that. I don't think there's a problem with there being parameters on buying a gun, like the cool off period when you buy a pistol or a rifle. Here,
are you talking about state law or are you talking about federal law? Because there shouldn't be a federal law against firearms at all.
Right. I'm thinking more about state law. But
even then, so here's what they did. They incorporated the Bill of Rights against the states also. Originally, the Bill of Rights was meant to only restrict the federal government's behavior, along with supposedly being a constitution of limited enumerated powers. Of course, they threw that out the window right away, right? Did whatever was necessary and proper was the first one they used. Then it became the Commerce Clause. Now the federal government writes laws about absolutely anything. So they basically, states have a police power. The original design of the Constitution in our republic was supposed to be that the states were sovereign and have a general police power to make laws about whatever they think is correct under the limits of the state constitution. The federal government was only limited enumerated powers, right? What's listed in Article 1, Section 8. But of course, they took the Commerce Clause and they grossly expanded it. That's what they claim now. Everything's related to commerce. That's what they do. So they flipped it on its head. Now they claim a general police power also at the federal level. That shouldn't even be there. But then you have the Second Amendment. Congress shall make no law, right? The right of people to keep and bear arms, the right to keep well-regulated militia and be necessary for security of a free state. The right of people to keep and bear arms should not be infringed. There should be no federal law on firearms at all. That should only be a state issue. But then what they've done, though, is they've incorporated the restrictions in the Bill of Rights and applied them to the states also. That's what they've done. So now you have to ask a question, well, does it violate the Second Amendment? First Amendment, Second Amendment. And why should the Second Amendment be treated differently than the First Amendment? So if you have a right to keep and bear arms, like you have the right to free speech.
There's logic there.
Like with felons in possession of a firearm, for example, like I'm now a felon because I only got a commutation from President Trump, not a pardon. So now I can't own a firearm according to federal law. Well, why is that? When you're set free, if you're accused of like threatening somebody, on your First Amendment, well, that's not protected speech. You threaten somebody, you go to prison for it, a death threat or something. Once you get out of prison, they don't say you can't use once you're after probation. They don't say you can't own a typewriter or you can't own a computer, the means of free speech, but you still are restricted. If you're a felon, you can't own a firearm. Well, that's your means of exercising your natural right to self-defense.
That's true.
And it's protected by the Second Amendment, your right to bear arms. So why are we treating the Second Amendment as a redhead stepchild? That's what we're doing. Because the lefty anti-gunners claimed for decades that you didn't even have an individual right at all, right? They said, oh, it's only a collective right of the militia. That's just nonsense. Supreme Court struck that down in Heller, but yet they still upheld the restrictions on felons owning firearms. And that's now being litigated because there are ex-felons who are like, hey, my rights should be restored. And I agree with this, actually. If you're set out of prison, you should be able to be restored to all your rights as a citizen. Like in your First Amendment rights are restored. You can be on X.
So I can logic on both sides. If a guy's a felon because he shot and killed somebody, and you're no longer able to buy a gun because you kill somebody, but when you get out of prison, you can't buy a gun. There's logic behind it, but they're going to get the gun anyway.
Yeah.
Just like you said
That's
about the
problem.
fentanyl.
They're going. I mean, if they can smuggle in, tons of fentanyl, they can smuggle in, and they do, AK-47s, whatever you want can be bought on the black market.
Yeah. So you give me some good stuff to think about. But what I was getting back to is,
you got to go back to your baseline. What's your baseline? To me, my baseline is human liberty, and then right above that, Declaration of Independence first. Right after that, the Constitution.
Yeah, and you can't pick and choose. You can't modify it. It's an all or none thing.
Whether you like it or not. You don't like it, amend it. Because that's back to Prohibition. Those were the good old days when they believed they have to amend the Constitution to grant Congress the power to limit the possession of something. They passed a constitutional amendment to make it illegal to own alcohol, or to enable Congress to prohibit alcohol. Then Congress passed enabling legislation, which had all those exceptions for doctors. And also, by the way, if you were a religious exception too. So you had many people converting to Judaism to go get their alcohol from the rabbi. So the rabbis were making a lot of money.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it was
Brilliant.
great. But those were the good old days when they believed, back in those days, they believed they had to pass a constitutional amendment to increase the power of the federal government. How quaint. After that, they just said, well, Commerce Clause, anything that impacts commerce, right? And there was that Wickard versus Filburn case in 1942, during the great, the New Deal, where a wheat farmer was growing his own wheat because there was limits on what wheat farmers could grow, how much they could sell in the market under FDR. So he's like, well, I'm just growing this wheat for myself. I'm not selling it. He wasn't transporting across state lines, wasn't selling it. But the Supreme Court upheld a fine imposed on him for growing too much wheat, saying that because he grew his own wheat, consumed it, that impacted the market of wheat because he wasn't buying wheat from somebody else. It was a bunch of crap. But basically, it didn't matter that it wasn't in commerce. It had impact on commerce. And so then the doors were thrown open. Anything they could say had an impact on commerce, they made a law for it. And that's what they do. That's why they have laws about anything under the sun. It all ties back to their supposed power to regulate commerce across state lines, whether you use it across state lines or not. And back to the drug war. So that was Wickard versus Filburn. Then came a case called Lopez about guns near school zones. The federal law saying you can't have a gun within how many feet of a school zone, right, of a school. And so that was challenged and said, what's the defense of this? And they said, well, guns near school zone impact the learning environment for children, increasing their fear, which impacts their learning and their ability to get a job later. And when they, Thomas on the court and Scalia, they're like, this is bullshit. It's not related to actual commerce. You're trying to say that it has such a far secondary effect on the learning environment. If that's true, then anything can be considered to have a nexus to commerce, right? So they struck that down. So this is just too far removed from actual commerce, which started to trim back the power of the federal government to make laws about whatever they want. So when it came to a gun case, they were rock solid. But then came a case called Raich. A lady was dying of cancer in California, was growing marijuana in her own backyard for her own consumption to suppress nausea. And she wasn't selling it, wasn't being transported across state lines. But because it was a drug case and Scalia is a drug warrior, he sided with the leftists on the court and ruled against her and said that her growing her own marijuana impacted the illegal market of marijuana, had an impact on the illegal market. So he trimmed back the They opened the doors back up for the commerce power to be claimed for anything. And at the time, I forgot the guy's name, but there was a gun owner, I think he was in Wyoming. He made his own firearm, his own machine gun for his own use, didn't sell it to anybody, wasn't going across state lines. He defended himself under the Lopez decision, saying, look, it has no connection to commerce, I'm good. And originally the lower court, sided with him, he was going to win. But then the Supreme Court did the decision in Raich, which opened the doors back up, and they sent it back to the court to reconsider their decision in light of the Raich decision. So my point is that gun owner wound up going to prison because the Supreme Court, because Scalia's a drug warrior, threw the doors back open, and because of the medical marijuana case, he opened the doors back up, and that allowed them to then hit this guy for a charge, even though he wasn't selling a gun across state lines at all. Well, unintended consequences.
Are all these things, these laws like the war on drugs, is it so the people in power make more money?
Well, that's part of it. It's a massive, just like with Prohibition, you had kickbacks going to politicians along with the alcohol. You had big time kickbacks. If you're making millions of dollars, you're Al Capone, obviously, like you're in Chicago. You're going to line the pockets of, whoever the mayor is,
I have a lot of friends that are police and retired police, okay?
And cops.
You go to the neighborhoods where you can get the drugs on the street corner. They can clean that up in a day if they wanted to. But all that money that's being generated from those drug trades there's politicians getting weekly stipends in cash. They don't want to clean up the neighborhood. That's like a Walmart of drugs. They want to make the money. And I've had commanders in Inglewood even confirm this. Yep. It's a facade. So back to the gun control, when people tell me about gun control and, all guns should be banned and whatever, I'm like, you don't understand. We don't even know how many guns there are in this country. I contend there's over 1 billion because they've never been tracked until recent years. And
you can't track all that. You're
never going to get them all.
No.
And
I'm glad.
Yeah, even if you keep banning, like in Illinois, our beloved governor, we're banning assault-style rifles that look a certain way, right?
It's all cosmetic nonsense.
Right.
Yeah.
But you can buy Mini 14, which is the exact same thing. It just looks a little different, and it does exactly the same thing, right? It's just stupidity.
That's a really good point. I was talking to Jim on the way up here about how when the government oversteps about something about, that's when a lot of people, their eyes open. Like if they're in the medical profession and they see some crap on the internet or on the TV that says, something they know is completely nonsense. That's true for everyone. When they lie about everything, eventually they're going to lie about something about.
Right.
Like your trade, your career, what you do, it's bullshit. So like with me, when I got out of the Army working in a gun store, when they did the so-called assault weapons ban federally, where they claimed that they were, taking off the streets all these dangerous assault weapons. They call them assault weapons. And all it was is they said you can't make new versions of a rifle that has a flash suppressor, detachable magazine, and a pistol grip. Well, the manufacturers just took off the flash suppressor. So an AR-15 with no flash suppressor, you could still buy the pre-ban AR-15. You can still buy them. You just can't make any new ones. But so the old ones that were still there for sale just went up in price. It became like $2,000 to $3,000. You're buying Galils. I'm just call them pre-ban, but they're all the same rifles. So whether it's the same rifle now, it's more expensive, it wasn't taken off the streets, or they just make new ones without a flash suppressor, or if you want to buy a Mini 14, like you said, you can have a flash suppressor in a Mini 14 because it doesn't have a pistol grip.
Right.
Or you can buy an M1A, which is the civilian version of M14, 308. Basically, a 308 in Mini 14 was a predecessor. I had one of those. Great rifle. What is it? Functionally indifferent. If I want a flash suppressor, I'll shoot you with the Mini 14 or M1A. If I don't care about having a flash suppressor, I can use an AR-15. But you're not taking anything off the streets. But yet the leftist media all across the web was like, we're taking these dangerous drugs, or dangerous guns off the streets. What's the difference? Guns, drugs. So they're taking the dangerous guns off the streets, and then when it sunsetted, when it expired, they were losing their minds. These last few years, the statistics show that crime went down and violent crime went down because of the assault weapons ban, and now all these horrible rifles be back on the streets. They were never off the street. So I knew it was a lie.
Yeah.
And they still repeat that lie. Right now, even right now, you can go find articles talking about the assault weapons ban, and how we need a new version of that because it took all those dangerous weapons off the street. It's just a lie.
I did a solo podcast, and it was about gun control. And this was before the AR-15 ban in Illinois. So
Right.
in this room, I had an AR-15 rifle, I had a semi-automatic pistol, and I had a revolver. I go, okay, so this is what they consider an assault rifle. Here's how it works, and I showed it.
Assault weapon.
Yeah. Here's how it works, and I go da da da. And as fast as you pull the trigger, and then releases the mag, and I'm going to do and then
Right.
and I go. It takes half a second to 3 seconds to reload. I go, if they ban this because they're worried about school shootings and how deadly this weapon is, and these all go away, well, we still have this. And I held up an semi-automatic pistol.
Right.
And I go, this will hold up to 20 rounds. And actually, I can reload this faster. And actually, in close quarters, you could probably kill more people with a pistol than the rifle. And if they get rid of these, then we have this, and I pull the revolver in, and I go, here's how a revolver works, and I did the speed loader and stuff, and I go a little bit slower. So,
but you carry three or four of them, yeah.
Right. So it's like it doesn't matter what you ban; the guns are still going to be there, and they're going to use whatever they have, right? So, the cops used to carry 6-shot revolvers, right? So now they carry 20-round whatevers.
But the ultimate goal of the gun control people is to go where Scotland went, or England. They want to disarm the population entirely. That's the real goal. They'll never be satisfied, because when they get past, if they were to outlaw and ban semi-automatic rifles, for example, then they're going to call every other weapon, the bolt action will become a sniper rifle.
Yep.
Everything you got is going to be given some kind of name, some kind of label that sounds horrible.
Yep. They keep pushing the line a little further. Right.
Like in Ireland, I was talking to an Irish patriot a few years ago. At the time, he said they can own double-barreled shotguns. That's about it. That's their only real weapon for a long arm is a double-barreled shotgun. I'm not sure if that's accurate still to this day, but that's what he said back then. So they trim back. In England, you can't own anything. Very few people can own a weapon at all. If you live out in the country, I think you might be able to get a permit or something. But the English people are for most parts, in Australia also are just unarmed, disarmed. So now they're facing violent. Of course, now it's knife crime. So because bad guys can't get guns in the UK because it's an island, it's a lot more difficult. They just use knives.
We're going to get to all this stuff too. So, Ron Paul,
So I worked for Ron Paul, and that was my bedrock of my political orientation. I'm still to this day I'm a Ron Paul Republican, and I was at his 90th birthday party about a month ago. It was fantastic down in Texas. It was great. It was like a reunion of all the old school Ron Paulers, like a high school reunion of all of us OG Ron Paulers. Because I got out of after I worked for Ron Paul in Congress, he ran for president in 2008, and so after law school, I went to Yale Law School right after working for Ron Paul. So and I was at Yale Law School when 9/11 happened.
What exactly did you do for him?
Like I said before, I wanted to work for a man that took his oath seriously and took the Constitution seriously and had a good basis in philosophical liberty. And I'm from Nevada, but I looked around and could only find one guy, and that was Ron Paul from Texas. So I applied for a position in his office, and by God's grace, I got it.
And what were you doing for him?
Just legislative correspondent, lowest guy on the totem pole, answering mail, answering emails. So, but it was a good experience, and I definitely cherish that time with him and his staff. Good people. So that was my basis. I came back to Las Vegas after that, and then I wound up getting a job in the Mirage Habitat in the Mirage Hotel. Painting tourist names and animal shapes. So as an artist, So then I applied for law schools, studied hard for my exam, did the Kaplan program to improve my test scores, and I did well on the LSAT. And because of my family background, my military experience, kind of my art, I attached a picture of that sculpture to my application at Yale Law School. So
that's cool.
They like that. So the lady that did the admissions at Yale Law School, actually a really nice lady, she said that she followed the party model. You're going to have a party, and you want to have interesting people at your party with various backgrounds and have a really, good conversation from different perspectives. Who would you want to invite? So that's the model she followed, picking students for Yale Law School.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, you had have a good academics, But after that, she looked at who are interesting people that we want to have all in the conversation.
Yeah. Not to get political, even though we're political, that is like the real definition of diversity, right?
Right.
I mean,
And that's what the good old days
Yeah.
of Yale Law School. I mean, I can't imagine what it's like now. But back then, there were conservative students, and there were, most of the students were leftists, of course, a lot of them proud, self-described communists, and socialists. But
Which
there were
is
also,
scary.
but there were also some, oddly enough, though, what's funny about law students is that all the ones that preached about how they're, for the rights of the little guy and against big corporate America and they're socialists, almost all of them went on to go work for big law firms that were defending corporate America. That was kind of funny. So their own personal principles went out the window.
Exactly.
They can't do a job.
That's hilarious.
Because they're, by and large, goes for all lawyers, they're risk averse, which is a really nice way of saying cowardly. They don't want to risk anything. And they're also concerned with prestige, position, job security, part of being risk averse, and they want power. They want political power, and they want money. And so they tend to just go wherever that is. That's corporate defense firms in Washington D.C. and New York were the big ticket to that, or into politics. But I took the road less traveled. I was a maverick.
So when you went to law school, did you did the VA?
The VA paid my way through college, but Yale paid my way through Yale Law School. So
they paid your whole?
No, just student loans.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, student loans. 9/11 happened just like a week after we started. September 11th was right after we got there. So I'm in first year torts with Guido Calabresi, my torts professor, and a student knocks on the door, and I hear the student. I'm sitting right up front. I always sat up front. So a student calls the professor over to the door. So Guido Calabresi goes to the door, and I could hear him saying, "Hey, a plane just hit the World Trade Center." And I'm looking at the presser, and he comes back in and carries on with his class. And we figure it's a one-off. A plane must have been, pilot had a heart attack or whatever. You don't know. But then a little while later, same student comes back and knocks on the door and says, "Professor, another plane's hit the World Trade Center." That's when we knew this was not just some accident.
Right.
So we all went down to the main auditorium. They had a huge screen and had the news on the screen, and we're watching live what's going on with the World Trade Center. We watched both towers come down, and there were students collapsing and sobbing. Awful day, because a lot of them had family in the towers or in New York City, so it was a pretty awful day. We're in New Haven, Connecticut, right down the road from New York City, that far away, and so a lot of the students there were directly impacted. So that was definitely never going to forget that experience.
I define that day as the worst day of my life still.
Yeah, it's one of the worst.
And
days.
I was in the trading pits, and so we had these big jumbotrons in the corner that always had some kind of news on. And when shit hits the fan in the world, the market will move, but it'll move in an orderly, like a school of minnows. They go ching, ching, ching. There was no order to the market. It was insane, and it was hard to survive, and people were leaving. But a lot of my customers, the pit's shaped like a coliseum, right? So I'm in the arena here, and my customers are here, and they're on the phones. Many of them were on the phones with Cantor Fitzgerald, which was, they heard the lines go silent. They were literally on the phones with their friends when they died. So it was pretty brutal. Yeah. I just thought I knew the world had changed in a terrible way that day.
And then in the wake of that, I was in the Federal Society. I joined that when I first went to Yale Law School, and that had been started by a conservative and by a libertarian. So it was always this mix of both. We're supposed to be. But I watched, the sad thing is I watched conservative students who claim to be constitutionalists because of 9/11 and because of the war on terror. They just drank the Kool-Aid and jumped full bore into supporting President Bush and doing whatever it took to get the terrorists, right? And so they were in support of the Patriot Act, and things went far beyond the Patriot Act. Most Americans have no idea about. I wrote my major research paper on enemy combatant status applied to American citizens. And that was the claim by the Bush administration, and they did it. There were two Americans, Yasser Hamdi and Jose Padilla, that were accused of being supporters of al-Qaeda or part of al-Qaeda, and were whisked away. American citizens put in a military brig in South Carolina for over a year with no due process at all. No indictment, no grand jury indictment, no access to an attorney, anything like that, and military detention. And the claim was that they were unlawful combatants in the war on terror. And so I started researching that, and long and short of it is that's just not constitutional, And so it's just a gross
they had a hard on for those guys unrelated to terrorism. That somebody.
Well, no, it's even if they were terrorists. If you're an American, Article 3, the Treason Clause, Article 3, I think it's Section 3, it's the Treason Clause says that an American accused of making war against his own nation or aiding the enemy, that's treason. That's how it's defined. And it requires two witnesses to the same overt act of treason, of aiding an enemy or making war on the United States. It requires two witnesses, same overt act, or confession in open court. And that's the founders did that because they knew their history of English history, the Star Chamber, being accused of treason and being tortured into false confessions. They knew that history. That's why they wanted a confession in open court. And they wanted two witnesses to the same overt act because they knew that the accusation of being a traitor is the worst thing you can label on a citizen. And you want to have extra protections. They put extra due process protections. So that's what should be done with an American accused of making war against his own country. You can't just say, well, he's an unlawful combatant in the war on terror. And yes, that's what they did. And that came originally from Lincoln. Lincoln did that first during the Civil War. He used military detention, not just suspension of habeas corpus. People know about that. But he went way beyond that. Because what Congress did after Lincoln suspended habeas corpus, Congress passed a habeas suspension statute to, in retrospect, rubber stamp what Lincoln had done on his own. But they said you could hold a person in military detention for up to 20 days. But after that, you have to indict them according to the federal statute passed by Congress. Well, Lincoln ignored that, and he had people in the North, not the South, in the North, accused of aiding the South for being, in rebellion, that he held in military detention for years in military brigs. And I believe about 5,000 of them were tried by military tribunal. And some of them were executed. These are Northerners, not the breakaway South. Mm-hmm. The South was treated like a foreign enemy in wartime. They exchanged prisoners. They had ceasefires, all that kind of stuff. But the Northerners who were accused of aiding the South, they just held in military detention. So the Supreme Court heard a case called Ex parte Milligan, 1866, a rare case where they're ruling on the actions that were done during warfare. Because during wartime, that's when we tend to throw the Constitution in the trash.
Right.
It's been happened over and over again. So it happened in Korematsu in World War II, Japanese Americans being detained, American citizens being mass detention. Supreme Court rubber stamped that also. That's the dark history of our Supreme Court. Yeah. So it's just part of human nature again. But anyway, 1866, Lincoln's already dead, war's over. The Supreme Court hears this case of a guy who's scheduled to be executed because he was found guilty. He's a Northerner accused of aiding the South. And so he challenged it on constitutional grounds, and he won. Supreme Court put the genie back in the bottle and said, this is not constitutional. He was not part of the breakaway South. You can't consider him an enemy under the laws of war. He's a Northern civilian living in the North. He should have been tried for treason in a civilian court. So because that wasn't done, he's set free. So put the genie back in the bottle. FDR then pulls the genie out of the bottle. What a surprise, right, that FDR would do this. During World War II, there was the ex parte Quern, American Germans who had been American citizens went over and fought for Nazi Germany, came back as spies. Some of them were caught, and FDR held them in military detention and put them through a military trial. And that Supreme Court, same court that said Korematsu was okay, mass detention of Japanese Americans is somehow okay, even though it's obviously based on their race, not anything to do with anything else. That same court said, oh yes, this is okay because they're not being tried for a crime under civilian statutes because the accusation is they violated the laws of war. Therefore, you can use military court for them. So they opened the genie back up, and that laid on the table like a loaded gun. Ever since then, kind of forgotten. That's the precedent the Bush administration reached back to and said, "Yeah, we'll take that and we'll use that in the war on terror." But the claim, and unfortunately, the Supreme Court rubber stamped that as being okay in the Hamdi case. And Scalia wrote the dissent. He's like, "What are you guys doing?" The treason clause is obviously what you have to use. You have to put them on trial for a crime of treason. That's what should be done with these people. You guys are screwing up. But he was outnumbered. Scalia, the same guy who, when it came to drugs, was not actually a textualist or a constitutionalist, and just went along with the lefties and expanded the power of the government under the Commerce Clause. That same guy, when it came to this, was square on point. Thomas screwed up. Thomas, the guy who was staunch when it came to the right of the woman to have marijuana in her own yard, when it came to the war on terror, he drank the Kool-Aid. I think in part because John Yoo used to be one of his law clerks, another Yale Law School graduate. So Thomas went along with the lefties on the court. The lefties will always vote for more power. So they said, oh, yes, we rubber stamp and believe. Only Alito, it was Scalia and Alito filed a dissent saying this is not constitutional. The rest of the court upheld it. So on the books right now, a lot of Americans don't know this, it's good law, good case law, that the president, any president, Biden could have done it too, could declare any American citizen an unlawful combatant in the war on terror or the war on any crime or international crime and hold you in military detention. Assert that you're a domestic enemy of the Constitution. And that's what happened with under Biden. I kept waiting to see if he'd do it. But that's there. And then Congress rubber stamped that in the 2012, the National Defense Authorization Act 2012. Congress codified that, yes, this is okay. The president did it. Supreme Court said it's okay. But now they added the third prong of legitimacy by saying Congress goes ahead and passes a statute saying this is legal. So right now on the books, the president, any president, can determine whether or not any American is an unlawful combatant in the ongoing war on terror. That's the reality. But all that was done because the conservatives were wanting to get at the terrorists. And back then, in my paper and my conversations with them at Yale Law School, I wrote, I say, look, man, I warned them that everything you're creating to go after the terrorists is going to be swung inward on you eventually. And that's what happened. Barack Obama came in, no more pursuing Islamic terrorists. They were free to go do whatever they wanted to. They swung everything on the right. Now, like I was on a no-fly without permission list. I had the Quad S every time I flew. No, it's a no-fly list, but you can fly with permission. So they had to call DHS and get permission. Same thing that they did to Tulsi Gabbard. They got a lot of news. That was done to me the entire Biden administration. I just stopped flying after a certain point. But anyway, my whole point is that that's the problem we have, is that oftentimes because conservatives are so interested or are focused on trying to fight crime or terrorism, they'll throw the doors open, Katie bar the door, they'll do anything it takes to get the bad guys. And I'd be like, hey, you can't do this, it's unconstitutional. They'd be like, what do you want, mushroom clouds over U.S. cities? So when we got to stop the terrorists, so let's go ahead and create this, NSA, mass surveillance, DHS, a whole new secret police infrastructure over us. All this stuff is done in the name of fighting the war on terror. And yet when Obama came in, turned on us. When Biden came in, turned on us. It never fails. The political right will build the infrastructure of the secret police and surveillance, and then the left gets in and they turn it on their political enemies every friggin' time.
Yeah.
Rinse, repeat.
Take me through the timeline. I'm really curious how we get to...
So that paper I wrote on enemy combatant status, just to put a capstone on Yale Law School, my professor, who was my supervising professor for that paper, submitted it to a contest, university-wide, for best paper on the Bill of Rights. And it won. It was the best paper on the Bill of Rights that year. So those are the good old days where a conservative constitutionalist could get, a writing award at Yale. And then they designated me a Yale research scholar after that to continue researching that issue and write a book about it. So those are the good old days. Nowadays, I don't know. Probably not.
I got to just sidebar you on this.
Yeah.
You know how they say first impressions are best? Not me. I blow the first impression all the time when I size people up.
Right.
And when I first saw you, I'm like, look at this guy with the tattoos and the da-da-da-da-da. He's going to be a good old boy. You're pretty damn smart, my friend. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay, appreciate that. Yeah. What's funny is that when I was at Yale Law School, I felt like a knuckle-dragging barbarian in there because everybody else in there, they don't have any kind of, most of them I don't want to stereotype, most of them come from money, or they've been career students. They don't have any real life experience. They were high school, college, straight A's, and then became consultants, whatever that is. But most of them have never been in the military, never had a real, much of a real life.
Yep. So, never dropped a fry basket, never picked grapes, right?
Right, yeah, exactly. So I felt like Seinfeld at the opera. Remember the Seinfeld episode where he's at the opera? He's like, I feel pretty tough here. In this crowd, I feel pretty tough. So that's how it was at Yale Law School. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because what's funny is, as I used to teach in college, I taught free self-defense classes for the Women's Center at UNLV, the G9 Women's Center. And in many ways, that was, I believed in the cause. I want women to be able to defend themselves, but it was also my way as a firearms advocate, right to bear arms advocate, of deprogramming them from the nonsense they've been indoctrinated with. And I did it through the lens of self-defense. A woman has a right, once again, she owns her own body. She has a right to defend herself. She has a right not to be raped or beaten by some guy. So let's go through that lens. When you ask a woman, do you have a right to self-defense? They'll say, of course. Now let's talk about how you do that. If you talk about owning guns, most of them be anti-gun. But you go through the lens of self-defense. I give them a lecture on street awareness. Taught them Colonel Cooper's, color code of awareness. Condition white, condition yellow, condition red. You know that one.
Mm-hmm.
And so I teach them that, and just how to be aware of how bad guys pick their targets and all that kind of stuff. Then I do like a 3-hour hands-on class where I put on some body armor and bullet heads and a cup and all that, and go through scenarios with them, and just they get a sense of how difficult it is to fight against a man. But then after that, they tend to be like, well, what kind of pepper spray should I own? What kind of knife should I own? I talk about all the options, just tools of self-defense. From pepper spray to, batons or whatever, to knives, to guns. And some of them would ask me, well, what kind of guns should I own? Then I'd take them to go shooting. I said, I'd give you a free lesson in shooting. I did the same thing at Yale Law School. I taught self-defense classes there. And then I started a club called the Yale Law Gunners. In law school, a gunner is slang for a student that's really trying to get to the top of the class and is really competitive. But we just use that as a name for the shooting club. And so I started the shooting club. Most of the people in the club had never shot a gun their entire lives, never even held a gun. I take these liberals to a gun range in Connecticut. First time they ever even held a gun. I gave them an experience of what it's like to shoot, as my way of trying to deprogram them from the propaganda. Mm-hmm. But then there was a bombing at Yale Law School. Someone put a pipe bomb in the library or one of the library rooms and blew it up. And that happened while I was there as a student. I was in Akil Lamar's professors in his class, in his office, talking to him about a paper in his class when the bomb went off. But after that, they saw my Yale Law Gunners group. They thought it was a militia. The FBI at first was like, thinking this is some kind of militia. And the other students were like, well, he is a military veteran. Maybe it was him, this kind of stuff. He has the training and all this kind of crap. So they bring me in, and I agreed to a polygraph. I said, all right, we'll just cut through the crap. Usually you don't do polygraphs, but I said, I'll do a polygraph. Answer whatever you want to know. And this ATF guy sitting at the table talking to us, and he definitely doesn't like me. I can tell he doesn't like me. Have you ever played with explosives? Like, no, man, I like my fingers. I said, I knew guys in high school who go out in the desert and screw around with black powder and whatever, but I don't do that kind of stuff. I looked the ATF guy right in the eye and said, I'm a shooter. If I was ever going to do anything, it would be with firearms, not with explosives.
That's hilarious.
But I passed the polygraph, and they're like, have a nice summer. They let me go. They realized it was all bullshit. At first they were like, oh, this is a militia? Yeah, it's a militia made of a bunch of lefties who've never owned a gun in their lives. Right. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
If you were put a team together, you wouldn't pick these people.
No, it's not a militia. Yeah, but it's just funny. That's how dumb the FBI can be.
I got a chapter in my book on the FBI, so.
Should be disbanded.
I agree.
And corrupt from the very beginning. All it is a politicized police. That's what it is. It is the secret police. That's all it's ever been.
Like the brown shirts kind of, or?
Yeah, like the Stasi, like the KGB. What's the difference?
Right.
It's the powers that be's weapon to go intimidate their political opponents. It's been that from the very beginning. Whether it's taking down the Black Panthers for murder, like murdered Fred Hampton, leader of the Black Panthers back then. He was murdered in his own bed. Whatever you think about the Black Panthers, the point is that when they pick a target, they fix that target, and then they find a way to put them away, put them in prison or kill them. They did that to anybody that opposed. Martin Luther King, COINTELPRO. They did that to the Branch Davidians. Look at Ruby Ridge. Look at the whole history of the FBI. It's been nothing but a history of entrapment. Look at the Whitmer case in Michigan, where it was like, FBI agents and their CHS, confidential informants, some of them turned out to be pedophiles, convicted pedophiles they sent in, cooked up the whole plot. It was all about that. It was us creating a fake plot. Whether it was the first bombing of the World Trade Center, they created that plot, supplied the explosives to the witless idiots they use as jihadists, right? It was an FBI plot. Oklahoma City. All of that. It's almost all the FBI's own crap, creating crimes or creating not just crimes, but creating death and mayhem.
Yeah, I have a philosophy, which I put in my book. Nothing big in the world ever happens by accident.
No. CIA also, same thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think they're the worst because they're uncensored. They're
both of them are.
Yeah. Nobody's holding anybody accountable at either of those.
No.
So, although something's happening with Christopher Wray, right? Supposedly. So
well, we'll
who
see.
knows?
I mean, what I'm seeing right now is not enough and not fast enough. I'm not happy with what I see out of the FBI. And once again, I got no F's to give about excuses why Cash Patel and Bongino aren't first of all, they're not purging out the 5,000 agents that persecuted all of us, all us J6ers and our families and our friends all across the country, and persecuted Christian Americans who don't like their children reading crap in their schools, going after parents, going after Catholics, anti-abortion protesters. They went after all these people on the political right. Once again, all that infrastructure was turned on us, and it hasn't stopped.
Yeah.
So it's even going on right now. I knew a guy, I went to go give a speech in Las Vegas, and one of the guys that was part of the leadership of the group I went to speak to, not Las Vegas, I'm sorry, Dallas, and local group. But turns out, I'm walking up to go speak. He's standing outside on the phone. You can see his face. Something really bad's happening. And he said, I'm on the phone with the FBI. They're raiding my house right now. Because one of his roommates he'd given a room to was a sovereign citizen who'd filed some paperwork, declaring whatever, some kind of sovereign citizen stuff. And so the FBI was in his house, going through all his stuff under the excuse of and they're like, oh, we smell chemicals in here or some kind of crap. And so they're going through rooms and just going on a fishing expedition in this guy's house. What's going on right now? He's not a lefty Antifa terrorist. He's a conservative, and he's friends with some sovereign citizen guys. But the FBI is still pursuing the right now under Bongino and Patel, still going on.
Yeah, and when you bring a Hunter Biden computer to the FBI, and then what happens with that?
It disappears. Well, first of all, it's held by NYPD had it. A lot of those agents, a lot of those officers that saw that crap, they mysteriously died after that. Probably know about that, right?
Yep.
And then it gets whisked away by the FBI. The FBI is where evidence of the crimes of the elites go to be hidden. That's where it goes. So you would think under Kash Patel and Bongino, that was our hope, that they would expose all this crap and clean it up, but it's not happening.
Right. So I'm very disappointed in all that stuff too.
I am too.
I'm not a huge fan of Kash Patel, but I am a Bongino. I've been following Bongino, but when he looks in the camera and says Epstein committed suicide, I know for sure when he was building his reputation with his podcast, I've heard the other side of this, that they don't want to call everybody out right away. They want to use leverage. So they can't be transparent with everything, right?
Use leverage to do what?
To get what they want from the people who are in control. Like to get these...
No.
Yeah, so...
They should be exposed and taken down.
I agree.
I've heard that too. But that's the excuses that are made for Bongino, Patel, Bondi, and President Trump himself. Is that, they're using this as leverage, as bargaining chips with the elites. Right. If you've got, and you have pedophile elites who are raping children, and
it's rampant.
I'm sure in many cases, and I'm sure in many cases murdering them too. Some of them that's what they do. They get a thrill not just out of raping a child, but also killing that child. You've got those kind of demons in power. They need to be taken down.
Yeah, I agree.
They need to be exposed, and that's why, like in open letters to President Trump in 2020. Right after the election, I urged him to use his absolute power to declassify as president. He can declassify anything held in the files of the NSA, CIA, DHS, whatever. He can classify anything. Declassify what we know is going on is blackmail and bribery. That's exactly what Epstein was doing. He's working for the Mossad and for the CIA. They all use the same techniques to control politicians. They either blackmail them or bribe them. Whatever dirt they have on them is how they control them. So I urged him, I said, look, these secrets are the swamp water the swamp creatures swim in. It both protects them and controls them. So long as they do what they're told, they all become millionaires, and they're in the club for life. They get out of line, they can be destroyed. So that's how they're controlled. If you want to drain the swamp, you have to declassify all the secrets, throw the doors open, throw all the skeletons out of the closet, both left and right. I don't care what political party they're in.
Yep.
Congress, the judges, executive branch, executives, governors, wherever it is all over the country, Wall Street, wherever it is, throw the doors open, expose them all, and then take them down. Invoke the Insurrection Act, which you got to do to save this country. And he can still do that to this day and still should. That's what I expect to see from him. Anything short of that is not going to do it. Unless you expose them and take them down, they will still be in power when he's gone. So making deals or concessions from them, temporary concessions for now, to get whatever it is you want, is not what we put you in office for. We put you in there to defeat the deep state. Yeah. That's why he's there. And that's why God saved him in Butler. That's why I have this tattoo on my arm. I got that after he got shot. It's him raising his fist in the air with fight. I got that because when I'm in prison watching this. We all watched the aftermath of the Butler assassination attempt. Obviously, God saved him. And he knows that. He said it himself many times. And all the guys in my unit cheered because he reacted like a stud. He reacted like a warrior. He reacted like a man. You have to go back to Washington or, to Andrew Jackson or Teddy Roosevelt, that kind of, calmness and courage under fire.
Teddy Roosevelt did a speech with a bullet in his belly.
Right.
I heard. So.
Yeah, it takes, what do you say? It takes a lot more than that to kill a boo moose. Yeah, he kept on giving this speech with a bullet in his chest.
Yeah.
So, but my point is that President Trump was saved. I believe he was saved. Obviously, God saved him that day. And he was saved for a purpose, is to save our country, not to make deals with the evil.
But he still has to perform. So, right.
Well, he needs to declassify and expose them. He has the power. He can expose them. He's done some. Tulsi Gabbard's done some good work when it comes to the 2016 election and Crossfire Hurricane. They're pulling back the curtain and showing you the little man. That's good. That's a good start. But they have to go all the way. And the Epstein list, it is real. It does exist. And it's they're like going back to Bongino. So Bongino and Patel are lying. You can tell they were lying. Watch that interview they did with the Fox News lady. You can see
tell.
their face. Oh,
you
yeah.
can tell.
And then they also said, well, the Butler assassination investigation's been closed because the shooter's dead. What? That's like saying, well, the JFK assassination investigation's closed because Harvey Oswald's dead.
Right.
So you're not going to investigate who was working with this person? How did he get up to the roof? How did he get to the right spot on the roof that the snipers would not recognize him as a threat because there were cops in that same building?
I got a whole chapter on JFK, and that was a big collaboration.
Oh, yeah.
Where Lee Harvey Oswald was in the building, but he probably never even pulled a trigger.
Well, when I was in prison, I read a book called The Devil's Chessboard about the history of the CIA. Really good book, written by a guy named Talbot. I think he was one of the founders of Politico. So leftist. But it was published in 2015, which is interesting because right before Trump came on the scene, right?
Right.
So back then they were anti-CIA, about a sordid history of Alan Dulles and his brother Foster Dulles, and how evil they were and all the things they did all over the world. Assassinations, not just abroad, but here in the United States. And then he goes through JFK's assassination. Lee Harvey Oswald did not have the power to order the Secret Service to not follow their protocols, to not ride agents on the gun walls of the car, but to pull them back to a follow-on car. He couldn't tell them to do that. He couldn't tell the bike cops who would, the day before in Houston, riding right next to the president, to pull back when he was shot. He couldn't do that. He couldn't order the Dallas County sheriff to stand down and not have his men deploy into the Daley Plaza. Or the police chief. He was told not to have any undercovers in Daley Plaza that day. None of that could come from orders from Lee Harvey Oswald. It came from Washington, D.C. So yes, JFK was assassinated by the establishment in D.C. through the CIA.
Yeah, there were multiple shooters there too. So
don't piss in my leg and tell me it's raining. Right. And the same goes for the same thing goes for Butler. Hey, Bongino and Patel. Oh, you're going to end the investigation because the shooter's dead? Are you? Come on, guys. That doesn't sell.
I believe Bongino started out with the right intentions, but he's in over his head. So there comes a point in time where, everybody has a price. You can be bribed.
No, I don't have a price.
Well, you could be bribed, blackmailed, or coerced. And coerced is the tough one because if someone said, here's pictures of your children going to school this morning, and here's pictures of them last night going to bed, and we're going to torture and kill your children in front of you if you don't do what we say, that's the tough one. That's really hard for any human being to. And I don't even know if I have the fortitude to do that.
What you do is you immediately turn. First of all, you record that without them knowing it. Then you take that and you publish it to the American people and say, "Here's what they just did, and here's who they are." And if you're the president of the United States, if you're President Trump, if you're Bongino, you go to the president and say, "Now it's time to short story, expose them all." That's what you do because you can say you're worried about your kids, but what about all the other children if they're murdering and molesting and raping?
Amen.
And you gotta stand. And hey, it goes back to that oath. It should go to Arlington Cemetery, look at all the headstones of all those men who gave up their lives for this country. I got no fucks to give about whatever your excuse is, whatever they threaten you with. I don't care what it is. Remember your oath and do what you said you were going to do. You said you were going to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I don't want to hear excuses. Whatever they threaten you with, doesn't matter. Whether you're compromised, whatever you got some sexual crap in your past, whatever it is that they threaten you with, do your oath, do your duty under your oath.
I agree.
Or resign. Step down, let somebody else. If you won't do it because of whatever,
Yeah.
step down and give somebody else a shot. Don't sit there in a position and help the bad guys by running the clock out on the Trump administration. Half this country, this whole country is relying on you to clean out the rot in Washington, D.C. and defeat the deep state. If you don't do it now, how are we ever going to get it done? It'll cause us to have to fight a bloody, desperate fight down the road against these evil bastards. And you know that. But yet, I'm just saying to Bongino, if that's what's going on, if they threaten him and his family, he still has a responsibility to expose that. Goes back to Solzhenitsyn, live not by lies, and then honor your oath. Do what you have to do. It would piss me off. You can't get me to ever dishonor my oath. They tried. I was held in, myself and others were held in solitary confinement. I was held in solitary confinement for 15 months after J6. And that was part of what they were doing to us, is trying to coerce us into false confessions. And with me, the only person I could have turned on would be turn against President Trump. I'm at the top of the pyramid in Oath Keepers. Other members of my organization were coerced and told, if you will tell us and sign a confession that you were in plot, that Stewart Rhodes told you to go into the Capitol, we'll let you go home. Kelly Meggs was offered that directly, one of my guys and my co-defendants. So to their honor, Kelly Meggs, Jessica Watkins, Kenneth Harrelson, Thomas Caldwell, they all were honorable people. They refused to bend the knee and take a deal and testify falsely against me. So very honorable.
Before we'll go too far into January 6th, let's talk about Oath Keepers.
Sure.
And what, take me through that whole thing now.
After college, I worked as a criminal defense attorney, clerked for the Arizona Supreme Court first, which was another learning experience. I got to see, clerking for a judge, the good and bad in the judiciary. And turns out what I suspected is true. A judge will make a decision based on the outcome he wants. Whether Scalia with the drug case or whatever it is. So I had cases, and I worked for a good judge, Judge Ryan, Vietnam veteran in a wheelchair. But I saw the judges, including my own judge, where we had one case. This guy had murdered people in a robbery at a Pizza Hut, and he was now appealing for a new trial. He claimed there were errors in his trial that required a new trial. And I got that case, and I'm working it up for Justice Ryan, and I worked it up according to the case law. Yeah, I think he does deserve a new trial. That's what I sent to the judge. Well, he took it and gave it to the other clerk, and he rewrote it that he doesn't get a new trial. And that's just human nature. Judges are humans too. That's the problem. That's why, frankly, I just call them lawyers in dresses. Most of them, they really it's just outcome based. Even the good ones, if they got something that they don't like, whether it's drugs or guns or murderers, whatever it is they don't like, they're going to find a way to get the outcome they want. That's just the way it goes. And then you get the worst ones are the ones that are just, pure political partisans.
Yep. They're part of a club.
Like we have on the court now.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's where we are. And so I lost my faith in the judicial system in large part then, but then also working as a small town Montana criminal defense attorney, I saw the corruption right there at the county level in small town Montana. And we had one prosecutor.
It's crazy.
The head prosecutor in the county I was in was a reserve sheriff deputy. So in any case involving the deputies, what's he going to do? He's going to side with the deputies, obviously. He's got a massive conflict of interest, and yet he was still allowed to do that.
Yep.
So yeah, I lost my faith in the legal system. My mother was diagnosed with breast cancer, stage 4 cancer, and I moved my family back from Montana back to Vegas to take care of her until she passed away. So from 2007 to 2010, that's where we were at in Vegas until she passed away. That's why I was living in Las Vegas in 2009 when I started Oath Keepers. So 2008, Ron Paul runs for president. I jumped back into politics. I'd gotten kind of soured on politics after my experience in Congress, frankly. I just stayed out of politics for 8 years. But he ran for president. I jumped back in. And it's an important lesson for people in the MAGA movement right now. Ron Paul's candidacy for president is a precursor to MAGA in many ways. It's the same people. The people that we had, this is important for people to understand, is that Ron Paul, like Trump just did, appealed to Democrats who were disgusted with the Democratic Party. Back then, they knew Hillary was a warmongering, horrible person. They didn't like her at all. And they knew that Ron Paul was sincerely anti-war for very, sound reasons constitutionally. So they came over from the Democratic Party and joined the Republican Party in large numbers. became brand new Republicans. A lot of them young, college-age kids, because of Ron Paul. But the Republican old guard, literally dying, like walking around with oxygen tanks and walkers, rejected this new blood in the Republican Party. Hated the Ron Paul people, hated them, fought us tooth and nail. They wanted John McCain. But we were so organized, and we came in such numbers. We took over to Clark County. The key county in Las Vegas is Clark County, as you know. Mm-hmm. We took it over. We were going to sweep at the state convention. I was on the platform committee. We got a plank in there for repealing McCain-Feingold, which pissed the McCain people off. So we put in a lot of like hardcore constitutional planks in the state platform. But then at the convention, we were going to sweep all the delegates. We're so well organized, there's so many of us. We were going to get all the national delegates to the national convention. So what they do? The state chair smacked the gavel and said, "Oh, we're out of time." We were in a hotel a casino in Reno. "Oh, we're out of time. We can't use this room any longer. We got to adjourn to a later date." We're like, "What are you talking about?" So we ran down to the front desk real quick and said, "Well, can we stay longer?" They said, "Sure. As long as you want." We came running back in. All the McCain people fled the building to deny us a quorum, so we couldn't continue on with picking the delegates. And so they, of course, what a surprise! They never actually reconvened at a later date. The party leadership of the state, just the chairman of the state, chairwoman, she just picked the delegates. And so the Ron Paulers were cut out, and they just picked their own delegates. So in other words, they just stole the nomination from Ron Paul. So and they did that in multiple states. So I saw that. It's like, okay, we can't even have in the Republican Party, like some of the Ron Paulers, who that was a lawyer, like, "Hey, what can we do? Can we go to the courts? Can we sue them?" I looked up the case law. I was like, nope. The courts have said that political parties can do whatever they want with their own rules. You can't enforce them in the courts. They can violate their own rules all they want. So there's no recourse. And the Democrats did the same thing to Bernie Sanders. He's a disgusting socialist, but nonetheless, the point is, they didn't follow their own rules there either. They robbed him of his nomination, robbed Ron Paul of the nomination. The two political parties are corrupt. And that's when I was like, okay, our political system is FUBAR. I didn't care whether it was John McCain, who I consider an oath breaker. He was the one pushing through the legislation to authorize military detention of American citizens. That was him that did that. He was pushing for that as a standalone bill back then. Later, because he couldn't get it as a standalone bill, he does what they all do. He put it in as a rider for the National Defense Authorization Act in 2012. That's when he finally got it in. Because no one wants to vote against funding the troops, right? All these Congress critters will just roll right over and do whatever you say because they don't want to, be on record as being against funding the military. So, but point is I knew that he was bad news. I knew that back then I didn't know whether it was Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton on the Democrat side. I just knew it was going to be we're screwed either way. So that's why I founded Oath Keepers. Like, all right, a political class doesn't even follow their own rules. Go back to what I said earlier. Do you want to be left alone? Should everybody have to follow the rules? They don't follow their own rules. So we can't even elect our own president. Like, so what can we do? I said, I'm going to focus on the guys with the guns. I'm going to focus on the police and the military. And I added in fire. I was a volunteer firefighter when I was a lawyer in Montana too. I did that for a while. So I included military, police, firefighters, search and rescue, and EMS. All the guys, the tip of the spear, when shit happens, they're the ones going towards the fight, right?
Yep.
Or like 9/11. Those are the guys running into the building.
Yep.
So these are guys that still have courage, because you got to have two things in this country, as far as I'm concerned, to call yourself a patriot. You got to have courage, because courage, like Aristotle said, courage is the first of all the virtues. Because if you don't have courage, nothing else you have matters. You could be as wise, you could be as knowledgeable, you could be as brilliant as you
strong,
strong. But if you don't have the courage to do what you know is right, then like all those students that became, they're all lefties and all about their principles, but until it came time for a job, and then their fear of not having a job caused them to compromise their principles. So you got to have courage, but you also have to know what's right. So you have to know the Constitution. So that's my bedrock. These guys have courage. I'm going to go. Instead of trying to turn libertarians into warriors, or constitutionalists into warriors, I'm going to try to turn warriors into constitutionalists or libertarians. So I want to focus on the men that I know have courage, but do they have the understanding? And we saw that in Hurricane Katrina. That was a big wake-up call for a lot of Americans. Because you saw police officers brought from all over the country after the aftermath of the hurricane to help, but then they wound up obeying unconstitutional orders from the local police chief who's anti-gun and the local mayor who decreed that, no one will be allowed to have guns. We're going to confiscate all the weapons. And they went house to house and disarmed people. Even people that were not even in a flooded area, nothing should matter, just trying to protect their own home. They're not looters. They weren't going out there going after the actual looters because that's dangerous. They were just going house to house, disarming the people who were trying to protect themselves from the looters, because looters always come out after a hurricane.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So we saw it over and we did 14 major hurricane relief missions in Oath Keepers. We saw it over and over again. But the point is that it was a big wake-up call, because you had police officers brought from all over the country who, A, either didn't know the Constitution, didn't know it was right, or B, were afraid to go against orders because they're afraid to lose their job. Back to those 2 points. You got to know the Constitution to defend it. How can you defend it if you don't know it? Then you got to have the courage to do it. So that's why I started Oath Keepers. I wanted to focus on the men that have some courage and training and understanding, they've chosen that profession to be protectors. But if you can get them to then understand, A, what that oath means, what their duty is, B, more of an understanding of where the lines are by knowing the Constitution they swore to defend. Now, if you get them to say no, that throws a monkey wrench in the plans of the elites. That's what I called it was strategic doubt. I wanted the cause. This is during the Obama administration. I started in 2009. Obama had just come into power. And by the time I thought of doing it before I even knew Obama was going to be their candidate in the summer of 2008. Then he comes in 2009 is inaugurated. Now, because while Bush was president, all the conservatives are comfortable with executive power, right? Because of the name of the war on terror. But now that Obama comes in, like their worst nightmare of a president, right? He's basically a communist Muslim from Chicago. So they're all losing their minds at this, black, racist, anti-American, communist Muslim named Barack Obama. And I was like, told you guys, here he comes. He's going to turn it on you, and he did. He turned it on them. That's why when I started Oath Keepers in spring of 2009, we got a flood of people coming in because they were afraid of Obama, and rightly so. But that was what really launched us, and rapidly we went to 40,000 members nationwide. So, but based on the oath, and it was a whole mission. Well, we called it Reach, Teach, and Inspire. Reach out to everyone that's taken that oath, whether they're current serving or veterans. Teach them more about the Constitution, about their oath responsibility, and then inspire them to do the right thing. Like with historic examples of men that did the right thing. And this is where I had some friction inside my own organization, because I said, look, guys, us veterans, how are we ever going to inspire a current serving cop or military service member to put their career at risk, or in the case of the military, you go to Leavenworth, you refuse lawful orders. So you're asking them to say no to orders. How can you inspire them to be men and do that, even at personal risk, if you are not willing to get off your ass and go and put yourself at risk to protect Americans, like protecting Trump supporters in the streets, like we did the entire Trump administration? And quite a few of them were like, oh, I want to do that. Like, we could get arrested. Ultimately we did. But you know what? I don't regret going to Washington, D.C. to do volunteer security. That's what we're doing that day. I'm not going to let my political enemies targeting me for doing the right thing stop me from doing the right thing. It'd be like saying, well, I know we're at war with Japan and Germany, but I'm not going to go over there because, they threatened to kill me and my family if I go fight them. No, you're going to go fight them and defeat them. Same goes for the domestic enemies of the Constitution. You can't give an inch to them. You can't let them control what you do. You have to just be a man. So that's where we are. And that's what we did during Trump's administration. Actually starting in Ferguson, Missouri, on the rooftops of Ferguson during the riots, we had a whole block of buildings of people that we protected and lives we saved, because our first customer was a black lady that owned Natalie's Cakes and More. Her name was Natalie. She owned a little bakery. She just started. Her whole life savings was put in this little bakery. And they broke her windows during the day. But then they threatened her. They said, tonight we're going to come back and burn this whole bitch down. They meant the whole block of buildings. And most of these were out-of-state agitators. They weren't even locals. There was people from out of state coming in there and causing trouble. So we offered her protection, and she said yes. And then we went to all her neighbors, and they said yes also. An Asian restaurant, a white guy that owned a dentist office, a Jewish lawyer. I don't think he was even there, but that's cool. We defended his place anyway. and then a Korean-owned beauty supply place. But those were the shops. But above them were apartments. So it wasn't just we were protecting property, we were also protecting lives. So we put guys on the rooftops with rifles and protected that entire block. All around us were buildings being burned down by the looters, but not that block. That block they didn't touch because they didn't want to die. So
Yeah.
you got men on the rooftop, trained men. A lot of our guys were special forces veterans. We had one MARSOC Marine. There's a picture of him online with Natalie and her thanking us. So, but that's what we did. And of course, the left, accused us of being white supremacists, even though we're protecting a black bakery and Asians who were owning other businesses around there, and a Jewish guy. They still try to smear us, insinuating that we just don't like black people or some crap. So it's got nothing to do with race. It's just everything to do with protecting people's right to life, liberty, and property. So that was our start. But during the Trump administration, starting on inauguration day, 2017, when we were here in Washington, D.C., protecting Trump supporters in the streets against Antifa. We did that entire Trump administration, all across the country. Twice in Berkeley, downtown Berkeley, successfully. In Portland, Oregon, in Minneapolis, Minnesota, in Boston, Massachusetts, Atlanta, Georgia. Any of these left-dominated cities, we went in there and protected Trump supporters successfully. Not once did we ever have an event we were protecting get shut down by the left. Not once did anybody we were protecting ever get hurt. And we never had to even use force. We had the ability to use force, but Antifa never closed on us or anyone we were protecting. They never attacked because they were afraid of us, because they knew that among us were about 30% of my membership were police officers. And either they're current serving, they can carry anywhere, or they're retired, have LEOSA credentials, Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act. That was passed after 9/11 to allow police officers to carry guns nationwide because, it'd be nice to have an armed cop, even retired, to intercede against a terrorist. That's why they passed it. So we had the ability, our cops could carry almost anywhere in the country. Even in Washington, D.C., if a guy's a current serving constable or sheriff deputy or whatever, he can carry in Washington, D.C. So we always had armed police among us. And the bad guys would never know. They see a group of oath keepers. They can't tell which one's a cop, which one's an Army veteran or a Marine Corps veteran. So whether they're dealing with trained veterans, a lot of our guys are prior infantry like myself, or you're dealing with a police officer who's trained, they knew they were dealing with trained men. So they were afraid of us. So we never actually had to punch, kick, use a baton, or even pepper spray, or shoot anybody, ever. Because Antifa just never closed on us. We just deterred them with our presence. That's our track record. It's a spotless track record. But you'll never hear that in the media. You do a search for oath keepers, you'll see crap like, one of the more violent, anti-government militias. That's what they try to call us. Right?
I wrote on AI yesterday.
What did it say?
Far-right activist is what you are. Militant anti-government extremist organization. That's what it was on AI.
Didn't say violent. You should ask, are they violent? They'll probably say yes. What's that ChatGPT?
I used a Grok on
okay.
Grok is on X.
We got to school Grok a little bit then. Anti-government. So it's an organization committed to the oath we all took. It's not some new oath. It's just whatever oath you took, whether you're in the military, police officer, the oath you took to support and defend the Constitution. That's what it's about. And the Constitution established the federal government, right? That's the founding document for the federal government. So we're called anti-government for being all about protecting the Constitution that created the federal government. How do you explain that?
Right.
Yeah, it's goofy.
So tell me what happened on Jan 6 then.
So we were there doing security as we'd always done.
Give me the real logistics.
Sure.
What does that look like on the ground?
So on the ground. So throughout the Trump administration, we'd done many free speech events, starting 2 in Berkeley, because we watched online on a live stream of a rally trying to be held in the Berkeley Park, where the cops just stood back, following orders from the local politicians, stood back, let Antifa come into the park and beat people with clubs and chains and all kinds of stuff. It was horrible. So we saw that, so we're not going to put up with that again. This is like March of 2017 when Trump was first inaugurated. So we went to the next one they had just a few weeks later. We went there and secured the event successfully. Antifa, different story. Now Antifa didn't want to close anymore because we were there. We did 2 times in a row. And every time we did that, the police did their job better. The presence of other police officers doing their work for them while they're being told to stand down and do nothing caused the Berkeley PD to step up and do their job better.
You guys kind of gave them courage, right?
Sure. Well, also, it's a little bit of a shaming thing. You got fellow police officers coming in and they're off time or they're retired doing your work for you.
Right.
And also, there's a brotherhood among police. So they see another officer in the park and like, well, shit, we can't let Antifa. There's an old sheriff deputy standing there. But they also know that the old retired sheriff deputy's got a 45 and about 8 magazines on his waistband. And the old retired sheriff deputy's like, I'm not going to let one of these punks hit me in the head with a bike lock. That's lethal force. I'm going to shoot him. I was like, I know. I told him, I said, hey, you just stay here by the stage and just kind of watch over the speakers. We'll take care of it. Us younger guys will take care of the working the line. But here's what happened with Antifa. So this is a good story.
Let me pause you real quick. What is Antifa?
Anti-fascists, the radical leftists.
And they're paid by...
Well, those are the ones you see all over the country, even right now, dressed all in black.
But it's a real organization.
Absolutely.
Because the leftists said they don't exist, and they are funded by the Democratic Party, yes?
Total gaslighting. Oh, yeah. They're funded by the left. George Soros. I mean, same people behind the scenes that fund all the crap that goes on the left fund Antifa. Of course they do. And Rose City Antifa was one of the epicenters of Antifa. One of the leadership cores of Antifa in this country is Rose City. They have their own website. They're up there on Facebook, Rose City Antifa. They have their own website. They got another one called It's Going Down, where they talk
there's a bunch of
plans.
them.
Yeah, so they're They're of course they're an organization. They're based on the anti-fascists that popped up in Germany against the Nazis. That's where they get their claim to fame. That's where the name comes from. So, and they're part of an international network of Antifa. So really, what Trump should have said is they're an international terrorists. They're part of a terrorist organization. And of course, the label terrorist was used against me and everybody else. I don't like it. But currently under federal law, terrorism is described as the use of force, so the threat of force to coerce behavior of a government or the people. That's what they do with Trump supporters. I'd consider it terrorism because they're using force, attacking people in the streets, assaulting them, or the threat of force that we're going to beat you up if you come to our town, punch a Nazi in the face, all this kind of stuff, to silence your free speech, to prevent you from holding an event. Like, for example, in Portland, Oregon, we ended up protecting the Multnomah County, that's the county that Portland is in. The Multnomah County GOP chair wanted to go speak at an event in downtown Portland put on by Patriot Prayer on the federal courthouse grounds. They were smart and held their event on the federal courthouse grounds. So the local mayor couldn't stop it. But he was afraid to go to that, give a speech. I said, well, we'll protect you. He said, okay, only with myself, a retired police officer, and a retired Force Recon Marine, badass older guy, but he was had a concealed carry permit in Portland. Both of them were carrying because they could legally. Myself and one other guy that we weren't carrying because we can't carry in Portland. But anyway, a 4-man security detail. We escorted him on foot into gave his speech, escorted him out. Antifa didn't touch a hair on his head successfully. That's what we did. Otherwise, he couldn't have spoke. That's what Antifa wants. He had death threats. They threatened him with death because they wanted to suppress his speech. They wanted him to be afraid, which he was, to go speak. He wouldn't have gone to speak without our protection. Could he have afforded private contractors from Blackwater or Gavin DeBecker's group to come protect him? No, he couldn't. So it's really bizarre. It's like, if you're rich, you can afford to have, like Gavin DeBecker's group, a real famous private security group in the United States for celebrities. If you can afford that, you can have private security, armed security to protect you. That's what all these rich people do, right? The rich celebrities always have protection. The mayor of Chicago has protection, right? He's got he's got a battalion of guys practically. Right. So, but the point is, so that's okay. But when volunteers, competent, trained, retired military and law enforcement go and protect someone as volunteers, all of a sudden they want to label us vigilantes. No, we're providing the exact same protection to Natalie of Natalie's Cakes and More as if she was a rich person like Oprah who could afford armed security to protect her and her offices. Natalie couldn't afford that. We did it for free. That's somehow bad. That's what's so absurd. So yes, Antifa uses terror. They've always done this. They are terrorists. It's all they've ever been. They use force and the threat of force to shut down free speech and assembly of people they don't like. If you're a conservative in particular, they label you a Nazi, and they say there's no, Nazis aren't welcome in our town, and no Nazis in Portland, this kind of crap. And they will use force. They will assault you. They did it all over the country. We saw it all over the web. You can go online right now, probably still find it, even if YouTube scrubbed a lot of it. You can go find videos of Antifa assaulting people, hitting them in the head with bike locks, splitting their heads wide open, hitting them in the head with homemade clubs, rocks, frozen water bottles, bags of urine, water balloons full of urine, or bleach they'll throw at you. This is why on January the 6th, after 4 years of Antifa attacking Trump supporters all over the country, in every major city, that's why a lot of the attendance of the rallies in Washington, D.C., and there were 3 big ones, November of 2020 against the election, December of 2020 against the election, January 2020 against the election. That's why a lot of the people there had goggles on, helmets, body armor, and hard-knuckle gloves, and then flagpoles that were made out of like wood or steel, because Trump supporters had already experienced being attacked by Antifa all over the country and in Washington, D.C., over and over and over again. So they carry whatever they could to protect themselves against Antifa. And yet that was spun as, they all came like that because they were going to assault the Capitol. It's just complete garbage. They were like that for Antifa. But it's a massive gaslighting. Antifa doesn't exist. And then massive projection. They committed a coup and they accuse you of what they just did. We were there to protest against their coup. And then they accused us of what they did to deflect attention from what they had done.
Do you think the story is true about Pelosi and the mayor of D.C. Not allowing the National Guard?
Yeah, except that here's the problem. I know that's a talking point that's used by a lot of conservatives. President Trump, as commander-in-chief, doesn't need Pelosi's permission or Mayor Bowser's permission to protect Washington, D.C. using the National Guard or the U.S. Army. It's the capital of the country. He never needed that. He might have been told by someone, because there's 2 different ways that the National Guard can be deployed. Like in a state, for example, the National Guard can be deployed upon the request of a governor to suppress domestic violence in the state. That's on request. Or to aid in natural disaster relief. Or the president can deploy them pursuant to the militia statutes and pursuant to the Insurrection Act. He can deploy them on his own as the commander-in-chief. Duh. They're part of the militia. And he's authorized by federal statute, the militia statutes, to call up such portion of the militia as he deems necessary to, for those 3 purposes, repel invasions, suppress insurrections, and execute the laws of the Union. And that's what he's using right now. And the lefties are trying to say, oh, it's a violation of posse comitatus. No, it's not. Posse comitatus does not affect his power as commander-in-chief to protect this country against invasion, to suppress insurrections, or execute the laws of the Union. That's what's happening right now with ICE agents being attacked by Antifa terrorists in the cities and also being resisted by governors. And in fact, the Insurrection Act, there's a militia acts. The militia acts have been there since the beginning of the country that authorized him to call forth the militia for those purposes. But then on top of that came the Insurrection Act, first signed into law by Thomas Jefferson. I think it was after Aaron Burr's attempt to split off and go create his own country and stuff like that. He was accused of treason. So then the Insurrection Act came in. That was strengthened even more after the Civil War, vastly strengthened. But it's current federal law. And you read that, it lays out, here's the criteria. When the president determines that local or state officials either are failing to protect the rights of the American people or are willfully obstructing the enforcement of federal law and not protecting the rights of the American people, and those rights can't be protected in normal process of the courts. Sound familiar?
Yeah.
The president can invoke the Insurrection Act and use such of the militia and the military, it says. I'm not sure if I agree with that constitutionally, because it didn't say anything about that in the Constitution. But that's what the Insurrection Act says. He can deploy such of the militia, I think is completely authorized, obviously, as he deems necessary to suppress the insurrection, to execute the laws of the Union, like our immigration laws right now. They're being resisted with force. Send in the National Guard to protect the ICE agents while they do their job. That's completely constitutional. So back to J6. I don't believe that you don't need it's ridiculous to say, well, he can't defend the Capitol of the United States without Pelosi's request.
Okay.
Or without Mayor Bowser's request. That's bullshit. So someone in his circle is still saying this to this day. Either they're ignorant or they're trying to use it as a talking point. It's just dumb. But here's the big point that I want to make. I don't believe President Trump ever considered his own supporters some kind of a threat to the U.S. Capitol that would require the National Guard. What he was worried about, I am sure, is Antifa. Because guess who attacked the White House May 31st, 2020? Antifa and Black Lives Matter and a bunch of other lefty knuckleheads attacked the White House so severely and so violently. Secret Service agents were injured. Park police were injured trying to protect the White House. The Secret Service evacuated the President of the United States and his family into the bunker under the White House. I don't know if you knew that or not.
I didn't.
May 31st, 2020. They attacked the White House so violently that they evacuated the president into the bunker underneath the White House. That's the backdrop. And all the other violence. We were in D.C. 9 prior times protecting Trump supporter rallies, like against illegal immigration, for example, right outside the White House in the park out there. We were there to provide volunteer protection for them. The night before his inauguration, in fact, our first Washington operation was on Inauguration Day. So, but the night before was a deplorable. And we had a group of ladies who wanted to attend the deplorable on January 19th, 2017, right? They would, once again, afraid to go in there without an escort. Antifa's raging in the streets, assaulting Trump supporters. Myself and a retired Navy guy who was retired Navy intelligence, we escorted these ladies into the deplorable and went with them to the deplorable. Next day, we had a team of about a dozen guys in the streets escorting Trump supporters. Because Antifa always attacks the vulnerable. They'll attack the elderly, the disabled, families with kids. They'll terrorize them. There's video out there of kids crying and their parents trying to get them to safety. Wow, these black-clad goons with dressed in black with like ninjas are all around them, threatening them. This is what Antifa does. And so we would go out, and we did this across the country during the Trump administration. Like outside of Trump rallies, for example, you got a Trump campaign rally. Antifa knows that to get inside, you got to go through Secret Service. So you go through there with nothing on you to protect yourself. They know when you come back out at night in the dark to walk back to your car, you're not going to be armed with anything. That's when they would attack Trump supporters. There was an Afghan veteran, I think Iraq veteran in Dallas, knocked unconscious, walking back to his car in the dark, hit in the back of the head with a club, knocked almost killed because he was by himself. They hit him from behind. That's what they are. They're cowards. They're jackals. They're not lions and tigers of the jungle. They're like hyenas and coyotes. They're low-level predators. You got to be careful who they attack. So that's what they do. So what we would do, we'd post up outside of a campaign rally for Trump. We'd coordinate with Secret Service, say, here's how you identify our guys. Where can we be? Sometimes a perimeter, we would carry guns. Where can we be outside of your perimeter? We can be armed escorts for Trump supporters back to their cars. Let us know where the line is. Some places was the building. We could be in the parking lot. Other places, no, it's the outside perimeter of the parking lot. Whatever it is, fine. We'll deal with that. We'd walk around with signs. If you'd like an Oath Keeper escort back to your vehicle, let us know. And Antifa knows that we're there now. And I always said, for every Oath Keeper you see with an Oath Keeper shirt or hat on, there's 2 you don't see. That we're going undercover.
Yeah.
It's a mind fuck against
Antifa. I love it.
Big time mind fuck.
Yeah.
So when that happened, we were there doing that. Antifa got suppressed. They could not attack anybody they were there because they were worried about getting shot by a retired cop. That's the bottom line. Or a current serving cop. That's what we did. So because average Joe, when he goes to a Trump rally, the Secret Service has the venue, the internal venue protected. But when you're out and walking back to your car, you're on your own. A cop's not going to escort you. You're not going to get a personal escort by a police officer, current serving. They're not going to be able to do that. So unless you can afford to hire a bodyguard, pay some expensive bodyguard, who's going to protect you when you walk back to your car unarmed? We will. That's what we did. So we did that all across the country successfully, thousands of times actually. When Act for America had their March Against Sharia nationwide, had speakers against ex-Muslims who are now converted to Christianity, speaking out about the danger of Sharia law in this country and how it's coming and warning us. They were speaking across the country. A lot of them had death threats. They approached us and asked us to go protect their events across the country, and we did. We were across the country. I did that in Dallas. I was there, part of the team in Dallas, protected a lady, ex-Muslim, now a Christian. She had death threats, and we were there carrying rifles to protect her. Because we all saw what happened with the Draw Muhammad contest there in Texas. Remember that? When 2 jihadis drove from Arizona all the way, because there was announced a Draw Muhammad contest. They were going to have a public, that's against the Sharia law to draw Muhammad. So F Muhammad, we're going to go ahead and just draw his ass on a piece of paper. So a bunch of folks showed up in Texas to go do that. And these 2 jihadi guys drove from Arizona to go attack that event. And a retired police officer or undercover cop, I think it was. Just happened to be off work, I believe it was. He smoked him with his pistol. He saw him getting out of a vehicle with 2 rifles, and he just smoked him. But point is that these are folks under death threat. Once again, can they afford to hire Gavin DeBecker or some other private contractor, triple canopy, XE, Blackwater, what do you want to call it nowadays? They have domestic operations all over the country too. If you can afford it, you can get top of the line guys who can protect you. But if you can't afford it, you're SOL, right? So that's where we step in with volunteers. So that's what we did. And that's why we were in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. We had been there, like I said, 9 prior times successfully, always complying with their bullshit gun laws in D.C. Some of our guys could carry because they were current serving law enforcement. They could carry a weapon in D.C. Some guys couldn't. Most of us can. So we'd go there, like on J6. We left all of our guns in our hotel room. But because we had guns in our hotel room, and we had a contingency plan that if Antifa were to attack the White House again, if President Trump was under attack, because they had threatened after the election of 2020, Antifa said if Trump does not concede the election, we're going to drag him out of the White House by his hair. That's what they said online. So they had already attacked the White House May 31st, 2020, and drove the president into the bunker. Now they're threatening to attack the White House again. We took that seriously. So yeah, and we announced publicly we're going to have a QRF, a quick reaction force, stationed outside of D.C., armed and ready to go. In case they did that, like a Benghazi, we were concerned about a Benghazi-style stand-down, that the D.C. police would not protect the White House because we've seen it all over the country. They just obey orders to stand back and let it happen. And if the traitors inside the DOD, Milley, for example, would not deploy troops to protect the White House, there's a risk you could wind up with a situation like Benghazi. And we all saw what happened there. I attended the Benghazi hearings. I sat in the audience and listened to that crap. I went there just to that purpose, to go and find out what happened. And what happened is men wanted to go respond. I know some of them who wanted to go respond, were on helicopters and planes ready to go rescue their brothers, told to stand down. Orders came to the pilot, wouldn't take off. The guys wanted to go. They were chomping at the bit. They were there either as military contractors or there as active duty troops. They wanted to go and rescue their brothers. Not allowed to. So I looked at that and said, okay, Antifa's threatening to drag the president out by his hair if he doesn't concede the election. They're threatening to attack the White House. We're going to mindfuck Antifa by throwing up a public post saying we're going to have an armed QRF outside of Washington, D.C. And we did. We had a van rolling around with all our rifles in it, stayed in Virginia, didn't cross into D.C., comply with all the laws, but they were ready for those contingency plans if the White House was attacked and if President Trump requested our assistance. We had that known. But it was in part a mindfuck for Antifa. Whatever goes on with the politicians and treasonous stand-down orders, if they attack the White House, they got to worry about us. And we did that in November. We announced the same thing in December, and we announced the same thing on January 6th. We wanted Antifa to worry about that in the back of their head. That's what it was all about. But they took all of that and said, oh, look at this QRF they had planned. They were planning on attacking the Capitol. We never said a damn word about the U.S. Capitol. It was all focused on the White House. They used that against us in trial. Look at this. They had all these weapons, and they paraded my lawfully owned in Texas rifles, 2 of them, an AR-10 and an AR-15. They paraded in front of this anti-gun jury in Washington, D.C. Look at these horrible weapons that he brought to the D.C. area. They're in Virginia in my hotel room, only one of them. And they also showed my concealed carry knives that I carry on my body. Like this one I got on me right now. They showed that to the jury, like this one here. They showed that to the jury. Look at these concealable knives that he carries around with him. I didn't carry that in D.C. because it's longer than the legal length in D.C.
Hold that up just a little bit to the camera.
Yeah, that's my daily carry knife.
Yeah, it's a regular machete there. So
yeah. So that's my daily carry. It's just not even 3 inches long. But anyway, whatever the D.C. rules are, we comply with them. Like one thing I said is I like batons. I love batons. I'm carrying one right now. I got an ass baton right now. So I love batons, but I'm not sure if they're legal or not in D.C. We're trying to figure that out. That's the chat that they showed to the jury. Me trying to comply. I believe the legal length for D.C. is 3 inches for knives, but I was still unclear about whether or not I can carry a baton. I said, but I love batons. And they use that against me in my trial. But anyway, it's just bullshit. We were there to do security. We'd done that all the other prior times. In November, massive rally. There's 1 million Americans protesting against the stolen election, obviously stolen. We were there for that, protecting events, speakers, and Trump supporters. So we had permitted events like the Jericho March, where Christians who were walking around the Capitol, praying for America and blowing their shofar horns and saying prayers. We protected that event. There's several other, we got like Virginia Women for Trump, something like that. We protected their event. We also had speakers, like in November, Bollinger, what's her name? I forgot her first name. But she's a bunch of women who were going there to do same thing. They were afraid. And their husbands were concerned that, hey, we don't want our wives going in Washington, D.C. without a security escort. So we'll help them. So we paired up. We escorted them. We tagged along with our guys tagged along with Alex Jones' security team. When Alex Jones marched from Freedom Plaza, and this is November, all the way up to the Capitol, their speaker is going to speak on the steps of the Supreme Court, including Alex Jones. And everyone marched from Freedom Plaza all the way to the Capitol.
How far is that?
I don't know, mile or so, mile and a half. They filled the grass on the Capitol. And this is an important point. In November and December, there's no expanded perimeter around the Capitol. You couldn't be on the grass. That didn't exist. People filled the grass. There's no place else to stand. 1 million people trying to listen to speakers on the steps of the Supreme Court. The Capitol's right here. Supreme Court's right here. Street in between the Capitol and Supreme Court is filled with people, but so is all the grass around the Capitol, trying to listen to the speak on loudspeakers, the speakers. So that's how it was in November and December. So here's what happened. I believe that the bad guys, the domestic enemies of the Constitution, who had pulled a coup to install the Chinese, the CCP puppet, that's what Biden is, that's what he always was. They installed him with a coup to deflect from that coup and to cover up what they had done. They saw the pattern that in November, we marched from Freedom Plaza to the Capitol for more events, including permitted events. Like I said, there are permitted events all around the Capitol. That happened in November, that happened in December. Same pattern. Events down on the mall, events at the Capitol. Permitted events all around the Capitol. Multiple events. I believe on J6, there were like 6 or 7 permits. You have to go get a permit from the park police. They give you a little stage. We call them postage stamp stages, not much bigger than your 2 desks here, like a 10 by 10 stage, little like this high off the ground. That's where you speak. We were there to protect 2 of those on Capitol grounds on January the 6th. Latinos for Trump, 1 block north of the Capitol in a park next to the Senate office buildings. I think it's called Lower Senate Park. That's known as Area 7 on the Capitol grounds. You can find a map right now of the Capitol grounds. Area 7's that one. That's Latinos for Trump. I spoke there that morning, and we were also there to protect them. We protected their venue successfully. The next one we were going to protect was Ali Alexander's Stop the Steal rally in what's known as Area 8, right outside the east side Capitol doors on the grass. That was the number 2 venue we were going to protect. That didn't happen because of what happened at the Capitol. Everyone just went up the steps, and by the time our security team got there, there was no rally being held. Everyone was on the steps just singing songs. And bottom line is, we're there to protect 2 permitted events on Capitol grounds, as we had done in November and December. Events and speakers, we had a personal security detail on Roger Stone on January 6th, a 4-man detail protecting him, because he was the keynote speaker for Ali Alexander's event. He was scheduled to be the keynote speaker. After President Trump's ellipse rally ended, they were going to march up to the Capitol, already planned way ahead of time. That's the thing, is that Trump didn't order anyone to go to the Capitol. It's not like, that's a spin. Oh, they were all supposed to be down there at Trump's rally, and only when Trump ordered them to go to the Capitol did they go to the Capitol. That's complete bullshit. They were already planning to hold events all around the Capitol, as they had done in November and December. Same drill. But the bad guys saw that pattern. They're going to go from President Trump's rally to the Capitol. How can we use this? Oh, let's steer them into the Capitol itself. Let's make sure the doors get open. Let's make sure we piss them off by using excessive force, hitting people with rubber bullets, firing tear gas canisters among women and children, using excessive force, like beating an unconscious woman in the head with a billy club. That's what they did that day. So you had cops using excessive. How do you get Trump supporters who were like 99% pro-law enforcement, how do you get them to fight cops? You have the cops use excessive force. That pisses the men off. Any man worth his salt is going to step up and protect women and kids, that kind of excessive force. When they see that, it's going to piss them off. That's what happened. It's a large part of what happened that day. So you had agitators. Now we know. They finally admitted we already knew. They now admitted that at least 274 FBI agents were in the crowd. Agents, not just their CHSs. Agents. How many more CHSs, confidential human sources, in other words, provocateurs, paid provocateurs were in the crowd? They haven't told you that yet. And how many DHS agents were in the crowd? They haven't even talked about that. How many CIA agents were in the crowd? How many military contractors working for the CIA were in the crowd? Those are other shoes to fall. I believe there's probably upwards of thousands, 8,000 at least, provocateurs, whether they're agents of the FBI, DHS, CIA, military contractors, whatever. And then you add in the Antifa, who were caught putting on Trump outfits and then going in and breaking windows.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
It's brilliant to do that.
We always knew that. But now they're finally leaking out little by little confirmation we already knew. So were there pissed off Trump supporters? Absolutely. We're all pissed off. We knew they were still in the election. Were we intent on a coup? Of course not. What kind of a coup goes unarmed, leaves your guns in your hotel room, and go unarmed to take over the Capitol for what? 20 minutes and walk through? And what they do inside? Here's what they did inside. My guys went in. There was a team from Florida that were tasked with protecting Ali Alexander. It was led by Kelly Meggs, big 6'5" guy. He used to be a bouncer. He's the leader of the Florida chapter. His team was tasked with going to the Trump rally into the VIP section with Ali Alexander and all of his speakers and VIP guests. Then stay with them there when Trump's rally was over to escort them, walk up to the Capitol for their planned event, Ali Alexander's planned event, on Capitol grounds. That's what they were doing, escorting the speakers and VIP guests from the Ellipse rally to the Capitol. That's what they were doing. By the time they got there, everyone's up on the steps. Their protectees went up the steps. And so a couple of the guys went up the steps to go and stay with their protectees. Of course, that's their job. And so when the main element of Kelly Meggs' team got there looking for their partners, which was Kenny Harrelson and one other guy, Jason Dolan, I think his name was, they saw them on the steps as they went up the steps to go join them, and then the doors opened. So this is about 20 minutes after other folks, unbeknownst to me, had already been inside the Capitol. So this is important because the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys were accused of leading the insurrection, right? And they were also accused of breaching the East Side doors, like they broke with a battering ram or something. They didn't lead anything because they weren't the first ones in the Capitol. Some other folks on the West Side got in before they did on the East Side. They came in like 20 minutes later. They didn't breach anything. They didn't force the doors open. The doors were opened by someone else, yet to be identified, of course. Someone on the inside opened those doors, never identified or prosecuted. Wonder who that could have been. And then they were funneled in along with the rest of the crowd. And then they're being carried in. You're in a big crowd like that. You've probably been in a big concert. I've been at many concerts in Vegas. Where you're in a tight crowd like that and the crowd's moving, you're not going anywhere else where the crowd's going. So you get funneled right inside. What do they do inside? First thing they did is they did a prayer circle. Took a knee and said a prayer. Oh, wow. That's so dangerous. The next thing they did is they helped a cop. They helped Harry Dunn, the big 6'8", super fat black police officer, Capitol police officer, who was running around. He's on video running around the Capitol, screaming at Trump supporters how he's going to kill everyone, every effort here. I'm taking you with me, all this kind of stuff. Running around with an M4 in his hand, a select fire M4, dropping his magazine out of the rifle by accident, hitting his button, his magazine release button, running around like a chicken with his head cut off. And they saw him arguing and yelling back and forth with Trump supporters, and they could tell he was hyper-adrenalized. Like one of our guys, Kenny Harrelson's Army vet, he's like, this guy's getting ready to snap. He's getting ready to open fire. So Kelly Meggs and Kenny Harrelson and their team, they got in between Officer Dunn, who was standing in front of a staircase, and a group of Trump supporters. They got in between, put their backs to Harry Dunn, the officer, put their hands toward the Trump supporters, and like de-escalated this confrontation and chilled it out. And I think they possibly avoided a tragedy even worse than Ashley Babbitt being murdered. Mm-hmm. That was bad enough.
Yeah. An
unarmed Air Force veteran being shot in the neck by another black Capitol Police. I only bring up their color because I believe they're racially motivated. I think they hate Trump supporters, believe we're all Nazis. You know, whatever like the guy that shot Ashley Babbitt. I believe his name was Michael Byrd, Officer Byrd. he was a Black Lives Matter, proud Black Lives Matter supporter. All over his Facebook page is Black Lives Matter stuff. So he shot an unarmed Air Force veteran in the neck. Woman. Yeah. Talk about excessive force. He could have pulled her through the window and cuffed her. He could have pushed her back. He's a big guy. He could have shoved her back. He could have pepper sprayed her. He could have punched her in the face. He could have done anything else except shoot her in the neck. But no, He went ahead and just shot her. So I consider that murder. He should be on charge now. But imagine if Harry Dunn, with an M4 select fire, 30-round magazine, rifle in his hand, had opened fire on those Trump supporters, how many more deaths we would have that day? Could have been dozens.
Yeah.
So our guys helped de-escalate that. And Harry Dunn admitted that and by the way, I don't believe he was under any threat from those Trump supporters. I don't believe any Trump supporter was any dangerous, deadly force threat to any cop that day at all. I really don't. So, but I believe he in his own head was getting ready to open fire. And that's what our guys saw, was him going in condition black, we call it, just like hyper-adrenalized, tunnel vision, just freaking out. So they de-escalated, calmed him down. And he admitted in his first interview with the FBI, the first 302, the recorded record by the agents of his conversation, he said, yes, the Oath Keepers helped me. I let the Oath Keepers help me keep some Trump supporters from going down the staircase that I was guarding. That's what he said in his first interview. But by the time it came for his testimony at my trial, he gets on the stand and says, oh, I was mistaken. That was some other group of people that looks like that. It wasn't the Oath Keepers. They were hostile and threatening. Some other group helped me that day, dressed in military garb. I was confused. That's what he said. And then he said, no, they were threatening me. Oh, and Officer Lazarus was with me. He saw them threatening me. So Officer Lazarus was a black agent on the Capitol Police who was part of Nancy Pelosi's, the Speaker of the House, part of her security detail. So then bring Officer Lazarus on the stand and says, yeah, I was there with Harry Dunn, and I saw what happened, this confrontation with the Oath Keepers, and they were threatening him. They weren't helping him. They were threatening him. That was our defense. Like, hey, our guys help, like we always do. That's our pattern. We always help cops wherever we can. So they both lied on the stand. They both said they were together, and then they falsely testified they were together and that the Oath Keepers were not helping. Steve Baker from Blaze Media later found a video, after our trial, of Officer Lazarus. At the time when he testified that he was with Harry Dunn, he was actually in the tunnels under the Senate office building. You can't be in two places at one time. So they've both been caught red-handed committing perjury on the stand, saying that they were together when they were not together that day, lying to counter our defense that we were there helping police officers who wanted to kill that. And oh no, false narrative, we were there to attack the Capitol and we were threatening Harry Dunn. So both of them should be charged with perjury right now. That's why I'm not happy with Pam Bondi. Why are they not charged with perjury? It's an open and shut case. And then they would, of course, I'm sure, under pressure of prison time, roll right over and testify against the prosecutors who suborned their perjury, coached them to lie on the stand. That's what should happen. Should start with those two officers that committed perjury that day. That's the false narrative was spun. And the false narrative out of the gate was that Oath Keepers and Proud Boys led the attack on the Capitol. We were targeted, our two groups who they've hated all these years, because Proud Boys also protected Trump supporters all across the country. In fact, we worked together many times. Like in Berkeley, we worked together. And in Portland, we worked together. So I want to give props to the Proud Boys. A lot of good stuff, too, about protecting Trump supporters in the streets. So the left hates both groups because we were both very effective. Different strategies. Proud Boys, a lot of times they're more like street fighters. They want to go out there and mix it up. Our guys were instructed, hey, we don't even respond to them yelling. You don't yell back. You just stay stone-faced. And you're just there to protect whoever your protectee is and protect Trump supporters. You're not there to go whoop ass on Antifa. But I got nothing bad to say about the Proud Boy guys that want to go out there and go mix it up with Antifa. Fuck Antifa. That's how I feel about that.
I'm with you on that.
So I get that.
How many of your people were there that day?
About 100 total Oath Keepers in D.C. on January 6th. We had a security detail that I was part of guarding the Latinos for Trump event. We had the one that was tasked for guarding Alexander's event. We had a personal security detail on Roger Stone. We had a personal security detail on Alexander himself. Retired cop was with him, protecting him. And then we had a bunch of other members that were there that weren't part of those details, but were in the city. So if I was actually going to attack and here's one of them was Jeremy Brown. Jeremy Brown and retired special forces was part of the chapter from Florida came up. On J6, Special Forces retired combat veteran, one of the most competent guys in my organization, recent combat vet. Instead of, if I was plotting to overtake the Capitol, what would I send Jeremy Brown to be my point man, to be the team leader to go into the Capitol? Guess what he was doing that day? He was escorting an elderly lady who was a mother of one of the speakers for Alexander, a little black lady. She got tired walking in the crowd from all the way from the ellipse up to the Capitol. She's like, I'm smoked. I just want to go back to my hotel room. So he escorted her back to her hotel room. That's what he was doing that day. So Kelly Meggs, great guy. He used to be a bouncer, but he's not prior military or law enforcement. He was actually a car salesman in Florida, but a good man. He goes into the Capitol with his team. So if I was plotting to overtake the Capitol, why would I send my car salesman in there, but not my Special Forces combat veteran? It makes no friggin' sense. It's just goofy nonsense because there was no plan. There was no plan to enter the Capitol, no plan to take over the Capitol. They went inside, helped Harry Dunn, sang some songs, did their prayer circle. The only one that did anything you could call, a plot of any kind was Jessica Watkins, and her couple people she was with went into the Senate hallway, and where they were starting to push against the cops in the Senate hallway, and she's on audio saying, push, push. They can't stop us all. She kind of lost her. It's actually a tranny. Turned out that Jessica Watkins is actually a guy. That was something else we didn't even know until trial. At the time, I thought that was a woman because she showed up, as a volunteer, as an EMT with her boyfriend. I just thought it was a woman. It turned out that's actually, I believe, real name Jeremy Watkins, and was a Ranger veteran a gay Ranger veteran that had decided to transition to being a woman. So that's which is also kind of interesting because at my trial, Jessica Watkins is sitting right next to me in my trial, and the left, of course, doesn't care. Of course, they're supposedly all about trans rights, right? Well, here's a transsexual sitting right there at trial, in the Oath Keeper trial, and they just don't care. And it comes right down to it. They don't care about that. They care about their ideology. They just use that as a wedge.
So you went through the trial, and now comes the verdict.
But I'll say this about Watkins. Watkins acted honorably at our trial. Watkins could have gone home. Just like Kelly Meggs, Kenny Harrelson, Watkins also could have just gone home. All Watkins would have had to do is just say, Stewart Rhodes told me to go inside. All they had to sign a confession that, yes, we were involved in a plot, and yes, Stewart Rhodes told us to go inside. They all could have gone home. They did not do that. They stuck by their convictions.
Courage.
That's right. Courage. As messed up as I think people that are trans are, I think it's still a mental illness. And I got to have compassion towards them as a Christian. But I do think it's a mental illness. And I would not have chosen to let someone that was that like that into an operation if I'd have known. But my point is that Watkins, even if Watkins is screwed up and has gender dysphoria, still acted with more honor. There were other men that did fold. Combat veterans, 2 Army combat veterans. One was named, now I'm drawing a blank, I'll tell you in a minute. But they folded and took a deal. Pled guilty to seditious conspiracy, signed a fake statement of facts that said that I told them that I planned to attack the Capitol since November. They signed on to this stack of lies, and they got no jail time. And then they were finally sentenced by Judge Matta. Same judge just gave me 18 years, gave them probation only. So they were rewarded for participating in the lie. Let's go back to what Solzhenitsyn said. So Ron Paul once said, truth is treason in an empire of lies. Okay? That kind of, it's a bookend with what Solzhenitsyn was saying. Truth is treason in an empire of lies. And I would add to that, lies are loyalty in an empire of lies. So those of us who went to trial, refused to plead out, refused to turn on President Trump, we were punished for being loyal. The ones who did participate in the big lie and went along with it and repeated it, they were rewarded with no prison time. Judge Mehta sentenced me to 18 years, sentenced Kelly Meggs, I believe, to 14. Watkins got 6, I think it was. Kenny Harrelson got 5. But we were punished for being sticking to our guns and speaking the truth. We refused to participate in a lie. We got punished. And here's the sick part. So those 2 guys that took the deal pled guilty to the same thing I was found guilty of at trial, a show trial in D.C. It's a total show trial. But we were found guilty. I was found guilty of seditious conspiracy. Those 2 guys pled guilty to the same offense, no prison time. And then when President Trump came in, And I'm glad to be out. I'm grateful for being given I was given clemency, right? So I was set free that night, but I'm still a felon. Clemency means that your sentence is reduced to time served. So you're set free, but you're still a convicted seditionist. That's what I am right now, a convicted seditionist. And like I can't bear arms. I've lost all my veterans benefits. I got a letter from the VA while I'm in solitary confinement. After my trial, I'm still in solitary confinement, for over a year in solitary. The VA sends me a letter that says that because you've been found guilty of seditious conspiracy, we consider this to be analogous to treason. So therefore, you've lost all your disability. Even though I got a fused spine still, all that's gone. No veterans benefits. And it said, the last line was, you can no longer be buried in a veteran's cemetery. So, lies are loyalty in an empire of lies. Truth is treason. We were punished. And so when we got out, I found out there were 14 of us that got commutation, not clemency, commutation. We got commuted, our sentence was commuted. 14 of us, 10 Oath Keepers, 4 Proud Boys, were singled out for commutation only. We're all the ones that went to trial. All the ones who refused to take a deal, we got commutations, not a pardon. And I don't blame President Trump for that, but someone in his circle advised him to not pardon the 14 of us and give us commutations only, probably under the excuse of, oh, these are complicated cases. We've got to look at these individually. They never have. So, but I believe it's punishment. Because the 2 guys that pled guilty to this conspiracy, guess what? They got pardons. The 2 Oath Keepers that pled guilty to seditious conspiracy got pardons. They were never saw prison time, and they got pardons from President Trump. Most of us went to trial and were loyal to him, loyal to our country, did not receive a pardon. And I think that's by design. That there's someone in his circle that wants that false narrative that there really was a plot. They want that to live on. That's what I believe is happening. That they want that, because it's used against us right now and used against him. Oh, there really was a plot. Otherwise, he'd have pardoned them. There must have been something there. That's why they only got commutations. I see it all the time.
So where are we at now with the Oath Keepers?
I'm going to rebuild my org. I'm not going to let the bad guys win. I believe the mission is still important. And I believe that, like, for example, when the Hill Country flood happened in Texas, awful flood down there, myself and other members of Oath Keepers, it was not, the organization was shattered after I got arrested, scattered to the 4 winds. My vice president at the time, really awesome, retired colonel from San Antonio, John Siemens, was going to lead the organization after I was gone, but he had 2 major strokes. And after that, it kind of just scattered. So there were some who claimed to be carrying on the Oath Keeper mission. They started Oath Keepers USA. And I found out while I'm in prison, one of their ex-board members approached me through my lawyers and contacted me. I called and talked to him. And he said, "Well, guess what? They tried to file that a trademark. I own the trademark for Oath Keepers. They tried to file Oath Keepers USA. They tried to file that trademark, and it was rejected by the U.S. Trademark Office because it's too close to Oath Keepers. Obviously, that's what trademarks are for." So my trademark was going to expire in November, I think it was, of 2024. This guy let me know that they're waiting for your trademark to expire so they can steal it, go trademark Oath Keepers USA and steal the name from you, steal your intellectual property. So I had to hire a lawyer. While I'm in prison, I had to hire a lawyer to refile for my trademark to preserve my own trademark so they couldn't steal it. That's where we're at. But while I was in prison, they never mentioned my name. All they said on their website is, "We are continuing the Oath Keeper mission under new leadership." Didn't say my name or my co-defendants. Didn't say these are innocent people are political prisoners. Didn't say they should be released. This is a travesty of injustice. Here's how you support them, their legal defense. Here's how you give money to their commissary account to help them get through prison. None of that. Like, they didn't even mention our names. I don't exist anymore. They use all my slogans, all my intellectual property, Declaration of 10 Orders, we will not obey, all of that. Guardians of the Republic, all that's mine. It's all in my head. That's all my intellectual property that I created. They used all of it, but didn't mention my name. They never stood up for us and were trying to steal my trademark. And will not do security missions And as far as I know, didn't do any natural disaster relief missions. All they do is sell memberships and sell T-shirts and make money.
It's probably the enemy that's behind that.
Well, I don't know. But all I know is that it's dishonorable and disgusting to me. And so I renewed my trademark successfully. I got it for another 10 years. As long as I'm using it, I'm good. And I'm going to shut them down. I'm going to send them letters of cease and desist. You go do something else. Go create your own organization with your own name, with your own think of your own intellectual property, and go use that for whatever you want to do. Don't try to use my intellectual property, especially when you're going to do something dishonorable, like not stand up for us, those of us who went to prison for doing the right thing, political prisoners. And you're not even willing to help people. You're afraid to even go protect people in the streets. That's ridiculous. What kind of oath keeper is that? So no, I'm going to shut them down. We're going to carry on. When the Hill Country flood happened, myself and some other members of Oath Keepers that I still had contact with in Texas stepped up and went down, and a bunch of other veterans. I was asked by Doc Pete Chambers and his group, Revenant Ministries, to come in and help because I had done call to actions online and brought in volunteers. He asked me to spearhead that. And so I brought in over 100 volunteers. We vetted, put them through background checks, and not all of them deployed, but quite a few of them deployed down to Texas. Some of them from as far away as Illinois and Oregon came in and helped. So, and we did a lot of good work down there. Doing first search and rescue, which sadly turned into search and recovery of dead children. It was horrible. So, very dark experience. But the blessing about disaster relief, one of the great blessings for veterans, is that it gives them a mission again, and a very positive mission. So while we were down there, one of the volunteers was a 10th Mountain combat vet, young guy, relatively young. But he said, "Man, I just want to let you know, this saved my life."
Wow.
Because he said, "Hey, man, I was starting to spiral down into depression. And oftentimes for a lot of veterans, it leads to suicide. They spiral down. They feel like they don't have a purpose anymore." He said, "This saved my life." But then he got a call while he was with us volunteering for disaster relief. One of his buddies from 10th Mountain Division, who went on to become an Army Ranger, he got a phone call. He had just committed suicide. So, yeah, it was bad. So he lost a good friend. So one of the advantages of doing disaster relief, and also the security missions we do, is that it gives the veterans a mission where they otherwise might feel they have no purpose in civilian life anymore. And men are mission oriented. If the man without a mission is a man that's on his way to the grave pretty quick. It's like when you retire, you die usually, So men need missions, and veterans in particular. Over the years, it's been one of the great blessings. Did 14 major hurricane relief missions, starting with Hurricane Harvey in Texas. And that always includes a security element, always. Because when there's a disaster, when the police are overwhelmed, the dirtbags come out, the meth heads in particular, but the gangbangers, whatever it is, they come out, whether they're black gangs, Mexican gangs, or white meth heads raiding homes, whatever they are, they come out of the woodwork and prey on people. You get carjackings, you get truck jackings, you get home invasions, you get looting. That happens. And so we would go in and we would do, once again, armed security escorts for nurses and doctors to go into areas that are hit by the disaster they would not go into by themselves. Red Cross is never going to go into an area that's not safe. They come afterwards. The first week or two, you're nowhere to be seen. FEMA's nowhere to be seen, thank God. All they do is get in the way. On the ground, when we went out, we went from Hurricane Harvey through multiple hurricanes in Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, and then Puerto Rico, same thing. We were in Puerto Rico, we were going into barrios and mountain communities. No one else had been there. We were the first ones in because these were like rough neighborhoods in Puerto Rico, for example, like gang-controlled barrios. We'd go in there, ex-military and police. The gang would see us. Like one guy, he rolled up on his bike, a little hat on sideways. And he's like, "Hey, yo, where are you from, man?" So, "I'm from Texas. Where are you from?" It's like, "Well, I'm from New York originally." No surprise, right? He's a Puerto Rican gang member. So he's like, "What are you guys doing?" "Oh, we're giving out, food and water and medicine, So, because our guys, we have retired combat medics and civilian medics with us doing wellness checks on people. So first people in this area, giving out water, doing wellness checks on the elderly, making sure they're okay. And this guy, when he realized we're there to help, he's not going to mess with us because we're ex-military and police. He knows that. He asked, "What's up with you, man?" "I was a paratrooper in the Army." "Oh, that's cool. I have an uncle that was a paratrooper," that kind of thing. But they realized, A, we're not easy targets. B, we're here to help. So we never had a problem. I mean, with Mexican gangs in Texas, black gangs in Houston, the Puerto Rican gangs, anywhere we went, they left us alone because they knew we were there to help, and they also didn't want to die. They're not going to mess with us.
Good motivation there.
Never had a problem. But we suppressed looters. Like one community in North Carolina that was flooded, the homes were flooded, a lot of the homes were flooded, and then the looters coming on canoes and kayaks and raiding the houses at night. So we went in there, set up a checkpoint. You have to show that you lived here. What's your address? Where do you live? The locals were with us, like, does this guy live here or not, But then all the looting stopped. But then we set up, and this is really the big point, there were retired NYPD cops living in this North Carolina community now. So we organized them, and they didn't have radios. So we gave them some little small handheld, little cheap radios from Walmart we organized them to do their own neighborhood watch, stood them up, and we backed off. They took over because they knew what they were doing because they were retired police, and they organized their neighbors to take care of suppression of the looting. But so my point is, like going back to the weenie Oath Keeper guys that don't want to do security missions happen no matter where you go, even while you're doing natural disaster relief, you have to have it built in. And because we're prior military and law enforcement, it's always built in. We always have, in every element that goes out, we've got medical, almost everyone. We got someone that's a medic of some kind or a combat lifesaver like I was in the military. We got someone who was a firefighter. We got someone that knows communications and radios, and we always have security built in because a lot of us are prior infantry or law enforcement. So always, all those skill sets go as part of that team. And that's what's wonderful about veterans. Any group of veterans is going to have all of those elements in there. You get a large enough, any VFW you go to, you're going to find a guy with different MOS, different skill set. It's all there. You put them together with retired cops. Retired cops are good because when you're talking to local police, you have your police officers go talk to them as your liaison. Or I would always put police in leadership whenever I could. That way when the local cops see us and they start talking, it's like, oh, I'm talking, the leader of this team is a retired cop. They relax a lot more. They know a brother cop's in charge. It's a lot smoother. That's the best way to roll. So we never had a problem, except for like two exceptions. When we were on the rooftops in Ferguson, the politicized local sheriff there ordered us off the roof, and our guys complied and got down with him. We hired a lawyer because he's like, "Oh, you need to be licensed in this state in Missouri to do security." I'm like, "No, we're unpaid volunteers. We don't need a license." But the lawyers, we had two local attorneys that went and wrote up a letter to them saying, "Yeah, under the law in the state, they don't need a license if they're not being paid." And that's how it is across the country. We're never paid. We don't have to comply with licensing requirements. That was the only time we had a problem there. And one of the time we had a Florida team, some other organization, a guy had a private security company, and him and his team came up to volunteer, good intentions. But we told them, don't be out after curfew. There's a curfew set after the Florida hurricane there. Don't be out after dark. Come back in before. They didn't listen to us. They went after dark. And unfortunately, some other volunteers, one retired police officer went with them. And the cops rolled up on them because they had a big badge hanging, like a security guard badge, and they had lights on their vehicle. The police, it was bullshit, but they accused them of impersonating police officers. So they arrested them. But then the charges were dropped later. We went to the sheriff and said, "Look, man, let these guys go. They weren't trying to impersonate police officers. They're security of a company in Florida. Yeah, they were dumb out after dark. They shouldn't have been there, but there was no intent. They're not looting. They're out there looking for dead bodies. People were doing wellness checks. They would have a volunteer organization, dispatchers, put out tickets of, hey, people from other states trying to find their family, make sure they're okay, would call in a ticket. And they'd issue that to volunteers to go check on that address to see if there's someone there, if they're okay. That's what we were doing. So that's what they were out there doing, Sheriff. And just letting you know that if you don't drop these charges, we're going to be all over the media, making it known that you arrested. Like one guy was a retired police officer, not happy at all about being arrested like this. So long story short, eventually they backed off and dropped the charges. That was the only other time we had an issue. And that's because that team leader didn't listen. We told him, don't go after curfew. He was a dummy, went and did it anyway. So, lessons learned.
Two little curveballs, that's it.
And then J6. The guys, They should not have gone inside the Capitol. I was on the outside. I didn't go inside, but I was on the outside trying to locate them. It didn't even cross my mind that anyone would go inside the Capitol at all. I didn't know anyone had gone in the Capitol until I saw some Trump supporters coming up like a ramp from down below coming up. I was like, oh crap, they're coming up out of the building. That's when I realized anyone had gone in, but I never thought my guys would go in, because they were here to do security only. I didn't know they got swept up and went inside until they came up to me afterwards and said, hey, we went inside. And the first thing I said, well, that was fucking stupid. And that's on, two different witnesses said that's what he said. But then they told me what they had done inside. And I said, well, you didn't do anything wrong. It was dumb. And the reason why I said it was stupid, it's not because they did anything wrong. I don't believe they committed even trespass. The door's open. You're not being told you're trespassing. It's the Capitol of the United States. The public's always open to go in the Capitol. Only because of COVID that it's shut down. It's an important point. The only reason why it was, prohibited space because of COVID. That was the excuse they used to shut down the Capitol. Before that, like I was at the Benghazi hearings, I used to work there. We used to go in all the time. The public's always able to go in, sit in the gallery and watch any hearing or watch any vote. They can sit in the gallery and watch everything that goes on in the Capitol, which would make sense, right? You want to be open to the public to watch what's going on, So only because of COVID, they declared, prohibited space and the Capitol's closed. And then they made a big deal out of, well, they broke into the Capitol while it was closed. Well, why was it closed? Because of COVID? Come on. So I don't believe they committed a crime, walking through doors opened by someone else, police inside not telling them to get out. They were inside for a while, helped Harry Dunn, and then some cops said, man, you guys got to go. And I'm like, okay, great. Then they left. And on the way out the door, and Kelly Meggs is on video, standing next to the cop by the door, because he used to be a bouncer. He's a big dude, 6'5", like 300 pounds. He's escorting Trump supporters. Like, come on, guys, come on, it's time to go. Shooing them out, helping the cop get them out faster. Because after all the song and dance about Oath Keepers and Proud Boys leading the attack, you know what their fallback at the end of it was? Well, their presence inside the Capitol delayed the reconvening of Congress. Their presence there contributed to the delay, caused it to be a longer delay before Congress was reconvened. That's the actual effect that the Oath Keepers had after the accusation of this massive plot. Oh, their presence, and also they could prove no one testified to a plan. Because even those two guys that took that deal, they didn't put them on the stand. And I think the reason why is they were worried that they would get on the stand, look us all in the eye, and then break under cross-examination, admit they were coerced, and tell the truth. Because they had one guy, Jason Dolan, a Marine Corps veteran, like a 19-year Marine Corps veteran, who did take the stand. He did take a deal. But I think he acted honorably because he actually tried. I believe he told the truth and in his own way, tried to help. Because he said there was no plan, nothing articulate, no orders came down from me, nothing from me or anybody else in leadership to go inside the Capitol. He said, but he had a sense from the discontent in the chats about, we're bellyaching about the election, that this was an implied conspiracy. So that's what they used. They said, and that implied conspiracy could have been formed as they walked up the steps. So as the Oath Keepers who wandered inside walked up the steps, the argument was from the prosecutors, without saying anything, the jury can find from all their free speech, they use our free speech as state of mind evidence against us. All my open letters to President Trump, calling out the election as stolen, illegal, unconstitutional, calling out Biden as a Chi-Com puppet, which I did, encouraging President Trump to use his absolute power of mass declassification exposure to take down the deep state, and to invoke the Insurrection Act and go seize evidence of election fraud. Do what you can right now as a Hail Mary, at least do the mass disclosure. But all of that was used against us. All of our speech, which was supposed to be protected speech in this country, was used. The judge invited them to use it as state of mind evidence against us in support of the jury finding us guilty of an implied conspiracy. You can infer. Here's what they were told. By their speech and the fact that they walked inside, you can infer an implied conspiracy, an unspoken conspiracy to have been formed in their minds, an agreement without speaking as they walked up the steps. And the jury did that. Of course, the judge instructs them, no shelter for free speech, no instruction on the Brandenburg Standard that speech is protected unless it's intended to incite imminent unlawful activity that's also likely to occur. That's the Brandenburg Standard. All speech is protected. All these commies screaming about the need for revolution to overthrow the Constitution, all that stuff for decades now, have been sheltered by that Brandenburg decision. But the judge wouldn't even instruct the jury on that at all, about the shelter of free speech. And my lawyer wouldn't listen to me. I said, hey, Brandenburg Standard, here it is. I learned that in law school. They just wouldn't listen, didn't even argue it until post-trial. But yeah, no Trump supporter is going to get a fair trial in Washington, D.C. It's impossible.
When they're accusing you guys of entering the Capitol, to what end?
Oh,
what would they say? Like you just said earlier in the podcast, well, what are we going to do? We're going to take over the Capitol for a couple hours until they send in the Marine Corps? Like, what did they think your mission was going to be?
Oh, it turned out, like I said, that they said by our mere presence, we delayed the reconvening of Congress to certify the election for Biden. That's what it turned. All song and dance afterwards at the very end. That's how the jury was instructed. You may find that their presence delayed the reconvening. Obviously, if Harry Dunn had opened fire, it would have been a much bigger delay, right? So we didn't delay anything. We helped get them out faster. We helped people get out of the building faster. Oh, another one was Mike Nichols, retired New York City police officer, oath keeper, was there with his buddy. They're on video helping Capitol Police. Tariq Johnson, the black Capitol Police officer, to put a MAGA hat on his head to get through the crowd. He was later fired because of that. They fired him for doing that. But he was getting through the crowd easier by putting a MAGA hat on his head. And he walked up to these two oath keepers and said, are you oath keepers? And it's on video because some video guy, an independent blogger, just happened to catch that and he's recorded it. And he said, are you oath keepers? He says, yeah, we're retired, New York City or New York Police. And they showed their badges, their retired badges. He's like, will you help me? And they said, sure, because we always help cops. And so he said, help me. I got a group of officers inside who want to get out on the east side here through the crowd. Can you help me get through the crowd and get them out? I said, sure. So Mike Nichols gets Tariq Johnson's bullhorn, leads the way up through the steps, oath keepers coming through. Everyone knows who we are. They all part like the Red Sea. They go inside. He helps organize. He's on video inside, helping organizing these police. It used to be SWAT. He helps them and do crowd control stuff. He helps them organize, and they come down the steps with him leading the way and get them out successfully. I don't believe they're in any danger anyway, but whatever. He helped, though. That was not allowed to be shown to the jury. That video was not allowed to be shown to the jury. Mike Nichols was in D.C. ready to testify for us. The judge would not let him take the stand and testify. He said, oh, he wasn't actually with you just because he was there that day doesn't mean he was with you, so therefore it's not relevant. They wouldn't let him show that. But
but if he did something that they could twist into incrimination, he'd be like, oh, he was with you.
Yeah,
right?
well, the other, like the security detail, was Josh James was one of the guys. That's the guy I forgot earlier. One of the ones who took a deal and dishonored himself. Actually, the worst one of all is Josh James. From Alabama, Army combat vet, was disabled in an IED attack in Iraq. So before that, he was honorable. But they threatened us all with life in prison. We all got a letter through our attorneys from the prosecutors saying that this is the same as treason, so therefore we're going to ask the judge for life in prison. It was a bullshit threat, but that was what he threatened. That's what he threatened everybody with. And these guys were scared by that, obviously. But Josh James was part of the security detail for Roger Stone that day. Roger Stone didn't go to after the Ellipse rally where he was not allowed to speak. He got pissed off and decided to stay in his hotel room. He was supposed to be the keynote speaker for the Alexander thing, but he never showed up there, and that didn't happen anyway. But point is, and I'm not knocking Roger Stone for not showing up. The event didn't happen. But they were no longer doing work for Roger Stone, so then they decided to go to the Capitol. On their own, they decided to go to the Capitol, and they went inside also. And that was used against us. And that's the only guy who put hands on a cop that day was Josh James. And to be fair to him, he was pushed by someone from behind him into a cop, and then he lost his temper, and that happens sometimes to veterans of PTSD. He grabbed the cop by the body armor and shook him and said, "Get out of my fucking Capitol." That's all he did. And then he let him go. That's it. That's the only oath keeper that I know of that put hands on anybody that day was that guy, who then took a deal, plead guilty to seditious conspiracy, and then he signed on. This is where he dishonored himself. He signed on a stack of lies that said Stewart Rhodes plotted since November at Caldwell's farm with all the other defendants. So he threw all of us under the bus. Thomas Caldwell wasn't even a member of Oath Keepers. Just an old Navy veteran, ex-intelligence guy who, out of the kindness of his heart, let us stay on his farm in November. That's all the connection he had to us. But he got roped in as one of my co-defendants. At first, they called him the commander of Oath Keepers because he was a Navy commander. That was his rank in the Navy when he was in the Navy. And so they're like, oh, he was the commander of Oath Keepers. Like he was the leader of Oath Keepers. It's total bullshit. Wasn't he a member of Oath Keepers? But point being that this guy took this deal, dishonored himself, and he's the only one that actually put hands on anybody that day was him. But they used that against us, even though he wasn't with me, because he was part of our security details that day. They said, oh, that's relevant. And what else they found relevant somehow was we did a security mission in Louisville, Kentucky in 2020, August of 2020. And that Breonna Taylor controversy is going on down there, that woman killed by the local police. Remember that? Breonna Taylor? She was an EMT. She was shot in her apartment by a cop standing outside through the window. And I think it was a bad shooting. I think they have a good, legitimate grievance. But there was a gas station in Louisville that owned by a lady, a white woman, and her clerk had shot a robber, a guy trying to rob the place. He had pulled his concealed handgun and shot the guy. And so the local Black Lives Matter people were upset about that and then swore they were going to burn down her gas station next time there was any kind of a riot. So she asked us to come and help protect her gas station, and we did. Same thing. Guys on rooftops with rifles that didn't burn down her gas station. And we protected a couple of pawn shops and also an Asian restaurant nearby, too. They were worried about being protected. So we stepped up and protected them. They found the prosecution was allowed by the judge to show a confrontation. The Black Lives Matter people came raging into the parking lot where we were getting ready to go stand outside of the gas station. Our guys putting on their gear. They came rushing into the parking lot. In the front was like 6 young thugs with guns in their belts, like visible right here, tucked in their waistlines, screaming and yelling and cussing at us. And we're responding to them by just being cool and talking. We didn't yell back, nothing like that. Now, we were some of us were armed. One guy was on a shotgun. If they'd have pulled their guns, that it got smoked. But they were like in our face and yelling and screaming. And we're being cool. They showed that to the jury. How's that relevant to J6? But the confrontation in the parking lot in Louisville, Kentucky in August 2020 is somehow relevant. But Mike, the retired cop from New York, Mike Nichols, on J6, helping Patriot Johnson get police officers out of the Capitol, that's not relevant. That's how it went with our entire trial. Anything that looked bad, they thought, to us, about us, to the jury, they would show. Now, Ray Epps. The video of Ray Epps.
Describe the video. I know what you're talking about.
So Ray Epps, just so people know, Ray Epps had been a state leader in Arizona for Oath Keepers back in 2010, only for about a year. Then he resigned. He said, I've got too many family obligations, my family business. And that's it. He was gone out of the org from 2010. So now it's 2020, 10 years later. We didn't even know he was in D.C. I found out after J6. I see the video everyone else saw. On the night of the 5th,
he was the one that's
he's on video
telling people, go into the Capitol. We got to go into the Capitol.
Yeah, that's right. On the night of the 5th, he's on video saying, tomorrow, we got to go into the Capitol. We got to go into the Capitol. And people are like, fed,
Yep.
At night. And then the next day on J6, he's on video, this way, go to the Capitol. That's where your troubles are. Of course, a lot of people were going to the Capitol anyway for those events. That's fine. But then he's on video around the initial breach of the bike racks by the Peace Monument. He's out there and he's whispering in the ear. Ryan Samsel is a J6er who was one of the first guys to push over the bike racks, part of that first push. And that's shown all over the news media. But seconds before he does that, Ray Epps is whispering in his ear something. But that's not shown. And when the J6 Select Committee did their dog and pony show on national television, they showed the video of Ryan Samsel pushing over the barricade, which knocked a policewoman back, and she hit her head on a concrete step and got knocked unconscious, allegedly. But they showed the video of Ryan Samsel doing that, but you don't see Ray Epps anywhere in the video, even though he was whispering in his ear. Now, you would think that even if he's an ex-Oath Keeper leader, you would think they would grab that and go, here's an Oath Keeper. See, there was a plot. Here he is the night before saying
he was
tomorrow.
Affiliated with you for a short time, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, you would think he'd be sitting next. If Thomas Caldwell, not even an Oath Keeper, is sitting next to me at trial, Ray Epps should have been sitting right next to me too. Right next to Jessica Watkins should have been Ray Epps, because he's on video actually doing what I was accused of. We were all accused of being in a plot into the Capitol. Here's on video trying to encourage other people to agree to enter the Capitol. That would be, they would charge him with conspiracy, you would think. And they'd be parading that all over the media in J6 Select Committee hearings, and he'd be on trial next to me. But nope, gone, erased. We were not allowed to show the videos. We were not allowed to bring him as a witness. I wanted to call him up as a witness. Judge wouldn't let us. We were not allowed to even mention his name to the jury. He didn't exist. Didn't exist in the media. He didn't exist in J6 Select Committee hearings. He didn't exist at our trial.
Isn't it amazing that...
So yeah, do I think he's a Fed? F yeah.
But what's amazing is the people in the crowd were screaming Fed, which...
At the night before, right?
Yeah, which are people who are citizens basically saying we don't trust their government. Right?
Well, also, obviously, they thought anybody planning to go inside the Capitol must be a Fed because no one's dumb enough to do that. And of course, the next day, a lot of them got Pied Pipered by the agitators. There were agitators in the crowd encouraging them in, making sure we identified teams in the crowd. Some of our lawyers were pretty good. Brad Geyer was a lawyer for Kenny Harrelson. He spent a lot of time looking at all the video footage and identified military contractor looking guys in teams going around as a team, breaking windows, making sure people got inside, encouraging people forward, encouraging people to fight the police, all that kind of stuff. So you had agitators in the crowd doing that. Then you had agitators, I believe, inside the police forces. And people need to understand the CIA has a well-documented track record. Go back to that book I was talking about earlier, The Devil's Chessboard. I read it while I was in prison. They talk about how the CIA, throughout its history, has recruited police officers to do dual duty as police, like in New York, NYPD, DC Metro, LAPD, large departments, to be police officers like they always are, but also to secretly be CIA employees and do their bidding, including snatching people up for rendition to another country. Like one guy was a dissident, forget what country, from the Dominican Republic. The dictatorship, the dictator in the Dominican Republic didn't like this guy because he's in America giving lectures, talking shit about him. So he had the CIA go grab him up and put him on a plane, stuff him in a plane, bring him down to the Dominican Republic to be tortured and murdered by the dictator. So this is the history of the CIA though. They will hire security contractors, private security companies in the United States, or police officers on the down low to do what they want. So I believe they had officers in DC Metro that were instructed to make sure they use excessive force to enrage the Trump supporters. Because you got retired cops in the crowd getting pissed about what they were doing that day because what they knew it's excessive force.
All right, so Stewart Rhodes, where do we stand now? Is there any hope left for this country?
No, it's a great deal of hope. And here's the blessing. What got me through all that in solitary confinement and false imprisonment, all of that, because we were run through it. It was like being tried in the Soviet Union. We knew going in that trial, there's no way we were going to be found guilty. You can throw a MAGA hat on the table and they'll find it guilty because it's a MAGA hat. A lot of our jurors admitted they were at massive Black Lives Matter protest, anti-gun protest, the anti-Trump pink pussy hat protest. They admitted being all this stuff, and the judge still let them on the jury. So we knew we were screwed. They denied venue change. We wanted to get a trial outside of D.C. The judge denied that. They wanted to make sure all the judges denied venue change for any J6er. They wanted to make sure, even though they knew the jury was obviously biased, they wanted to make sure we tried in D.C. to guarantee a conviction, and they didn't want any precedent that President Trump could point to when he was put on trial. Remember, he was charged with obstruction of official proceeding. One of the charges used against us was obstruction of official proceeding with a 20-year sentence. That's the same thing they charged President Trump with. So they were building up. The whole point of all of our trials was to make this insurrection narrative true by convicting us or getting coerced confessions. So whenever someone like those guys, the two guys that pled out to seditious conspiracy, that was paraded all over the media. Oh, look, 2 Oath Keepers confessed. There really was a plot. That's the problem with pleading out to that kind of crap. You're aiding the enemy by doing that. It's like John McCain being the songbird when he was in the Hanoi Hilton, getting on radio and saying, yes, we committed war crimes. So you plead guilty to this conspiracy. What you're really saying is that you were involved in a plot, and Trump is cast as the kingpin. Myself, leader of the Oath Keepers, Enrique Tarrio, leader of the Proud Boys, wasn't even in D.C. that day. He got convicted of seditious conspiracy also. Then they can say, see, they were found guilty of seditious conspiracy. There really was a plot. And Trump is the ultimate target. There was a plot. They've been found guilty by a jury of their peers. Give me a break. In D.C., those aren't my peers. So, but they find us guilty in their show trial, and then they're going after Trump. That was the ultimate goal. But none of that worked. And so what man means for evil, God will use for good. That's what got me through prison. I kept that in mind, story of Joseph and his brothers, and how that was used for good in the end. And I felt the same way. I kept that story in mind. That's what got me through. I believe that's true. Everything they threw at us, everything they threw at President Trump, didn't work. That's why they had to try to kill him. What, twice, 3 times now? You know, and when I saw, that's why I have this tattoo on my arm, when he got shot that day and acting like a stud, all the men in my unit cheered. They're like, whoa, man. It's a damn. They're watching on TV, the replay over and over again. They're like, damn, Trump's a legit OG.
It's true.
That means original gangster. That's like the biggest compliment in prison.
When I saw that,
yeah,
I go, man, I think I'm tough. I go, if that happened to me, I'd be crawling out of there like, get me the fuck out of here, right? He's pumping his fists. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
He won Rogan over because of that.
Yeah.
Rogan was not a fan of his.
Yeah, that's right. We won. After that, when Joe Rogan switched, because Rogan's a warrior mindset himself, he appreciates that warrior mentality. Because, he acted cool under pressure. First thing you hear him say is, where are my shoes? I need my shoes, And then he's like, then he gets up and says what he says, fight, fight, fight. That, because people before that, hey, he's brash. He'll say what he wants. People like him because he's outspoken. But you didn't know he had that kind of physical courage. I call it physical courage because he was, courage under fire, So, two things about that. One, he proved up as being a man of courage. That won over the working class man across the country. It really did. And it showed people like Joe Rogan or Tulsi Gabbard or Robert Kennedy Jr. that he has conviction and courage, that he's not just a loud talker. He actually means what he says. And that's where I consider that, I hope not his high water mark. His high water mark so far was that moment. But the other part of that is God saved him that day. And he knows it. And we know it.
And he got you out of prison too.
And he got me, and I'm grateful.
God.
And I'm grateful for that.
God got you out of prison.
Well, no, I look, and I had guards tell me, man, after he won the election, they're like, I'll bet you're glad because they know I'm going home. And I had no doubt we were going home. I knew that. I said, I'm glad for my country because we dodged a bullet. We really did. By him winning, this country dodged a bullet. Imagine what would happen if Kamala Harris would have come in. Every time I see, I met one last night, a lady that was at that event last night I was at here in the Chicago area. She said, yeah, I was at J6 too. I was down in the crowd. I didn't go inside, but I was in the crowd. And I said, oh, you're one of my unindicted co-conspirators. That's what I always tell anybody I meet who didn't get arrested who was there because they would have kept on going. They would have kept on going out into the audience. Anyone who was in D.C., who was a Trump supporter that day, eventually would have been charged for some crap. And then tried in D.C. Being tried in D.C. is, remember that in Declaration of Independence, one of the grievances against the king is he would spirit us across the seas to England to be tried for pretend offenses. That was one of their charges against the king. Being taken from wherever you live in the United States and being taken to D.C. to be tried for pretend offenses.
Same thing.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yes. So we dodged the bullet. Not just President Trump, but this country dodged the bullet. Now, if he had been assassinated that day, think about what could have happened or would have happened probably. If he had been killed, if his head had exploded like they intended on television that day, what do you think would have happened in this country?
I don't know. I've often pondered that. What do you think?
Civil war.
How does that? So how does that?
Not that I want
like?
that. I don't want that. That's not my point. My point is that it would have been seen correctly by millions of Trump supporters that they just killed him to stop him from being president again and just disenfranchised us again by murdering him this time. They stole the election with a coup, a constitutional coup in 2020. We know it. And now they just killed him. That means what's our recourse now to fix this? And all the crap they pulled in COVID, all the mass murder they did across the country in hospitals, knowingly putting, affected people into elderly folks' homes, denying proper medical care, denying ivermectin, denying hydroxychloroquine, getting you to take the shots that are now kill shots. They're intended to sterilize women and give you myocarditis and cancer. So
100%.
All of this. So the cabal, the entrenched cabal that needs to be taken out to save this, it's like a cancer. It's like a terminal stage 4 cancer that's going to require radical surgery. And President Trump is the surgeon right now. He's in position right now with the tools he has as commander-in-chief and under his responsibility to defend the Constitution. But if they had killed him, I believe that millions of Americans would have said, we're not going to let them just murder our candidate and install their puppet and just sit back and accept that. They just, as it says in the Declaration of Independence, whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right and the duty of the people to alter or abolish it. I think
agree.
at that point, they would have said it's time to abolish this crap. And we can reinstate the Constitution when we get done, but that's what it would have done. And I don't want that. I believe that God, through God's grace, he didn't let that happen. Because I don't believe God wants us to go through that. What he does want us to do, it's like it says in Scripture, I think it's in Corinthians, but if my people will repent of their ways, their wicked ways, I will heal their land. I don't know the exact scripture, but I believe that's what we've been given, a grace period. We're in a grace period now, but it's our responsibility, our duty, along with President Trump, along with all of the officers in his cabinet, Bongino and Patel included, to, in that grace period, to do their duty under their oath and defeat the deep state now, once and for all. And the only way to do that is through mass disclosure, mass declassification, to expose them. And whatever the cost, I'm sure he's being advised that if you do that, the economy will crash, the Wall Street will crash, there'll be absolute chaos and no trust in our institutions. Well, there shouldn't be trust in our institutions. They're full of pedophiles. Start with the pedophiles. That's why I said in my open letters. Pick a Republican pedophile, a Democrat pedophile in the House. Expose them. Same in the Senate. Same among the judges. Rinse, repeat, both sides. Make sure you do both. Expose them and take them down. Once they're exposed, what service member of the military is going to fight for pedophiles? Whatever their title, whatever their claimed authority, whether they're a Supreme Court justice, a judge on the D.C. bench, or a federal judge anywhere else in the country, members of Congress, senators, whatever their title is, what member of the military is going to say, I'm not going to follow your orders, President Trump, to go clean house. I'm going to stand by them and protect them. Do you think it's going to happen if they're exposed as pedophiles? No. So he has the best chance he has right now to strike at the root. And the root is the blackmail and bribery operation that we know exists. That's how they control these elites. Only way, that's the safest and the most peaceful way to defeat this cancer. And I'm talking about the left. I'm talking about the elite pedophiles in power. That's what I'm talking about. When I was in solitary, I listened to the radio. They give us a little small AM/FM radio, and I happened to catch a speech by Clarence Thomas in Texas he was given. This is 2022. I wasn't arrested until January 2022. They had to cook up fake confessions and false testimony to justify my arrest because I didn't go inside. So like a year after J6, they finally arrested me, right? So I'm sitting in solitary confinement. This is pre-trial. You know, I got nothing. My only prize were speeding tickets, but they still deemed me so dangerous somehow that I had to be held pre-trial in solitary confinement. So I'm listening to this radio show where it's covering an event in Texas where Clarence Thomas, Supreme Court Justice, is talking to a bunch of students, and he answers questions. And he brought up the Solzhenitsyn essay. That's where I heard about it. That's what he told the students. He said, live not by lies. And then he said, the real fight is between the people of the earth and a very tiny number of elites at the very top. He said, that's the real fight, is between these small cabal of elites at the very top and the people, period, of the entire planet. That's a world war against these people.
I agree.
But we must take them down.
I agree with that too. I'm more cynical than you. You give me hope that there's hope. I don't believe so. Because the world, in your studier of history, it's the same playbook all the time. The empires collapse. They all have. We're no different. We're right at the sweet spot of the 200 to 250 year mark where all empires usually collapse. There's a thing called the fourth turning, which I don't know if you're familiar with that, but there's usually four components, force time frames of an empire. First is the high, which would be like post-World War II here. Then comes individualism, where people start to become more about themselves than the team. Then comes dissension. Then comes the reset. And the reset is like a civil war. And it happens every single time, and it's happened every single time. And like I told you at the beginning, one thing that's never changed is human nature.
Sure.
And that's not going to change. So I believe that if we do have we blow the doors off this thing, it's only going to be a temporary fix because the nature of man is going to supersede and the controllers are going to be back in control again.
Not if they're dead.
Well, but
if you put the pedophiles on trial and then they're put on trial, then after their trial, they're executed for treason. They can't go back into power.
Right.
So just to be very clear, I'm not calling for people to go out there in the street and murder anybody.
Right.
I want them arrested and put on trial.
And I do too. But what I'm saying is you give me hope that there is hope because you're looking at, top down. I'm now thinking from bottom up is where we have at least a chance to have
we need both.
Our best lives. We form our little communities. We keep ourselves safe. Maybe there's going to need to be a tax rebellion. Like all these taxes we pay they're basically unconstitutional. Some of them, or like property tax. If I buy a TV at Best Buy, I pay the sales tax on the TV. I bring the TV home. I don't have to pay tax anymore. So when I buy this house, I have to pay tax every year.
Well, here's the problem: is that same corruption is systemic everywhere in this country, right down to local town levels corruption.
Yes, sir.
And the same kind of blackmail and bribery is being done in the states. It's not just in the federal government; it's in the states also, and down to local government too. Mm-hmm. And you have, like the sheriff, I forgot what state he was in, that smoked the judge. That's because that judge had threatened him in his circle of little cabal, had threatened to murder that sheriff and his family if he exposed their pedophile ring and a sex trafficking ring. That's why he walked in that judge's office and smoked him, because he had threatened his own children's lives. And I wish I was sitting on that jury. I'd find him not guilty, obviously. So my point, though, is that the bad news is this corruption and evil is everywhere. The good news is there are still good people in this country who now know it, and there are still warriors like that sheriff or all the guys in the military, all the veterans, all the cops who are in it for the right reason, none of them veterans also, we're still there. We have I see it as a two-part duty. President Trump has a duty to defeat the deep state using his powers as commander-in-chief. We have a duty, it's our duty, one, to get him to focus on that and demand that he fulfill that obligation, his purpose, his destiny. The divine purpose that he was spared in Butler for is to defeat these evil pedophiles. It's not to make deals with them. It's not to bargain with them, leave them in power. It's to take them down, which is one of his campaign promises, drain the swamp. What do you think that means, President Trump? And the same goes for Bongino and Patel. Whatever they got on Patel, and I'm hearing rumors, but I don't care what it is. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. He swore the same oath I did. So did Bongino. Bongino knows that. He's got a warrior mindset. I listened to him when I was in solitary confinement, right there in D.C., listening to his show every friggin' day. Like you, I love the guy. But right now, he's dropping the ball. But any man can be redeemed. Even Josh James, the guy that pled out and pled guilty and dishonored himself, can redeem himself right now by coming forward and saying, yes, I was coerced. That was a fake confession. I'm obligated as a Christian to forgive him, and I would. Just as I asked God to forgive me for my debts, I'll forgive my debtors, those who transcend against me. I'll forgive him for that. He's got to redeem himself. So it's the same with Cash Patel and Bongino. Whatever they've been threatened with, whatever deals they made, however they got off track, it's not too late to come back on track and honor your oath and do the right thing. And the same goes for President Trump, same goes for Bondi. All of them need to remember why they're there and what their mission is. None of us get out of here alive. How many more years we got left, Any of these men. I'm on borrowed time. I'm on bonus time. I almost died twice in the Army. I caught spinal meningitis in basic training, almost died. They called my mom and told her, don't bother flying out to Fort Benning because he's probably going to be dead by morning. She didn't listen. She flew out. I survived that. A parachuting accident. Almost died there. I took a bullet in the head this time. Almost died there. So one thing that helped get me through is I understand that. My perspective is I'm on bonus time. Where, to be fair to guys like Josh James who crumbled under the pressure, I walked into Oath Keepers and everything I've done under the understanding that I'm sacrificing myself. As a Yale Law graduate, I could have just taken, it's an e-ticket, it's the golden ticket, like Willy Wonka. I could go right to the top of the legal profession into academia, into Congress. I could have been a senator probably if I'd have played the GOP machine game and just shut my mouth about my libertarian leanings, just gone and played along. As a Yale Law graduate, I could have wrote my own ticket. But no, it's not what's important to me. So what's important to me is my oath. That's my guiding light since the age of 18. And why that is so strong to me is because I know my grandpa didn't, my grandpa on my mom's side didn't survive. He died in that accident, the training accident in the Arizona desert. My grandpa on my dad's side of the family, he fought in the Battle of the Bulge. So, all my uncles on my mom's side of the family, the Mexican side of my family, all my great uncles there, they fought as infantry across the Pacific. And they came back, you know, one of them turned into a hopeless alcoholic. Like Ira Hayes did the same thing, come back from war, and a lot of the guys just, that was their, you know, some of them didn't make it. They came back with so many scars, they just fell into the bottle. Rest of them carried on and raised their children like all World War II vets, didn't talk about it. But knowing that history and knowing what other POWs in our past had gone through, you know, whether they're prisoners of the North Koreans or the Vietnamese or the Japanese during World War II, which was horrific, or hell, going back to the Revolution, the guys were in the prison ships in Boston Harbor, living in horrible conditions in the bowels of the ships. It was just horrible. A lot of them die, you know, freeze to death or die of infection down in the bowels of those ships. I knew that whatever I was going through was nothing compared to that. So that was my frame of reference for getting through solitary confinement. Anytime I even thought about feeling sorry for myself, I'd like slap myself in the face and go, hey man, suck it up. This ain't shit compared to what they went through.
That's perspective.
Yeah. And you already know I'm here for a purpose too. God saved me 3 times for a purpose. It's not to be a bitch and take a fucking deal. I could have walked out. All I had to do was say, I don't want to do any jail time. I'll tell you whatever you want to say about President Trump. I could have done that. I could have walked out and done no prison time. Kelly Meggs was told straight up, if you will say, sign a confession and say that you were involved in a plot, that Stewart Rhodes told you to go in the Capitol, you can go home right now, back to his wife and kids. He wouldn't do it.
That's badass.
It is badass. It's honorable. I guess my whole point is that in this country, we have to understand that we don't have the option of ducking out and sitting it out and just staying at home. And I'm a prepper too. I believe in that. But the attitude of, well, I'm just going to sit in my house and prepare to ride out the storm, but I'm going to shut my mouth and be the gray man. That's what you hear about all the time in the prepper community. Be the gray man. The gray man in the time of the American Revolution would have been called a coward. That's the sunshine patriot who talked a lot of shit, but when it came down to the winter time, like at Valley Forge, was nowhere to be seen when the fight happened.
I want to share a little sidebar with you because I have this conversation with a lot of my left friends. Oh, the dictator, he's going to be a dictator. My one friend, she's the most benevolent soul I know, but she's very left and liberal. And she used the word dictator with me. I go, have you ever studied history? She goes, yeah. I go, name a dictator. Nothing. I go, okay, well, you don't know what a dictator is, so I want you to be honest with me. Did this just come to you, this concept that Trump's going to be a dictator, or did you hear it somewhere? I want you to be honest with me. She goes, no, I heard it on the news. I said, okay.
Right.
I go, I'm going to give you a little insight here. Most of the people who vote for Donald Trump, me being one of them, they consider themselves to be red-blooded, patriotic Americans ready to fight and die for their freedom. Okay?
Yeah.
So if Trump turns into a dictator, we'll take the motherfucker out. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, while you go hide in your basement. So don't worry about your freedom as it relates to Donald Trump, because the people who voted for him will be the first ones to take him out. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, and I agree with what you said. We have to be ready to go.
Right.
Right? But it won't I don't think it'll take many of us in terms of percentage of population, because didn't we win the Revolutionary War by only like 5% of the people actually took arms?
Well, yeah.
What is the number?
About 3% actually fought in the field. That's why the 3%er movement. I knew the founder of that. So Mike Vanderbilt. The concept is hey, only 3% were actually in the field. About another 20% hardcore support, and then on the other side, this is a lot of Americans don't know, there were actually more Americans serving as loyalist militia than there were, remember, serving in the Continental Army or as Patriot militia. So there were more loyalists in the field fighting for the king as Americans. It was really a civil war. American Revolution was in large part a civil war here in the colonies, because you had about 20% on that side, hardcore loyalists, 20% hardcore patriots. And then you had the people in the middle, kind of just whichever way the wind blew, depending upon who's dominant in the area. That's how it kind of went. That's back to human nature.
Do you think where we stand now in this country that there are people on the other side? I'm not talking about Antifa and those who are radicalized, but the general population. Do you think on the left there's going to be people who are going to grab rifles and go against the people on the right?
That's the problem. Is that's what the bad guys want. They back to divide and conquer. I see a lot of the Antifa kids as victims of propaganda also. A lot of them are young kids. They're brainwashed by their college professors who are communists, or by their high school teachers who are also communists. They've been brainwashed to believe we actually are Nazis. And they believe, like I said this once in an Alex Jones interview, that I don't want to see a civil war in this country, because what's going to happen is all those young Antifa kids, or John Brown Gun Club, or whatever, that there's different offshoots, that they'll wind up dying in combat, believing they were fighting against Nazis and racists and all this, when they were actually just fighting against average Americans who just want to be left alone.
Somebody said this.
They're useful idiots, frankly.
Yeah, the most dangerous man is the man who wants to be left alone.
That's true. Yeah.
When you intrude on his solitude and peace, that's the guy you don't want to mess with.
I think that was actually another Solzhenitsyn quote.
Was it?
Yeah, I think it was originally.
Okay,
yeah.
I heard that somewhere.
I think Jordan Peterson's been talking about that, which I love Jordan Peterson.
I do too.
He's awesome. But yes, the man who wants to be left alone, when you just refuse to leave him alone, to live his life, and you will not give him any sanctuary, any privacy, any peace, and you're taking everything from him, when he's got nothing left to lose. We know what would happen if communist China, just like we knew what would happen, and the Japanese knew it too, if they actually landed on our shores, what would happen? We know what it's like to look at the possibility of a foreign invader. And we know that every American would forget, all the gangbangers, everybody would forget about whatever their issue is.
Oh, yeah.
And we take it to them and repel that invasion.
Yeah.
But what they do instead is they divide and conquer us. And they take it, for the inside out. They just weaken this country from the inside out, get us to hate each other, get us to hate ourselves. Like white Americans are taught to hate themselves, that they're somehow evil because of their skin color. Black Americans are conditioned and taught that they're perpetual victims, that they're apparently not competent enough to raise themselves up by their bootstraps and have businesses, that they're always need a handout. That's what they're being conditioned to believe, that they're victims, and then of course we're all responsible. They're not black. No matter, even though my ancestors didn't come to the United States until after the Civil War on my dad's side, and from the north through Nova Scotia and through through Canada. But that doesn't matter, right? You're white, you're evil. You're a descendant of a slave owner. All this nonsense. So they want us to divide and conquer. They don't really care about black people. It's not really about race for them. It's about ideology. That's why they hate Clarence Thomas, because he's black and a conservative. They consider him a traitor, right? They think he should be. They believe that every black person should vote. Like Biden said, you're not a real black man if you don't vote for me. It's like, what? What are you, Massa, the slave owner? I got to vote for you, Massa? That's what they treat.
That's the most racist statement ever.
Yeah. So they treat them, and it really. And I knew I forgot the guy's name, but he wrote a good book about leaving the plantation. It's like a black man saying, "Hey, Democrats, the Democrat Party, the party of slavery, is now the party of a new kind of slavery, keeping blacks perpetually down and suppressed economically, keep them relying on them. They want a voting class. They want a voting bloc." But more black males voted for Trump than voted for Biden. I believe it was like 51%. That's the highest number of black males that voted for any Republican, I think, since Nixon. So that's the tide is turning. And in prison where I was at, 95% of all the guys, black, Hispanic, everybody, were loved Trump because he gave them a chance to go home sooner through the First Step Act. Obama didn't sign that. That's what they would say. Like, Obama didn't do shit for us. He didn't help us. Biden didn't help us. He said that Trump helped us, and they respect him. So we have a great opportunity at this point to unite. And this is where we have to be careful we don't miss this opportunity to cut across, just as Ron Paul did. He cut across and brought a lot of Democrats over. Trump did that too. We got a lot of crossover vote from Democrats this time. A lot of guys that were in like trade unions. It was quietly. I was a Teamsters union when I was in Vegas. Most of those guys voted Republican. Their leadership were Democrats, so they bring Hillary Clinton in. We're like, fuck Hillary Clinton. We go vote for the Republican. That happened even more now during Trump because people realize it's bullshit. They want to give him a chance. So we have a golden opportunity to unite. And we got to look past political bullshit. That's why we should have an open door to Democrats like JFK, Robert Kennedy Jr., Tulsi Gabbard style Democrats. It's not smart to call all Democrats Democrats and that kind of stuff you hear sometimes from conservatives. The Democratic Party is evil. Like Tulsi Gabbard, I read her book when I was in prison. Her title of her book was For Love of Country, and the subtitle was Leave the Democratic Party. So, but you can't say that every Democrat is an evil person. You can say they're being manipulated by propaganda, as are we. We're all being divided and conquered. I see it as the uniparty. I would never be a Democrat because of gun control and abortion in particular. But I also believe their leadership is so bad, it's almost hopeless. So like Tulsi Gabbard leaving the Democratic Party, like Robert Kennedy Jr., I would encourage people to leave the Democratic Party. But we have a responsibility to clean out the Republican Party. Absolutely. It's rotten too.
Yeah, that's happening here in Illinois.
Good. Yeah.
And, here's one cool thing I want to share with you that I've had a lot of people sit in that chair you're sitting in that are running for various positions in Illinois government. Thank you, Jim Rabb, who's sitting in the room for setting all that up.
Yeah, I bet some of them good people.
They all have one thing in common, as you do and I do, and that is they're all powered by Christ. Yeah. So that gives me hope that the movement, we will overcome.
Yes. And once again, what man means for evil, God will use for good. Charlie Kirk's assassination has caused a revival.
Huge revival.
Yes.
I don't think he could have done more if he lived to be Thomas Sowell's age than
right.
He was the martyr.
Yeah. Just like the saints, just like the martyrs, just like the prophets, just like the apostles, just like Christ himself.
It's unfortunate how the PSYOP, it does work and captures the minds of people. When I hear a lady was a contributor to my second book, she wrote a story about the loss of her son to fentanyl. And she told me, well, Charlie Kirk spread hate speech. This is a very docile, good-hearted woman saying that, and I'm like, I didn't have a discussion with her about it, but it's sad that good people can be captured like that and say hate speech.
Well, that's what's so disturbing about what Pam Bondi said. After Charlie Kirk's assassination, she's on some interview saying, and she it's really strange. She jumped from Charlie Kirk's assassination. She said, we can't have this hate speech we have on college campuses, all this anti-Semitism on college campuses. That shouldn't be allowed that's not welcome in our society, something like that. And I'm thinking to myself, that's what the judge told me about my speech in my sentencing. In my sentencing, I got up and said, I'm a political prisoner. Like President Trump, my only crime is opposing those who are destroying our country. And I reiterated what I told the jury straight to their faces the election was stolen. I said the same thing again in my sentencing. I said, my oath will not let me shut my eyes to the plain text of the Constitution in Article 2. That was an illegal, unconstitutional election. That's what we were there to protest against. I committed no crime. Then the judge says, you're not a political prisoner, blah, 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 blah. You got to jury your peers. But then he quotes me. He reads out loud a quote of an interview I'd given from prison while I'm waiting for pre-sentencing, right? I gave an interview with a phone. And he reads this interview I gave where I said essentially, we're in the same, this I said in open letters to President Trump too, we're in the same position as the founding fathers now. When they've taken away, they commit a coup, they've disenfranchised you, robbed you of your capacity to elect your own president, elect your own representatives. You're placed in the same place as the founding fathers. You're going to wind up on their path. They had no representation in England. They wouldn't work in Parliament at all. what was their recourse after that? They had to resist. They had to circumvent the bullshit rules being put in place by the king, and they did. Like Hancock, was a notorious smuggler. He smuggled around all those bullshit rules about trade. But you wind up resisting, you wind up nullifying, and in the end, you have to defend yourself when they come for you. That's what I said. From prison, I'm saying this, because it's just the truth. If they don't let you have a clean election, if you don't have sound elections and fair elections, you don't have a republic. You no longer have the ability to be represented at all. And so he quotes that and says, we can't have this in our democracy. And then he says, I sentence you to 18 years. So at the end, and he says, good luck. That's what he said to me. So joke's on him. I'm free now. So, but he made it all about free speech. It's all about my speech. It's all it ever was about. So when I hear Pam Bondi saying, we can't have hate speech in this country, that can't be tolerated in our society, I'm thinking, that's just what Meta told me about my speech. I'm not going to let her do what's been done in the UK, where they have no free speech at all. They're put in prison now, 3,000, 3,300 climbing. People in the UK have now been put in prison for their speech because of posts on Facebook or Twitter, on X. I'm not going to let Pam Bondi or anybody else do that to our country. So she needs to be fired, because either she doesn't understand the Constitution or she's opposed to free speech. And that has to be a bedrock. I don't care how hateful you think it is. Only speech, going back to Brandenburg, only speech that's actually inciting imminent criminal activity that's also likely to occur should ever be considered a crime. The action, I don't like your speech, therefore I want you guys to go burn that guy's house down. That's a crime. That's not protected speech. But I don't like your speech and I think you're an agent of Israel is not. I don't care. You might say it's hateful, but guess what? It's not a crime.
You could tell somebody I hate you. That's not hate speech.
Well, not in the UK, not in Canada. Not, you know what? Almost anywhere in the world now, only here do we have any free speech. And we cannot let, this is like the last flicker of a flame of liberty is still here. We can't let anybody. It's like Patrick said. He said, I guard with jealousy liberty. Suspect anyone who approaches that jewel. Anyone. Like you said, even the Trump administration. I don't care who they are. Like when President Trump in his first administration said, we'll worry about take the guns first, we'll worry about due process later, about red flag laws legislation. I was like, he's wrong. And I wrote an article about that. I don't know what's going on, but he doesn't understand the Constitution if he wants to do that. That's wrong. I don't care who he is. Even despite the fact that I'm grateful for him setting me free out of prison. It was wonderful. It was a wonderful night. About 11:30 at night, they knock on my cell door. Pack your crap. You're out of here.
Nice.
That was a great, because I knew it was coming. But we were still listening on the radio because they locked down the entire institution because someone got stabbed at our prison. And so they locked us all down, but we could still listen on the radio. We still had our TV turned to Fox News, and we're listening to all the my cellmates like, you're going home. I said, yeah. I think I am. And so when they hear him like in the White House saying, I'm going to sign all the pardons for the J6ers, the hostages, this is fucking awesome, man. It was a wonderful night. So it was great. So I'm always grateful to him being free. But I go back to my oath and his oath. It's my duty, even though I'm waiting I'll probably be sitting saying anything negative about anybody in the Trump administration because I'm trying to get a pardon. Right? I'm asking President Trump for a pardon right now. So it'd be my best interest to sit down and shut my mouth. I've even been told this by some people. Well, you shouldn't even be saying anything. But guess what? What's my responsibility?
It's your oath.
Not live by lies. That's the first step. Don't participate. But then the second one is open my damn mouth and speak out when something's going wrong. I have a duty.
Can you still get a pardon?
I can still get a pardon, President Trump. I filed for one. Peter Tickton is my attorney for that, which is a blessing. He was the attorney out of D.C. who was a classmate of President Trump in military academy. He knows him. But there's someone blocking that. I don't know if it's Todd Blanche, that's what we're hearing, Deputy Attorney General of the United States under Bondi supposedly is blocking our pardons. We don't know. There was 14 of us, like I said, 10 Oath Keepers, 4 Proud Boys who were given commutations only. Everybody else, 1,500 people were pardoned, including people that fought with the police that day. They all got pardons. Because I remember seeing J.D. Vance after the election. I see him on Fox News, and J.D. Vance is like, anybody who was violent that day is not going to get a pardon. That's what he said. And he's a graduate of Yale Law School also, right? He came after I did, like 2012. And I'm like, did he go to the same law school I went to? What about the presumption of innocence? You're presumed innocent in this country, supposedly, unless and until you're found guilty by a jury of your peers. That's supposed to be an impartial jury and in front of an impartial judge who also enforces your rights as the accused to confront your accusers, present witnesses on your behalf, all of that. Right to exculpatory evidence, your Brady material. None of us got a trial like that. None of us had due process. None of us had a jury that was impartial. So that's why I said everyone should get a pardon. President Trump, because of the presumption of innocence, it was completely right. I actually wrote a letter. I was worried about, it's ironic, I'm in prison, nonviolent, never accused of violence, didn't commit any violence, didn't fight any police that day. I wrote an article for Gateway Pundit from prison defending the guys who had been accused or took deals. Either they found guilty of assaulting a police officer or took a deal where they pled guilty to it because they're being coerced. Like President Trump said in that Meet the Press interview, he said, he said, I know the system, and he does now. It's a nasty system. A guy is told, take a 2-year deal or go to trial and you're going to get 30 years in prison. And of course, the guy takes the deal. Like President Trump knows and understands that. How come J.D. Vance can't understand that? He's a Yale Law graduate. So under the presumption of innocence, that's why it was absolutely proper, that's why I wrote in this article, for President Trump to pardon everyone, no matter what they were accused of, no matter what they were coerced into pleading guilty to, no matter what they were found guilty in a show trial in D.C., all should be found innocent because no one got due process. No one had a fair trial in front of an impartial jury or an impartial judge. Therefore, they should all be considered back where they are supposed to be, presumed innocent, until they've had a real fair trial. That's why it's completely proper to pardon everyone. But then ironically, I don't get a pardon, even though I'm one of the guys that didn't plead guilty to anything about assault, never accused of assault. But I'm still glad they all got pardoned, but the remaining ones of us that didn't get a pardon deserve one. For the same reason, presumption of innocence, because it was all bullshit. There was no plot, there was no plan, no conspiracy.
And if you get the pardon, then do you have to petition for your military benefits?
Yes, and I can do that. And then like Joe Biggs, 82nd Airborne, combat veteran. Dominic Pizzola was Marine Corps. I think Zach Reel was also Marine Corps. Kenny Harrelson, one of the co-defendants, was Army. Jessica Watkins was Army Ranger. So all these are all people that lost their military benefits too, along with me. We were all singled out for commutation only, not a pardon. And because of that, and I believe Joe Biggs was able to contact leadership in the VA, and they said, hey, we'd love to help you guys, but we can't do anything until you're pardoned. So I believe like 7 of us that are military veterans. And it's messing with the heads of some of these guys. I'm not going to say who, that's private, but it's fucking with their heads.
Which is understanding.
Yes, right? It's understandable. They feel like their country has crapped on them. But I don't look at it like that because I know it's not my country. It's the cabal that was never legitimate. But I don't want to accept, I don't believe I think it's kind of bullshit for the current VA leadership to say nothing we can do about that. I don't believe that's true. But what can be done is President Trump can pardon us and should. So I'm going to keep the faith that will happen eventually. I'm not going to let myself despair on that. But I'm going to drive on anyway. I don't care. They can put whatever label they want on me. I'm convicted seditionist. I'm a felon and all this kind of crap. I'm going to drive on the mission. You know why? My oath. Didn't say I'll support and defend the Constitution unless it's going to cause me, personal harm, or I may be injured, or I may be killed, or I may be imprisoned, or I may lose my job. There's no escape clause from that oath. It just says, I swear that I will support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, so help me God. That's what it says. And so just like when you serve the military, we all knew this, you write a blank check made out to the American people for an amount up to and including your life. That's what every veteran signs when they step up, put their feet on that line, and are sworn in, swear that oath. We know we could die in service. So then we're willing to do that. So we should have the same mindset when it comes to saving our country now. We have to have that. So I go back to however we might feel. If you feel like it's a lost cause, the fourth turning, or whatever it is, what did the founders tell us? What was their motto? Duty is ours, results are God's. That was their motto. That was came out of the founding era. I think John Quincy Adams put that in writing, but that's what they all felt. We have responsibility and duty. We have to rely on divine providence, as I said in the Declaration of Independence. With a reliance on divine providence, we pledge our lives, our fortunes, our sacred honor. We will do our duty with everything we have, whatever it might cost us, and let the results be in the hands of God. We do what we have to do, what we're responsible to do, and then we don't worry about how it ends, because we know how it ends in the end. But what's our duty right now? Like when Charlie Kirk, when he went on those college campuses, he knew he was putting himself at risk. He had death threats. He didn't bow out. Like too many Christians now are like, well, we all know that the Antichrist takes over. There's no point in trying to fight against the evil cabal we know are Satanists. That's what they are. I believe, like George Soros and Bill Gates take their orders straight from Satan himself.
100%.
So people, a lot of apathetic Christians are like, well, we all know how it all ends. You know, Christ is going to return, and we can't stop the Antichrist from coming into power. Let's just stay here and focus on our own salvation, you know, and us and our families. Kind of like a prepper just wants to sit on his pile of shit and wait for the Armageddon to pass, right? So, but that Christian is missing the point.
I agree.
What does God want you to do as a Christian? What did he say to do? Occupy, right? Occupy space. Go out there and preach. How can you do that? And Charlie Kirk was doing that. He wasn't just changing minds politically. He said, I was thinking he's right. 1 hour of him having a conversation with college students could deprogram them from 4 years of the nonsense and propaganda. He was right about that. But I'm going to tell you what, he was also bringing them to Christ. Because I saw one clip, he was asked by a guy in the audience. He's like, hey man, let's say I was just shot and only have minutes to live. What's the most important thing for me to know while I'm my last breaths? And Charlie Kirk said that Christ is King. He is your Savior. And if you believe in him, you have eternal life. That's the most important thing to you to know. And that's the most important thing for any of us to know, period. And so he was bringing people to Christ. So, but I say this, every one of us can do what he did. I've been invited to a college campus in Texas. I'm not going to say which one it is yet. We're going to surprise them. But I've been invited to a college campus in Texas, and I look forward to it. I'm willing to do the same thing. I'm not saying I'm as good as Charlie Kirk at it. He was like you said, a photographic memory. He was fantastic at it. But I think I could do some of the same kind of work. Like an hour with me, I can probably deprogram a lot of them a little bit too. You know, so I think all of us can, and all of us can go out there and by being in the fight against evil, putting on the armor of God, speaking out like the prophets did. Not saying we're all prophets, but calling out evil. Telling the people, you have a chance to redeem yourselves, you have a chance to repent, encouraging that, but doing it with love, leading with love, because love is where courage comes from, you know? Courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is doing what's right in spite of your fear. And the way to overcome your fear is to remember what you love. You love your family, you love your kids, you love your country. That's what you have to remember. And you do what you need to do for that. If you do that, that'll give you the courage. You'll still be scared, you know, but you do what you know is right. That's why when I got out of prison, my first interview I did outside of DC jail, because they were still holding some of our guys in there, making up bullshit excuses to hold them in there. So we jumped into the protest. But I was asked by the media, do you have any regrets from January 6th? And I said no. But what I meant is, obviously, the fact that Ashley Babbitt was killed and Roseanne Boylan, and I forgot the other two guys' names, of course that was horrible and should not have happened. But I don't regret us being there to do security, which was a righteous cause for the right reasons to protect Trump supporters. I don't regret being there to help speak out against what I know was an unconstitutional, illegal election. I think my legal training puts a burden on me, even more responsibility to speak out. I can say, hey, John Eastman's correct. This is a proper analysis of the Constitution. This was illegal and unconstitutional. That's what I did in my speech in front of down there with the Latinos for Trump. So we have a responsibility to speak out. I don't regret going there. I think we had a right and a duty to be there. I do regret that some of our guys went inside. I think it would be better if that didn't happen. I had no control over that. I don't believe they committed a crime, but it made it easier. That's why I told him it was stupid, because it handed our heads on a platter on a silver platter to our enemies to demonize us. It did, by us going inside. It doesn't make them criminals, just makes it kind of stupid. It wasn't a smart thing to do as an oath keeper, because you know you're going to be targeted. But I don't regret us being there. I think we had a responsibility and duty. And I do believe in the long run, when we win, I believe.
When. I love it.
Yeah. I believe that when we win, that will be remembered as Patriots Day, as the day when the people stood up and protested against a coup. And they didn't do it with violence. They didn't take over the Capitol and take hostages. We could have. If I had wanted to take that building, it would have been a different day. I would have brought weapons. We could have had Michael Green, the other guy who was my team leader, retired police officer before that. He was a sapper in the Army. He was my overall coordinator for all my security teams that day. He went by the nickname Whip. He's an explosives expert. He can make bombs out of anything. You can go to a local garden shop or Home Depot and make bombs. If I was actually intent, which I wasn't, on taking over the Capitol, it would have been IEDs everywhere, vehicle-borne bombs, weapons. It would have been, backpack portable bombs all over the damn place.
That's why I asked you how many of your guys were there.
Yeah, about 100.
Yeah, 100. It would have been a lot more than 100 if that was your intent, right?
My point is that we would have, obviously, if you're doing an insurrection, it's an insult to me as a trained airborne infantry soldier to say that was my plan, to go unarmed to the Capitol, no weapons, no explosives, just our hard-knuckle gloves. And, guys, make sure you don't bring a knife that's over 3 inches, that kind of stuff. We're worried about going by the rules. But that was my plan. And then have them walk in, do a prayer circle, help some police, then walk out 20 minutes later, and on the way out, help usher more people out of the building. That's my plan. And they said, he didn't use weapons because he thought that he was succeeding without weapons. His whole point was to delay certification. So therefore, just having my guys wander around inside and take selfies and help police. That was my plan. It's just absurd bullshit. So it's an insult to my intelligence. And it's insulting intelligence to everybody in that crowd. In that crowd were large numbers of veterans and retired military, retired police. If that crowd, even unarmed, that crowd had wanted to hold that building, they'd have held that building. They would have taken hostages, but that was not their intent at all. So that's why it's just complete nonsense. And what it really is kind of like the Reichstag fire in Germany. When Hitler was first made chancellor by the president of Germany in 1933, their legislature burned to the ground. It was the Reichstag, is what it was called. That was the legislature's name. They burned to the ground. Hitler used that as his excuse. He convinced the president to invoke, I think it was Article 34 of their constitution, which allowed them to suspend civil liberties in the event of emergencies, right? They suspended civil liberties. Hitler took over as a dictator. The president died, however, by whatever cause. Now Hitler's the dictator for life. But they used that as their excuse to then drop the hammer and then start the dictatorship. I see J6 as a manipulated event. It was a righteous protest against a coup that they manipulated to make it look like something it wasn't, make it into this false narrative of an insurrection to be like their Reichstag fire moment. And it turns out later, historians believe the Nazis themselves set the fire. They burned down the legislature to create the excuse to be a dictatorship, just like with the left. Here's what we did. Don't look at that. We're going to create this false narrative. Make sure they go inside the building. Make sure they get in there. Have all the provocateurs in the crowd. Lead them in. Make sure the cops stir up, get them enraged by shooting rubber bullets at women and stuff, and CS canisters at kids. Let's piss them all off. Get them to fight the cops. We'll use the few who did fight the police. That's what's shown. Not all the other people just wandering in peacefully through doors open. And then when Tucker Carlson starts to show that on Fox News, they fired him because it didn't fit the narrative. It's both hands, left and right. Both the false narrative was being presented that this was some kind of violent insurrection. So they had to perpetuate that. Number one, to distract you from what they had done from their coup, deflect your attention, projection, accuse you what they were doing. Two, keep Trump from ever being able to hold office again. They wanted to disqualify him to the 14th Amendment for being able to run again. That didn't work. They wanted to charge him with felonies and insurrection. They would have eventually led to that, I think. They charged him with obstruction of official proceeding, but I believe eventually if they would have gotten me to plead against him and testify against him, they would have charged him with seditious conspiracy too. If I'd have pled guilty to it and agreed to testify against him, they'd have put him on trial for that. But that didn't work. They tried to kill him. That didn't work. So everything they did, they threw it against him and against us. What man means for evil, God will use for good. All of that failed. And all of that, every time they did all that crap, it opened more eyes. When they put him on trial in New York under trumped up nonsense charges, he's a felon. I don't mind being a felon right now. We got the felon in chief in the White House right now. He's a felon in New York. My conviction for seditious conspiracy in D.C. is every bit as valid, which means not at all, as his bullshit conviction in New York. It means nothing anymore, So I think that the good news is that by them doing all that crap, all they did is wake up more Americans and piss us off. And when they murdered, I think he was murdered by a cabal, by a plot. They murdered Charlie Kirk. That also pissed off more of us too. And I think we should use that energy to be courageous, not afraid.
Well, my friend, we are in a great awakening. And
we are.
Even though I'm cynical about the outcome, we are called to fight. Like, we will be judged by what we do.
Amen.
We're not going to be sitting in our basements.
Right.
So,
but I do believe we just as a capstone on that, it's up to us, especially us men in our local communities, to come together in our communities and fulfill our duty to be the militia. I know it's a dirty word, but under federal statute, we're all still the militia until from age 17 to 45, and for us veterans all the way to 64. But I would say, even if you're not in that age bracket, if you're older than that, are you still an American? Yes. When do you stop being an American? Never. So long as you're on the side of the grass. And the founders' paradigm was that there's no separation between the people and the warriors. You're not supposed to be a group of citizenry where it's sheep and then sheepdogs. That's why I like the sheepdog title, guys. I'm a sheepdog. Your neighbor's not supposed to be sheep. All the men in this country should be warriors. All of us should be ready to step up. We should all be part of being able to provide military defense for our country or law enforcement. And that's actually reality. After a hurricane, after any disaster, you're going to wind up on your front lawn with a rifle or shotgun in your hands, protecting your neighborhood against looters. This is what's going to happen. So it's a false nonsense to believe that you don't have a duty to be prepared for that. So what should happen, and we can talk about this some other time in a future interview, what do you do on the ground level? I would say neighborhood watches with teeth. That means armed. You should be forming town watches and a sheriff's posse in waiting that's ready to go, and tell your sheriff, we are organizing all the men in this community, veterans leading the way, training all the non-veterans, getting them ready to be the pool of sheriff posse for you. All you got to do is call us up and deputize us. We're here to help you. Meanwhile, we're going to train. We're your sheriff's posse in waiting. And the message of President Trump needs to be, and will be, because I'm going to make sure it's done. President Trump, under your authority as Commander-in-Chief, pursuant to the militia statutes passed by Congress, pursuant to the Insurrection Act, you have a full authority to call all of us up as the militia, not just the National Guard. They're the organized militia. We're the unorganized militia. He can call us up in the federal service right now. No one can stop him. He has full authority to repel invasions, and we're in one. We have an invasion going on. To suppress insurrections. That's going on right now. And to execute the laws of the Union, which means, like our immigration laws, ICE is trying to enforce and being resisted with force. Right now, he could call us up as a militia to help him do all that. Not just the National Guard, but the rest of the militia, which is the rest of us. And he should. So I'm going to call on him to do that. When I get back to Texas after this trip up to Chicago, I'm going to write that out and then do my best to spread that, and then hopefully, get that message to him through whatever channels. And meanwhile, let's organize the men. That's what I'm going to do. In every county, veterans leading the way, training the non-veterans, neighborhood watches, town watches, and that county posse. And I wouldn't call us a militia because we haven't been called up by our governors or legislatures. They've all dropped the ball a long time ago. They're never going to do it. But President Trump can do it. Your governor should organize all the men in this county as the militia. He should, but he won't. But President Trump can do it. He can just call you up right now. What he could do and should do is say, given the invasion, the insurrection, and the failure or the resistance to execution of federal law, I'm calling you all up, every able-bodied man in this country under statute, to assemble in your counties. I'm ordering all the military veterans to take charge of the other men and train them, and then stand to. Don't do anything else. Don't go off and do whatever you think you want to do. That's not what we're doing here. Just come together and train and get ready and stand by and wait for my orders, whether it's to go to the border, whether it's to, when we see October 7th style attacks in this country, and I believe they are coming, we have terrorist cells all over this country. 100%. I mean, what's her name? Adams? I forget, Sarah Adams. We've been talking about that for a long time on that one podcast, Sean Ryan's podcast. And kudos to him. It's reality. I mean, obviously, our border's been wide open. The communist Chinese have sent in military-age males from China. Among them are going to be their own troops. Obviously, they got their proxies, the cartels here already. And obviously, the domestic enemies of the Constitution are an alliance. There's a very real red-green alliance between the radical communist and the jihadist. And they're bringing in not just terror cells, but also people that are not assimilating in this country who believe Sharia law should prevail. I think they're all ticking time bombs. I'm not saying every Muslim in the United States is like that. I mean, some might be sincere, moderate Muslims, but the sincere, moderate Muslims, anywhere that they wind up in power, what happens to the sincere, moderate Muslims? They sit down and shut up and don't say a damn thing, right? While the radicals take over. Point being, though, is Al-Qaeda has already threatened October 7th style attacks. It's coming. President Trump should say, in this reality, I've declared that the cartels be international terrorist organizations, which they are. I've declared Antifa to be, you should call them the same thing, a national terrorist organization. They're an open insurrection. We're seeing direct resistance by governors and mayors to enforcement of federal law. Under these circumstances, we know Al-Qaeda is going to do October 7th style attacks. They're coming. I'm calling up the militia, organize them in every county, stand to and be organized. Imagine how much stronger we would be as a community right now, as a country, if we all did that. Within a month, how much stronger this county would be right here where you live. And picture that all across the United States. And how the heads would spin and judges would be trying to stop it with decrees or whatever. And of course, they'd say, well, once Trump is gone, the next president would say, I'm going to deactivate this and you all need to go home or whatever. Some judge does an edict. You can't ring that bell. Once you and all your neighbors and all the veterans are trained, all the non-veterans, and organize them into buddy teams, fire teams, squads, platoons, and companies, once you've done that, they can't ring that bell. You already know each other. You've all worked together. You're trained together. So no matter what happens in the future, you're stronger. And they will friggin' hate it.
And that's what I say about the ground up. When I say form communities, that's what I'm referring to.
Ground up.
And I have my own little thing going on here. Trust me when I tell you.
Oh yeah.
I got key people in the neighborhood. We're all tied together with walkie-talkies in case the phone systems go down.
That's what you need.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and we all need to do that. That's right. So kudos to you doing that. That's the right thing to do. But everyone needs to do that, but not just for defense of our homes and our neighborhoods. Because one thing to think about, this is for the audience's benefit, not only do you need to defend your homes just for your sake of your own family, but think about the local police officer, EMT, firefighter who lives in your neighborhood. If their family's not safe, they can't project out to do their job. They're not going to. If it's chaos out there and that cop is worried that his home is going to be burned to the ground by some crazy maniac, whatever, jihadist, insurrectionist, looter, whatever, if he don't believe his family's safe, what's he going to do? He's going to stay home. And it's happened before. So he's going to stay home. He's going to take care of his wife and kids. Or all the cops are going to have all their wife and kids go to one cop house and they're going to protect them. But the point is, if you want him to be able to go out and do his job, you got to keep his family safe. So one important point of the neighborhood watches with teeth is to protect the first responder families. Your doctor that works at the trauma center, you want him safe. His home should be safe. His family is safe. You want him to be able to go do his job. And if it comes down to it, because jihadis will probably attack the trauma centers, that's one of your protected key institutions right there, protecting that doctor and his emergency team in that emergency room. If you know terrorist attacks are popping off, they should be protected. You should have that already in your plan. You're going to put a team on that hospital to protect those doctors because you're going to need them. They're critical personnel. Always take care of your medics. Always take care of your docs. Anyway, point is we got to be thinking like, we know this is coming. We need to recognize, like Patrick Henry said in his famous speech, Give Me Liberty, Give Me Death, let's recognize reality, however hard it is, and then deal with it. Let's not blow smoke up our own, I'm paraphrasing, he didn't say this, but modern days might say, don't blow smoke up your own ass. You know what's going on. You already know the agenda. You know what's happening. Let's get ready for it. Acknowledge the reality, and let's provide for it, which was what he gave that speech in support of a motion in the Virginia legislature to raise up county militias across Virginia. That's what that speech was given in support of. And it passed. And he led the Hanover County militia himself. when they marched on the governor's mansion to demand that he pay them, give them their share of the wealth of the Commonwealth for the militia. But the governor had fled, gone to some British ship in the harbor. But anyway, the point is, though, is that it was in support of a militia initiative that he wanted to raise up militia. This is just weeks before April 19th, before the fight began. He knew it was coming, so we know a fight's coming. Let's get ready for it. Let's organize a militia. He's no dummy. And the governor wouldn't give him approval, so they did it themselves. They said, F the governor. He's not going to do it. He's compromised, just like your governor here is compromised. We're going to do it. That's what they did. So, hey, all I'm asking you to do, like you said, nothing new under the sun. Human nature never changes. The founders had to stand up militia. They did all over New England. They did all over the place, including Patrick Henry in Virginia. They got ready for the fight they knew was coming. So we need to do the same thing. But I prefer that to be with President Trump as commander-in-chief, where all we're doing is helping him under his lawful authority and his constitutional authority to suppress an insurrection, to repel an invasion, and to execute the laws of the Union, and to defeat the deep state. And do it now. He should do it right now.
Well, my man, it was like going to a college class today. You are a wealth of information. Yeah, we'll have some further collaborations.
Sure, man. If you want to use this county as a model county to organize and get it done, I'm happy to help.
Okay.
Yeah. If you feel like doing that.
Awesome.
How's your sheriff here?
I don't know.
Let's find out. Yeah. It's a litmus test. Sheriff,
Yeah.
will you start a posse if we bring you trained veterans?
Yeah.
Yes or no? That's a good litmus test. Yeah.
All right, Stewart, before we go, how can we help and support your operation and organization?
We have a new website at oathkeepers.info, and folks can go there to learn more about what we're doing. They can go there to volunteer to help. We're disaster relief volunteers. They can join Oath Keepers if they want, if they got the stones to do that. So they can donate to support our mission. If they're not going to join, if you can, we would appreciate a donation to help us, to help what we're doing. And we always ask for that when we're doing any missions. So we'll also be providing training on the website. There's some classes already listed on there. But as we go forward, we'll have more trainings in every state of the union to train people in community organizing and getting prepared and getting ready. And especially for the veterans out there, I'm going to call on you to step up. Whether you want to be a member of the organization or just simply coordinate with us for training and organizing your community, we'll come in as advisors based on our experience and help you stand up your community and get it squared away. That's what we're going to be doing. So go to oathkeepers.info for all that information where you can join and donate and just and volunteer.
Yeah, thank you, Stewart Rhodes, for coming on the podcast. I want to shake your hand.
God bless you, brother. Thank you.
God bless you too. And we are in a spiritual battle.
Yes.
And we are on a resurgence, Christians, and we are in a great awakening. So I'm hopeful.
I am too.
So I'm cynical, but I'm hopeful.
We've all sinned. I'm a sinner. You're a sinner. We've all sinned. Everyone out there, none of us are perfect. Like Christ said, he who hath not sinned, throw the first stone. But let's ask for forgiveness and let's do the right thing from this day forward. Whatever our past failings, and that goes for every one of us. Let's do the right thing now.
Amen, sir.
Amen. All right. God bless you, brother.
All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us at the Warrior Podcast. Remember, there is a warrior inside us all. Take care, everybody. We'll see you at our next podcast. Thank you, Stewart, again.
Yeah, you bet. God bless.